You guessed correctly. He's the werewolf you brought. Qin Lun indifferently said. After he died, his body slowly returned to human form. I believe he was originally a human. Perhaps he was a half-human that my family had caught, Tony said doubtfully. Perhaps. Qin Lun turned his head and looked at Tony profoundly. Dr. Stein, are you insinuating that my Albert family created a half-human? Qin Lun's indifferent gaze made Tony red in the face. He glared at the doctor in anger. Rest well. Qin Lun smiled, then moved out of sight. Your injury is heavy. The witch's acid missile contained a dangerous, undying poison. I fear you'll need an exorcist to purify you with holy light. Tony heavily laid down on the wooden cart, remaining silent. The violent pain from his face made the blond young man somewhat absent-minded. He reached up to undo the bandages on his face and lightly caressed the bumpy, uneven wound. The touch of his fingers made his face faintly twitch. There will be no more of that handsome and charming Tony Albert. Huh? Tony mocked himself. Bam! The carriage suddenly jolted. The piled-up corpses beside him fell over. Their faces happened to turn over and face Tony. Tony felt like the two deep and bloody holes where Otto's eyes should be were trying to tell him something. Little Will's two eyes reflected a strange light. The innocent and serene smile on his face was vivid, as if he would come alive. An intense, suffocating feeling overcame him. Tony felt cold all over, unable to hold back the deep sorrow. He couldn't bear the grief in his heart. Reaching out a hand to close his comrade's eyes, he took a deep breath and turned Will and Otto's face away. Rest in peace, my friends. I will forever remember your sacrifice. I am the exorcist, Tony Albert. No matter what I have to face, I will uphold the exorcist's oath, to guard the human world and fight all evil to the end, until my last breath. A good while later, Tony's gloomy voice once again broke the silence. Dr. Stein, did the witch die? What did you discover in the witch's cabin? You and the witch seriously injured each other. I gave her the final blow. She became a pile of ashes. Qin Lun's calm voice came from the front of the carriage. The witch's cabin had many magic traps. I didn't touch any of the magic tools, but I managed to obtain some notes detailing why she was in this area. Notes? There are records about the plague? Tony's eyes brightened, and he asked nervously. Yes. In fact, I already know the plague's true origins. Qin Lun muttered for a moment, then said, later at camp, he'll tell everyone. Tony once again sank into silence. He no longer continued to ask about the cause of the plague. After half a day, from the back of the carriage came the sound of the blond young man's sigh. It sounded as if he was mumbling to himself. Dr. Stein, whatever the case, I am an exorcist first before being the Albert family's heir. About the werewolf, I will ask my father for an explanation. Hearing Tony's sigh, Qin Lun's lips faintly rose. His right hand moved, and crime was once again hidden in his sleeve. The risk this time came with immense rewards. First of all, it was his first time experimenting with battle mode. Even though the battle mode was very restrictive in certain circumstances, it could still have a tremendous impact. Second, Qin Lun obtained a crucial clue for the mystery. It's possible that the rest of the quest would just fall into place. It just depended on how far he wanted to go. The final harvest was that Qin Lun finally understood what he and his trump card could do against existences that exceeded humanity, such as the maze witches and the exorcists. If just comparing their bodies, then whether it was Qin Lun or Joey, neither of them could compare to witches or exorcists. Against a maze witch who was hard to kill with one hit, even a sneak attack would not be successful. However, putting aside his body, Qin Lun had another trump card, which was Joey's homicidal aura. All life forms, including the intelligent humans, whose animal instincts have severely degraded, had the innate instinct to sense malice. In the instant when Qin Lun and Joey switch places, a threatening and savage aura will erupt from Joey, as if he treats all other life forms as ants. This was the greatest gain from the battle against the witch. Qin Lun immersed his mind in the death notice and sensed a few items in the storage space. He once more looked over the notifications he had received. Moonlight herb, medicinal ingredient. Usage unknown, requires appraisal. Can be brought back to shattered starry sky. Exchange value, 50 shattered crystals. Magic eye, equipment material. Usage unknown, requires appraisal. Can be brought back to shattered starry sky. Exchange value, 100 shattered crystals. Gold silkworm powder, Medicinal ingredient. Usage unknown, requires appraisal. Can be brought back to shattered starry sky. Exchange value, 200 shattered crystals. Maze crystal ball, unknown item. Unable to appraise. Can be put into storage space. Unable to bring back to shattered starry sky. Unable to exchange. Witch's notes, mission-related item. Appraisal not required. Can be put into storage space. Unable to bring back to shattered starry sky. Notice, Apostle 70053, you've obtained unconfirmed intelligence from the witch's cabin. Due to the intelligence, the likelihood that the world's storyline will be promoted to planet level is increased to 78% and star level to 42%. Notice, intelligence obtained has uncovered the satellite-level storyline's mystery, the truth about Stephen Albert's death. Confirm the information or obtain Stephen's true whereabouts to complete the mission. Notice, the current degree of world exploration is 0.007%. Awaiting for the apostle to provide follow-up information. Truth be told, there weren't as many magic traps in the witch's cabin as Qin Lun claimed. Due to time constraints, the maze witch had only arranged a few simple traps at the doorway. After obtaining the witch's oral confession, he easily bypassed these few traps. However, in the witch's cabin, besides the surveillance notes, there weren't many other valuable items. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that there weren't many items that could be taken back to shattered starry sky. Qin Lun didn't have a use for the witch's magic tools, and only a few items had been acknowledged by his soul imprint. Moonlight herb was what the grass was called in shattered starry sky. In this world, it was called magic herb. It had slender leaves, which seemed to emit a mysterious hazy light in the storage space. In total, there were 10 of them. Magic eye was a type of spell component for witches. It was refined with the eyes of wetland monitor lizards and was as big as a fist. The monitor lizard's reptilian pupil glimmered with light, as if it still retained the savagery and cunning that it had when alive. The golden silkworm powder was a powder made from the chrysalis of a certain type of silkworm. It was also a spell-casting component, but according to the soul imprint, it was a medicinal ingredient. As for the maze crystal ball, it was a witch's spell-casting tool used to divine and prophesize. It was also an important magic tool that could preserve souls. The maze witches used it to store and transform human souls, mainly to manufacture half-humans. After Qin Lun obtained the maze crystal ball, he followed the witch's instructions and used it to absorb Frank's soul. The maze crystal ball's originally sparkling and translucent sphere now had an extra cloud of mysterious substance inside. It would often flash with rays of gentle light and looked very much like a soul-like life form. Before the witch obtained her freedom, Qin Lun was told that he must quickly find a substitute body for Frank. Otherwise, the hunchback's servant soul would grow weaker as time passed, until it fades away. This was the reason why half-humans did not have complete souls. One reason was because the witches deliberately removed the soul's memories and emotions, while another was because a half-human body did not suit a human soul, which led to the soul being torn apart during the transformation. According to the witch's teachings, if Qin Lun wanted to perfectly resurrect Frank, he had to quickly find him a body similar to his original one. Otherwise, even if he resurrected, he would only be a walking corpse. The witch obviously didn't tell this information to the doctor out of kindness. She wished he would make a mistake out of despair and fall to the dark side. However, Qin Lun had his own ideas on how to resurrect Frank. There was another method he wanted to try. Besides the materials and the maze crystal ball, the biggest reward related to the mission was the witch's notes. Thinking back on the information written in it, Qin Lun couldn't help but take it out of the storage space, flip open the leather cover, and sink into thought. The witch's notes used this world's ancient form of writing. It recorded everything the maze witches saw and heard in the region, with his soul imprint translating for him. Qin Lun could understand the ancient words from the witch era. Witch Mesa was only dispatched here a few decades ago and was in charge of monitoring the Adia region, as well as patrolling this stretch of forest. At intervals, she would formally note down the area's situation and report back to the other witches. Due to the 1,000-year agreement between the maze witches and the exorcists, the two sides almost never came in contact with each other. The information recorded in her notes were mostly trivial matters. Things like when the exorcists sent out small squads to investigate the area surrounding the maze forest was considered valuable information compared to the rest. However, among the things that the witch believed to be trivial information, there were two entries which left Qin Lun very shocked. One of them was related to Witch Mesa's predecessor, the witch who used to be in charge of patrolling the area before her. That witch's name was Mary. Mary Claire. Claire, in the ancient Maze language, meant to sob. If translated into the world's current language, it would become Nina, which Mary had the same name as Stephen's wife. If Qin Lun had not seen the gravestone that night, he would never have noticed this information. Even if he noticed it, he would have just treated it as a coincidence. But now, there was no coincidences under the wheels of fate, only the inevitable. Even an apostle like himself, upon entering the world, had seemingly become part of fate. Qin Lun lifted his head, his gaze so deep it seemed to transcend the maze forest and land upon a summit in the Adia region, where Albert Castle resided. Chirp chirp, chew, oh, in the dark forest, the strange sounds of all kinds of creatures could be heard, making Qin Lun and Tony very anxious. If given a choice, Qin Lun would not have agreed to travel during such a dark night. When Otto's team had found the witch's cabin and began their fight, it was already nearing night. By the time Qin Lun had killed the witch and began his return journey, the sky was almost completely dark. Qin Lun had placed a torch on all four corners of the carriage, but the forest was full of obstacles. The torchlight could only illuminate a short 10 or so meters ahead. At certain time intervals, the doctor would send out a flare into the night. This was both for lighting and to scare off the predators lurking in the dark. He had learned from searching the witch's hut that, a day ago, she had already reported that a large amount of exorcists had invaded the forest. The news had already been sent to their headquarters. According to calculations, the maze witch's reinforcements would arrive in the forest as soon as tomorrow or the day after. This time, the exorcists really had to withdraw from the maze forest. Through simple communication using the flares, Qin Lun had learned that Lady Nova's group had already defeated the evil creatures and were, currently, also rushing through the night to meet up. From the location of their camp, it had taken Qin Lun's team half a day to find the witch's cabin. Although the return trip should be a bit faster, it was currently the middle of the night. He didn't dare advance at top speed. At minimum, it would take him 5 hours to return to the camp. Perhaps it was because the battles between the maze witch and the exorcists these past 2 days had frightened away the predators in the forest. Until Qin Lun saw the fire of the camp, the carriage had never encountered any attacks. Late at night, the group of exorcists that had made immense sacrifices finally managed to meet up with the lucky survivors at the crack of dawn. Dr. Stein, you've returned. The rumbling of the carriage roused the exorcists at the camp. The exorcists, headed by Lady Nova and a large man with sideburns named Meyer, walked up to greet the carriage. The others? Seeing that only Qin Lun sat on the carriage, the crowd of exorcists turned silent. Tony's in the back. He's heavily injured. Right now, he's still dizzy. As for the others, they're also in the back. Qin Lun hopped off the carriage, his face pale. He suddenly felt faint and couldn't help but sway. He supported himself on the carriage. Even though Qin Lun had withstood it till now, compared to the poisoned Tony, his injuries were actually more severe. The right side of his chest had been penetrated by a sharp blade, and blood had accumulated in his lung. His shoulder bones had been cracked by the Grand Devil, and a palm had been pierced by the witch's nails. He was still standing thanks to the slow self-healing ability provided by his law body and his own auto-hypnosis, which allowed him to ignore the pain. Any other person would not have made it back. Quickly help him into a tent. Bring a healer over. After seeing Qin Lun up close, even Lady Nova was given a big shock. She quickly called for the healer among the exorcists. No, I can hold on. Treat Tony first. He's been poisoned by undead power. If treatment is delayed, he could become a corpse. Qin Lun shook his head as if to shake out the dizziness. The doctor raised his head and said solemnly, Lady Nova, Sir Meyer, the situation is extremely grave. Please immediately gather everyone. Before I lie down to rest, I need to inform everyone of the information we gathered. Nova and Meyer exchanged a glance, then nodded with solemn expressions. All right, we'll deal with your injuries while listening to the report. Dr. Stein, please drink this first. An exorcist smiled, and supported Qin Lun. He handed over a bottle of golden medicine. Notice, Apostle 70053, your law body has been nourished by some unknown medicine. Self-recovery speed increased by 500%. Body has received permanent upgrades. Updating body statistics in the death notice. Blood capacity increased by 15 points and energy increased by 10 points. Unable to display non-digitized body values. In total, there were 3 categories of data that were digitized by the death notice: soul vitality, blood capacity, and magic power. They all started at 100 points. After Qin Lun obtained his first summon skill, magic power had become energy. Both blood capacity and energy had increased by 15 points. This was already a very big upgrade. Add to that the attributes that the death notice couldn't digitize. This medicine could definitely be considered a treasure. Qin Lun could only feel a warmth appear in his lower abdomen and warm his whole body from head to toe. His mind even seemed to tremble. He immediately looked at the golden medicine in his hand, amazed. Since entering this world, it wasn't like he had never tried to use the medicine Wellington had on hand to increase his attributes, but the death notice never showed any reaction. He had originally given up. He thought that besides the items exchanged from Shattered Starry Sky, the precious medicines from other worlds were unable to affect his law body. Now it seemed that he simply didn't have access to precious enough medicine. This is Qin Lun turned and looked towards the healer. This is an imitation of the longevity medicine created by the ancient longevity believers. It is also called holy medicine. The exorcist healer smiled and continued. Anyone taking this type of medicine for the first time will have their body greatly improved. In the future, your body will have a certain resistance to its effect. It is a type of holy healing medicine. The only problem is that the ingredients needed to make it are too precious, and it requires many mission points to exchange for. You're truly too generous. Qin Lun's eyes brightened, and he said respectfully, Haha, no need to thank me. Us healing exorcists lack in fighting strength. Our duty is to provide critical care for our exorcist companions. According to the importance of the mission, the organization will grant us some medicine. The exorcist healer shook his head and said, in fact, there aren't many cases where holy medicine or exorcist medicines come in use. Instead, it is Dr. Stein's medical expertise that can save the life of more comrades. But medical expertise has its limits. It is powerless against certain injuries. Qin Lun shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He faintly squinted his eyes. After settling these events, I must definitely go to the exorcist headquarters in exchange for some more holy medicine. They'll see if I can use my modern medical knowledge to figure out the medical composition and find more common ingredients to substitute. Oh, if you can come up with a substitute for holy medicine, as long as it can have a third of the healing effect, it could save a large amount of exorcists' lives. The healer's eyes shined. He hesitated for a moment, then took out another bottle of golden liquid from his chest pocket. Gritting his teeth, he gave it to Qin Lun. Dr. Stein, I believe in your medical techniques, but exchanging for holy medicine not only requires points, but also a certain rank. With your current exorcist rank, I'm afraid you won't be able to get any holy medicine for a long time. Consider this bottle of medicine my contribution for helping your research. If it is successful, I ask that you sell me some holy medicine substitute at a discount. This all right. I'm really unable to refuse. Qin Lun sighed. He gently took the bottle and stowed it in his chest pocket. You're truly too generous. Haha, as I've said, no need to thank me. This is for all of our exorcist comrades who fight against those evil creatures. The healer smiled and said, let's go. Once we enter the tent, they'll treat your wound. Stooping to enter the big tent in the middle of camp, Qin Lun peeled off his worn-out outer clothing. His naked upper body received the healer's treatment. Lady Nova and the other exorcists had very quickly dealt with their comrades' bodies in the carriage and began to enter the tent. Lady Nova, are all our comrades here? With the help of the bright light in the tent, Qin Lun swept his gaze over everyone and immediately understood the situation. He discovered that the exorcists were all sporting heavy injuries, but compared to when they set out, their numbers hadn't diminished by much. It looks like the battle on their side was not as serious as it seemed, much better than Otto's team. Our judgment was correct. There was only one which commanding the evil creatures. Not long after splitting off from you, the trailing group of creatures seemed to lose their unity and were very quickly defeated. The man with sideburns, Meyer, said with a smile. Even though, when they made the proposal, his opinion differed from the others, he now bore no ill feelings since their ultimate goals were the same. Dr. Stein, what did you encounter at the witch's cabin? Could it be that there were still many evil creatures there? Did you succeed in defeating the witch? Lady Nova asked with a serious expression. The battle against the witch was very difficult. But compared to a mere battle, the information I saw, Qin Lun said slowly in a single breath. He took out the witch's notes and put it on the center table. Qin Lun methodically arranged and recounted the battle against the witch. Compared to the intense battle, when the exorcists finished reading the witch's notes and saw the two pieces of information that Qin Lun had specially marked, the tent sank into a deathly stillness. This notebook, could it be purposely fabricated by the maze witch? After a long time, an exorcist asked with difficulty. That's impossible. From these two pieces of information, one is over 10 years old and the other just over a year. Lady Nova gently closed her eyes, then said bitterly, also, from the handwriting, the maze witch seemed to not attach any importance to these two entries. In fact, besides us people of Adia, how could a witch who never leaves the forest be able to make the connection? Even magic creatures with simple intelligence wouldn't be able to pass on this information. We need to report to the exorcist headquarters. The Albert family is Adia region's exorcist leader. We can't simply make a decision based on some witch's notes. Another young exorcist said. There's not enough time. According to Dr. Stein's judgment, the plague will break out in the next few days. The thousands of lives in Adia region are all in danger. Meyer got up with an ashen face. We need to immediately return to Albert Castle and confirm the information in the note. If Baron Albert is unable to provide a rational explanation, even if he is expelled from the organization, we need to save Adia. Dr. Stein, please excuse my presumptuousness. You aren't a native of Adia and also have not been an exorcist for long. How did you notice these two pieces of information that relate to the Albert family's internal matters? Lady Nova waved her hand to interrupt Meyer and frowned at Qin Lun, who had his eyes closed and was resting. Even though she looked boorish externally, even more than a man, her mind did not lack the feminine touch. It was absolutely not an accident that she was able to become one of the leaders of Adia region's exorcists. While everyone else was shocked by the news recorded in the witch's notes, Lady Nova still maintained her cautious and rational mentality. She quickly found the one thing off about these two pieces of information. From the two pieces of shocking information, one was obviously related to the witch, Mary Claire's, family name. It was the name of Stephen Albert's wife. Of course, the information by itself wasn't much. In this world, many people had the same first and last name. There was nothing special about someone having the same name. However, if combined with the second piece of information, those who knew the inner workings of the plague couldn't help but doubt the Albert family. In the second piece, the maze witch called Mesa recorded a trivial event that happened at the edge of the maze forest. At that time, a young couple brought a little boy to the edge of the maze forest and were met by assassins. One of the assassins was suspected to be Baron Albert. In the end, the young woman was killed, while the young man and the boy were brought away. The only reason which Mesa paid attention to the event that occurred at the edge of the forest was because the young woman who died surprisingly looked a lot like the missing witch, Mary, from over 10 years ago. Also, the two new type of creatures brought by the assassins attracted her interest. The exorcist could tell from the description that one of the creatures was the werewolf raised by the Albert family. The other creature sounded a lot like a gargoyle, in that it had bat wings and sharp claws, but it was a magic creature that the witches had never seen before. Maze witches could use magic to conceal their appearance. This was something every exorcist knew. Thus, if one of the maze witches liked the eldest son of the Albert family, Stephen Albert, it wouldn't be a big deal. It was just the Albert family banishing a witch. At most, it would be a scandal. However, this piece of news just happened to occur a bit more than a year ago. After this piece of news, two strangers infected with the plague appeared in the Adia region. A normal villager might not know who those two people were, but the Adia region's exorcists knew that the two people were court doctors from the Miser Dukedom. They had come for the purpose of treating Miller Albert's illness. In other words, the exorcists all knew that the Adia region's plague first broke out from Albert Castle. However, Most of the exorcist's doubts towards Albert Castle were gone in a flash, buried at the bottom of their hearts. After all, the Albert family was the core of Adia region's exorcists. Since long ago, they had been at the forefront of every battle and earned everyone's respect. And now Stephen Albert's wife was a witch? Albert Castle actually had two magic creatures? Besides the known werewolf, there was still a secretly developed magic creature? What was the Albert family trying to do? Was Little Miller's plague related to their research on magic creatures? Could the witch named Mary be the Albert family's way of contacting the Maze Witches? Were Baron Albert's organized expeditions into the forest all just a cover-up? Many questions flooded the exorcists' minds. They weren't fools. These two pieces of information were enough to set in motion the doubt they had buried deep in their hearts. Their understanding of the past clashed with the information in front of their eyes. For a short period of time, many people were unable to adapt. Hearing Lady Nova's question, Qin Lun opened his eyes. Looking at the big lady in front of him, his eyes flashed with praise. The authenticity of the news before them was not important. What was important was whether or not the one providing the proof was reliable. The conclusion was also not important. What was important was whether the process was rational. Nova's question was actually asking Qin Lun. These two pieces of information, it isn't strange for us exorcists to see the problem in a glance. But how can an outsider like you understand this insider information? It must be known that the name of Stephen Albert's wife, as well as the Albert family's accident, were all classified as the Albert family's secrets. Unless one had ulterior motives, why would a doctor like him concern himself with these things? This was ignoring appearances and going straight to the root of the problem. However, since Qin Lun dared to emphasize these two pieces of information and even fan the flames, he obviously wouldn't be stumped by Lady Nova's question. Lady Nova, I'm a doctor. I've no interest in the Albert family secrets. But Qin Lun calmly moved his gaze over the doubtful exorcists. While treating Little Miller, I noticed that his illness was different from Adia's plague. What threatened Little Miller's life wasn't the plague virus, but long-term malnutrition leading to the weakening of his body. Dr. Stein, you mean to say the healer's expression changed? Exactly. Before receiving my treatment, Little Miller had already been sick for over a year. The plague in his body had already reached a balanced state thanks to some sort of substance within his body. He is the origin of the plague in Adia. Qin Lun nodded and said with certainty. As for why I know about Stephen and Nina, it was because I intentionally asked the Albert family members when I wanted to get blood samples from them, in order to concoct a vaccine for the plague. However, looking back, the Albert family had long since had a cure. Otherwise, after accompanying Little Miller for such a long time, they would have long been infected. Humph. No wonder the Albert family would rather ask a common doctor over letting our exorcist healers treat Little Miller. The healer sneered, do you believe it now? I've told you long ago that this wasn't an ordinary plague, but an undying one. Undying plague? Qin Lun's eyes flashed, and he turned to ask. Undying plague is a type of living virus that has mixed with the power of the undead. It's a weaponized disease developed by the witches. Its main purpose is to cut down the ordinary people's enormous population. Meyer glanced at Qin Lun and the healer, then quietly explained, actually, ever since the illness first broke out, there were some among us that harbored suspicions that this was an undying plague released by the witches, but who would have thought that it actually originated from Albert Castle? Undying plague? This new clue was like a lightning bolt streaking across Qin Lun's mind. He suddenly recalled his first night in this world, when Frank had vomited that wiggling, dark green, lifelike substance. No, the final piece of the puzzle was still missing. Qin Lun squinted his eyes. He had finally put all the scattered clues together. Now he was only missing a core piece, a crucial point that would reveal the whole truth. Lady Nova, we need to act before the orders from headquarters come, otherwise it will be too late. Meyer said gloomily. All right, I agree on returning to the castle and confirming the truth. Nova glanced profoundly at Qin Lun, but the Albert family is still the core of the Adia region's exorcists. I hope that everyone can stay cool-headed. Let me and Meyer negotiate with the Baron. You're not needed. Let me ask Father. I will prove the Albert family's innocence. A low voice suddenly came from the entrance. Tony the exorcists in the tent all turned away, not wanting to face the angry blonde young man. Tony, you need to rest. Whatever the case, You've already used your heroic fight to prove yourself. I believe that when we get back to the castle, Baron Albert will give us a reasonable explanation." Lady Nova stood up and said seriously. The blond young man, with half his face covered in white bandages, swept his gaze over the exorcists in the tent. Fury and unwillingness showed in his blood-red eye, like a flame burning on everyone's faces. His line of sight stopped on Qin Lun for a moment. Then he resolutely turned to leave. His young and strong body suddenly slumped down, as if he had instantly aged many years. His figure seemed lonely under the light of the bonfire. "Sir Tony, do you still remember the words you said to Otto and Will's corpses?" Qin Lun suddenly opened his eyes and calmly asked. Tony's footsteps paused. His shoulders trembled. Without turning back, his strict words sounded like they were squeezed out word by word from between clenched teeth. "I naturally remember. Tony Albert is an exorcist before being a member of the Albert family. Everybody go back and prepare. We head for the Albert Castle at once." Meyer waved away the exorcists in the tent with a serious face. "The witch's reinforcements will soon be upon us. Before that, we must withdraw from the maze forest." The exorcists filed out, heavy expressions on their faces. For 300 years, Albert Castle had been the base of the Adia region's exorcists. Countless members of the Albert family had sacrificed themselves in battles against witches and evil creatures. Thinking that they were about to call into question the Albert family's loyalty to the exorcist oath, their moods weren't much better than Tony's. The exorcists in the tent quickly vanished, only leaving behind a seriously injured Qin Lun and the healer who was taking care of him. "Okay, Dr. Stein, you're many times stronger than I thought. Your wounds have all been wrapped up. Take a rest. We'll be heading out soon." The healer patted Qin Lun's intact left shoulder and smiled in comfort. He then turned to leave. "Please wait a moment." Qin Lun suddenly pulled on the healer's clothes and earnestly said, "Perhaps I am unable to understand the respect that the other exorcists have for the Albert family, but I know that once the undying plague breaks out, tens of thousands of ordinary citizens in the Adia region will become corpses. What do you want to say? Hasn't everyone already made a decision?" The healer evaded his gaze and turned around, not looking into Qin Lun's two eyes. "You're all soldiers. Compared to your own lives, honor is even more important. They are willing to sacrifice themselves, but their view towards life has also become more indifferent. After the undying plague breaks out, the Adia region will be covered in corpses. It might even extend to the entire Maze Duchy or the entire continent." Qin Lun said gloomily. "In this camp, only a healer like you and I can truly understand the might of the undying plague. Questioning the Albert family isn't important. We must quickly find the crucial element that allows little Miller to survive the plague, the substance that can balance out the undead power. I'm afraid that for this, sacrificing the Albert family. What do you want me to do?" The healer's two hands trembled. He looked at Qin Lun in shock, as if seeing a whole new person in the new exorcist doctor. "I'd like to ask you to." Qin Lun faintly narrowed his eyes, leaned towards the healer's ear, and whispered quietly. A total of 2.5 days had passed since the troop of exorcists entered the maze forest and found the clues in the witch's cabin. However, it didn't take as long to leave since they didn't go straight to the heart of the forest, instead, circling around it. The endless night finally ended once Qin Lun returned to camp. The light of dawn was visible over the horizon. The group didn't plan to rest at the camp. Their carriages, originally piled with food and materials, were emptied and used to transport the dead and wounded. The exorcists wouldn't bury the corpses of their comrades in the forest. To a witch, an exorcist's corpse was the best research material. In order to avoid letting the bodies be desecrated, as long as it was possible, the exorcists will always bring the corpses back to be buried in the human world. Otherwise, they will directly cremate it. Qin Lun was covered in a blanket and leaned on the side of a carriage. His face was pale, as if it contained no blood. This wasn't some trick by the doctor. He was originally already heavily injured. Not only that, he had pushed himself all night using auto-hypnosis. Now that he had the chance to relax, his bones felt like they had fallen apart. Unlike when they had just entered the forest, on the return route, no exorcists came over to chat. They seemed to have all become estranged. Thinking about it, it was very easy to understand. It was like when a department in a modern-day company gains new colleague. The new colleague is hardworking, diligent, courteous, and considerate, so everyone has a favorable impression of him. However, one day, he accidentally exposes the department head's mistake to the entire company. Unfortunately for him, this department head is normally quite respected. Even though the department head has done something dishonest, the sellout has now lost the favorable impression he had. Everyone would definitely keep their distance. Qin Lun actually didn't care how the others treated him. He was originally not a person from this world. Thinking it over, he reached to his chest and took out a silver-colored reagent, examining it. Holy medicine, longevity panacea, fake. An imitation of the healing potion, longevity panacea, created by the Exorcist organization. First-time usage will permanently increase vital and magic energy. The amount of increase differs depending on the user's constitution, mainly used to heal wounds, dispel negative states, and counteract against continuous damage. Ineffective if used on undead-type creatures. Can be brought back to shattered starry sky. Exchange value, 1,000 shattered crystals. 1,000 shattered crystals. Qin Lun's brows rose. Completing the mystery mission only gave 2,000 shattered crystals. One should know that the exchange rate was only a fifth of the item's actual value. In other words, this thing was actually worth about 5,000 shattered crystals. When comparing his investments and rewards, even though Qin Lun had nearly died in his fight against the witch, his rewards were incomparably generous. Even the 2 bottles of holy medicine that he had drank and cheated away were actually because he had won the healer's respect by fighting against the witch. Otherwise, why would he take out such precious medicine? He counted the things he had obtained from the trip to May's forest, not including the mission clues, that he could bring back to Shattered Starry Sky. In total, he had obtained 10 moonlight grasses, a pair of magic eyes, a unit of gold silkworm powder, and a bottle of holy medicine. This didn't even include the golden summoning scroll and the holy medicine he had consumed. Of course, there were a few unappraised items among them, but according to the price given by Shattered Starry Sky, it was altogether worth 1,900 shattered crystals. Considering the actual values, they were worth a whole 9,500 shattered crystals, equivalent to the shattered crystals awarded by 5 satellite-level storyline missions. He put away the holy medicine in his storage space. At the same time, his dagger, Crime, landed in his hands. During the battle with the witch, Crime had stabbed into Mace's heart core. Unexpectedly, the witch had not died on the spot, but rather, our Crime had started to slowly absorb her power. In fact, the witch, Mesa, wasn't killed by the absorption of the dagger. When Qin Lun was cleaning up the witch's cabin and used the Mia crystal ball to absorb Frank's soul, he noticed that the witch, who had been turned into a skeleton angel by Joey, had already turned into a pile of ash. It looked like she died from her heavy injuries. As for the dagger that had absorbed most of the witch's powers, it also went through a small change. Crime, short dagger. Alignment type, life taker, chaotic evil. Soul quality, 34, 10 beheaded. Weight, 215g. Length, 230 millimeters. Equipment ability, soul devour, special ability of life taker. Can absorb the victim's soul power, as well as powers belonging to the same alignment. Automatically devours the soul of a targeted entity of lower rank, no higher than level 3. In special circumstances, such as when the enemy loses the ability to resist, it can consume a portion of a mid-rank entity's soul power. Crime's soul quality was originally 12. Now that it had absorbed the witch's powers, it had risen to 34, an increase of 22. It appears that the witch had slaughtered quite a number of people since her body possessed so much soul power. After the great improvement in soul quality, the black, sharp edges of the dagger seemed to flow as if it was a living object. Qin Lun held Crime, feeling as if the dagger, from the blade to the handle, was a part of his body. The group of exorcists finally left the Great Maze Forest half a day later, arriving by the banks of the Crest River. All the exorcists could finally relax. In the latter half of their journey back, some of the more instinctually keen exorcists could sense the enormous danger closing in on their group, giving them a great deal of pressure. They all understood that it may have been reinforcements sent out by the witches. If they dragged it out until morning, they might have been forced through a great trial. After they left the forest, the exorcist team scattered again. Some of the seriously injured ones needed to obtain better medical help. They would not be able to handle any more stress from the shaking carriage on the way back to Albert Castle. They must go to a nearby town for treatment. The only healer, Toddy, wanted to leave, and he was very firm about it. Although he had not been injured, he used the excuse of looking after other injured people, so the rest had nothing else to say. Lady Nova and Meyer did not want Toddy to leave. Although he was not geared for battle, every healer had a very high position within the organization. With him as a mediator, as long as the Albert family did not stray from the exorcist doctrine, they could still smoothly settle everything. Qin Lun watched Toddy leave, unknown thoughts flickering in his eyes. The healer agreed to his plan. Lady Nova, Meyer, and the rest of the exorcists were still not aware of the damage the plague would do. Dr. Stein, you are also severely injured. Would you like to leave with Toddy? Lady Nova approached him and softly asked. The Flower Overlord's former favorable impression of Qin Lun was nearly gone. She had a premonition. If they let the doctor follow them back to Albert Castle, the situation might become unfixable. It was better to have him leave first. Lady Nova, the weather is a bit stuffy. A rainstorm might be coming tonight. Qin Lun raised his head and gave an irrelevant reply. Isn't it normal for there to be rainstorms during this season? Nova frowned and glanced toward him. She indifferently spoke. If you must follow us back to Albert Castle, I hope you can keep your mouth shut. Let Meyer and me talk to Baron Albert. Lady Nova, the storm will not change for human will. Qin Lun tightly closed his eyes and no longer spoke. Qin Lun clearly understood what the Flower Overlord and Meyer had in mind. These exorcists had fought alongside Albert Castle all these years. They were comrades in battle, with ties stronger than family. Even if there was only a small chance, they still wanted to help the Albert family absolve their problem. Plus, the current era was different than a millennium ago. Witches were no longer the most threatening things in the human world. From Nova and the others' point of view, as long as the Albert family did not violate the basic doctrine of the exorcists, their mistakes could be excused. However, Qin Lun understood even more than them. If his conjectures were correct, the exorcists and Albert family will not come to an understanding. The Otherworld mission Qin Lun was responsible for dealt directly with the Albert family's secret, something that could not be exposed to outsiders. Their positions were opposing. In the past, he had used every circumstance and hints to discover the Albert family's secrets. The witch's diary was the best weapon Qin Lun found. It would help them see one small thing in the big scheme of things. From Tony, he could imagine just how great the martial might of the Albert family was. In addition to their contacts, they were not a force Qin Lun could go against. As such, he could only use the exorcists to get the results he wanted. In fact, most of the information the witch had could not be considered major. Even if Stephen really took a witch as a wife, so what? Stephen was not really a part of the exorcists in the first place. The Albert family is developing magic organisms, but what about it? There was no evidence that they were harming ordinary people. That was why Nova and the others wanted to talk to Baron Albert first and not immediately attack the Albert family. If there wasn't Qin Lun and the plague that was about to erupt, Nova and the others probably wouldn't have even bothered addressing it like this and would have just subtly warned the Baron Albert. The current situation, where they were forced into opposing sides, was completely Qin Lun's fault. However, although the serial killer used everyone and any information he could to get to this point, he did not do anything wrong, so his position itself wasn't wrong either. The mission given by Shattered Starry Sky wasn't something they could reference as they please. Even though it was an introductory mission for a newcomer apostle, the world would still have its own history and setting. It was not limited to just the affected area or time span of the mission. The actions taken by Qin Lun were outside the mission boundaries and included preventing the spread of the epidemic. Was the Adia epidemic really an undying epidemic? Does the plague have a connection to the Albert family? And what kind of influence does the plague have on Adia, the Maze Dukedom, and finally, worldwide? These questions could not be answered at the moment. Qin Lun led the exorcists and Albert family to stand on opposing sides mainly because he needed to complete the mission regarding the mystery of Stephen Albert. But he could also uncover the answers to these questions at the same time. As for the fate of the Albert family, it had nothing to do with Qin Lun. It would all be up to them. All Qin Lun did was spin the wheel of fate, waiting for the final moments to arrive. It was nearing late evening when the group left the forest. Before night descended, they finally saw the cliffs of Albert Castle. Compared to the original 20-plus group, there were now only 9 exorcists remaining. 7 had lost their lives, which included 5 exorcists, Frank, and the werewolf. The 4, who were seriously injured, made up the rest of the missing. The seriously injured and corpses of the dead exorcists were directly moved to Adia town. The 9 individuals that were left, including Qin Lun, had some degree of injury, but not bad enough to endanger their lives. In front of Albert Castle's stone bridge, the old butler, Jason, led some servants to greet them. With the overlooking view from Albert Castle, they had long taken note of their arrival. Lady Nova, Dr. Stein, welcome back. The old butler respectfully bowed, then ordered the servants to attend to the injured exorcists. We have already prepared hot water and food for everyone. Once we arrive at the castle, everyone can immediately feast. Is the Baron in right now? The flower overlord waved her hand somewhat tiredly. Yes, the Baron is waiting for everyone in the castle. The old butler turned to face Qin Lun, who was still on the carriage, and spoke in a very good mood. Dr. Stein, I have good news for you. Young Master Miller woke up 2 days ago. Your magic medicine was effective, and he is recovering. Oh, that is great news. Qin Lun smiled and nodded, genuinely pleasantly surprised. After the old butler left, Lady Nova fell back a few steps until she was walking next to Qin Lun's carriage. Her face was uneasy as she looked at the doctor. Dr. Stein, you cured my nephew, Morrison, at Adia town before, and now you have cured little Miller. Do you really not have a way to control Adia region's epidemic? Qin Lun expressionlessly looked at the flower overlord and responded dully. Through my recent research of this plague, I have a general understanding of the virus. Even without the immunity substance obtained by the Albert family, there are still ways to prevent the epidemic from spreading. However, it would need the exorcists to pay a very large price. What kind of price? Nova's eyes brightened, and she hastily asked, Dr. Stein, if we can control the epidemic from spreading without forcing the Albert family, I believe that everyone here would be willing to help. Meyer and the other exorcists nearby heard their discussion and were all shaken, all staring at Qin Lun, waiting for him to continue. Give me 30 or more bottles of holy medicine within 3 days. Qin Lun indifferently rose 3 fingers. Once I have that, I have full confidence in controlling Adia's epidemic. Dr. Stein, are you extorting us? Meyer's face darkened and turned taut. Meyer, I'm sure Dr. Stein doesn't mean that. Nova calmly stopped the furious Meyer and heavily asked, however, Dr. Stein, you only came in contact with the holy medicine this morning. So why are you so sure it can be used to drive away the plague? Qin Lun swept a glance at the people around him. He saw how they all had furious expressions and sighed. He took out an empty, thumb-sized bottle from his bosom and tossed it to the flower overlord. This is the main component of the magic medicine I used to save Morrison and little Miller. Take a sniff. There seems to be the smell of something similar to the holy water of longevity. Nova placed the small bottle under her nose, her eyes widening in amazement. Let me smell that. Meyer frowned and took the small bottle. He only needed 1 whiff to confirm it. He nodded and spoke. The scent remaining in this really is very similar to the holy water of longevity. The thing Qin Lun handed to them was, naturally, the small bottle that held the world tree flower nectar, except it was empty now. The world tree flower nectar contained great vitality, so its attribute was very similar to holy medicine. These exorcists were very familiar with the power of the life attribute, so, naturally, they were able to immediately identify it by smell. Qin Lun's request for them to bring out 30 holy medicines wasn't spoken without thought, nor was it simple extortion. If these exorcists really did take out 30 holy medicines, he will renounce the otherworld mission without question and wait until the time was up, returning to Shattered Starry Sky. The reward for the mission was 2,000 shattered crystals and 1 fused shattered law crystal. 2,000 shattered crystals was the equivalent of the selling price for 2 holy medicines, while 1 shattered law crystal was valued at 5 to 10 holy medicines. Qin Lun was not randomly placing values on them. The shattered law crystal was going to be used on the Mia crystal ball. The Mia crystal ball contained Frank's soul, and the time Qin Lun had left in this world was only a few days. It was very hard to find a suitable body for Frank in such a short time. so he could only bring the Mu crystal ball back with him to Shattered Starry Sky. And to do that, he needed to get a Shattered Law crystal and turn the Mu crystal ball into special equipment usable by apostles. If he could not get a Shattered Law crystal, it meant that Qin Lun had to use a large force of manpower to find a suitable body for Frank in a very short time. At the present stage, only the Exorcist organization could fulfill this condition. In other words, Qin Lun needed a large number of points, which was why he valued the Shattered Law crystal at the same price as 5 to 10 holy medicine. To put it simply, to make Qin Lun give up on his mission, the minimum price was 7 to 12 holy medicines. But that was not taking into account the additional reward for world exploration. It was possible to promote the rank of the storyline to planet level or even star level. However, there was also the chance of getting 30 soul vitality points deducted for failing a mission and the danger of not being able to get a body for Frank at all despite risking it all. As such, Qin Lun wanted the Exorcist to offer 30 or more holy medicines to make up for his loss from giving up on the Otherworld mission. It really was not extortion, but rather a very rational exchange. The plague has the undead attribute, so although I can create a cure, a requirement is that it must include something of the longevity attribute. I have already used up the magic medicine I have, and the holy medicine can fulfill this condition. Qin Lun looked at the people around him and calmly explained. According to the current state of the epidemic, only after the 30 holy medicines are diluted and mixed into more magic medicine is it possible to control the plague and prevent it from infecting more patients. But I would like you guys to take note that that is the bare minimum. More holy medicine might be needed later. Otherwise, Adia will turn into a corpse region, and the plague will eventually spread throughout the entire duchy. Nova and Meyer's face turned ashen. The exorcists around Qin Lun were also silent. Using the holy medicine as context, they finally realized just how serious the epidemic situation was. I know that everyone respects Baron Albert very much and are very against questioning the Albert family. Qin Lun coldly spoke, but you are all exorcists and have sworn an oath to protect the human world. If you guys shield the members of the Albert family that have done wrong and caused tens of thousands of ordinary people to lose their lives, then you guys would be even more unworthy of showing your faces to the Albert family's ancestors that have sacrificed their lives for their duty. If the Albert family really has medicine that can resist the plague, then I will have Father hand them over. Tony's voice appeared from behind the crowd. With his head still wrapped in bandages, the blonde, young man bowed to the other exorcists. So please don't make things hard for Dr. Stein. Tony's face had lost the resentment it had that morning. Instead, determination replaced it. Qin Lun's words just now resonated with him. The Albert family received the respect of many, not because of the work of this generation, but the entire generations of Albert ancestors. If Baron Albert really did something wrong, then the other members of the Albert family should naturally stand out to correct the wrong. Blindly hiding it will only cause greater harm. Nova, Meyer, and the other exorcists all turned silent. Since even Tony believed so, then what else could they say? After that episode, the exorcist's bad opinion of Qin Lun had mostly dissipated. At least, instead of the hostility from before, they were just indifferent to him now. Qin Lun's mouth twitched, suddenly becoming aware of his inexperience in manipulating with words. If it weren't for the flower overlord asking about it, and if not for using the holy medicine for context, he would have been on the opposing side of these exorcists. Furthermore, his current conduct was actually advantageous for Adia region and should not conflict with the exorcist's values. Yet he was still being misunderstood while trying to do a good deed, which was simply an insult to the psychology master's skill. The group crossed the stone bridge and entered Albert Castle, where Baron Albert had been waiting in the lounge for quite a while. Lady Nova, Sire Meyer, Dr. Stein, you all have finally returned. Please return to your rooms for a break. I will have the servants bring food to your rooms. When you guys have recovered some energy tomorrow, let's talk about the results of this operation. Perhaps it was due to little Miller waking up. Baron Albert was in a very good mood. He did not notice that the exorcist's face all had a trace of strangeness, and even Tony did not cater to the Baron. Baron Albert did not notice anything strange. He only took note of how there were only 9 exorcists that returned and believed everyone was in grief from the sacrifices of their comrades, so they did not respond to him. The exorcists quickly scattered back into their rooms. They have not rested since yesterday. In addition to their injuries, they were really at their limits already. Qin Lun also returned to his own room under the guidance of a female servant. After he went in, he threw himself on the large bed and went into deep sleep. However, what he didn't know was that the guest room's windows, facing cliffside, had opened themselves at that moment. A white, illusory figure lightly floated in and stood in front of the bed, silently staring at him. The fast-asleep Qin Lun suddenly opened his eyes, expressionlessly staring at the white figure. "My lady, how should I address you? Which Mary or Nina Albert?" The white figure standing in front of Qin Lun's bed was somewhat illusory and indistinct. It resembled the image quality of a terrible 3D projection. When it saw the doctor slowly sit up from the bed, the white figure floated backwards until it reached a suitable distance before settling down. "Dr. Stein, you already know my identity?" A surprised female voice rang in Qin Lun's mind. "I had an inkling of it back at the cemetery. During my time in the maze forest with the exorcists, we had obtained notes from the witch, Mace's, cabin. It had information on you." Qin Lun calmly spoke. "What is going on with the grave of Mary Albert? That gravestone wasn't real. It was just an illusion I made." The white figure sighed softly. "I had wanted to make you curious and come in contact with you while not alarming that person. But then you joined the exorcists, so I did not dare to contact you again. Then why did you, once again, come to find me? Are you starting to trust me again?" Qin Lun placed a pillow against his back to prop himself up more comfortably. "What should I address you as?" "Mary Claire died the moment I got married to Stephen. Please call me Nina." Nina tilted her head and calmly spoke. "You saved our child. I should thank you. There are many exorcists in the castle right now. You aren't afraid I will turn you over to them?" Qin Lun narrowed his eyes habitually. "Hee, my spirit is about to disappear. I came here purely to thank you. Everything else is insignificant." Nina covered her mouth and giggled, completely unfazed by Qin Lun's threat. "Spirit? This isn't your magic?" Qin Lun faintly frowned and asked in astonishment. "So a year ago, you really did? Magic?" "Hee, I already died a year ago." Nina shook her head as if she had heard a small joke. "As a witch, my soul is linked with my heart core. If my heart core is shattered, then my soul will also quickly dissipate. My physical body has been dead for over a year. I don't know why, but I only felt my heart core shatter 2 days ago." "Your heart core only shattered 2 days ago, so it was like that." Qin Lun's brow rose. He suddenly thought of Witch Mesa's 2 heart cores. It looks like the second one belonged to Nina. Although Witch Mesa had recorded the event from a year ago in her notes, she hid the events of how she had obtained her second heart core. She probably did not want other witches to know. Nina, unexpectedly, did not disappear immediately once her heart core had shattered. Her soul still survived until now. If that was the case, Qin Lun's frown deepened as he fell into deep thought. "After thanking you, my wish has been fulfilled. After dawn arrives, I will probably disappear." Nina's ghost pulled aside the curtains and bowed to him. "Dr. Stein, I hope you success in your endeavors. I will no longer disturb your rest now. Please wait a moment, Lady Nina. Can I ask you some questions?" Qin Lun returned to his senses and hastily stopped Nina's ghost. "Of course, please ask." Nina was a bit confused as she turned back to him. "From Witch Mesa's notes, we found out that Baron Albert had led 2 magic organisms to kill you a year ago." Qin Lun contemplated before finally asking. "However, besides your death, the notes did not have anything about Stephen or Little Miller's situation. I had taken a look at Stephen's grave and found it empty. Little Miller should have been infected at that time too. What I want to ask is, did the reason for you guys' escape have to do with the Albert family discovering your identity as a witch? Is Stephen dead or alive? What is really going on with the plague that infected Little Miller? I can't tell you. They are all part of the Albert secret." Nina finally answered, after a period of silence, with a sigh, and shook her head. "Although Baron Albert caused Little Miller to lose both of his parents at the same time, this has always been the Albert family's duty throughout the generations. Little Miller, in the end, he needs to rely on the Albert family. So you're saying that the Albert family did not go against the duty of the exorcists?" Qin Lun quietly asked. "Of course. Although Baron Albert killed me, I do not blame him." Nina spoke helplessly. "A millennium of duty, a millennium of guarding, a millennium of honor. This is the family precepts of the Albert family. It's just a bit too heavy." "Then what about Stephen? If he is not dead, Do you not want your husband to obtain freedom? He is not an exorcist, so he does not need to sacrifice his life for it. A light flit through his eyes. After little Miller was saved, Nina had no other desires. He decided to try another direction. Stephen, it's already impossible for my Stephen to return. Nina's figure looked sad. Lady Nina, one last question. It's been over a year since then, so why did you not ask anyone else for help? For example, Stephen's sister, Miss Laura, she cares greatly for young Master Miller as well. Qin Lun asked. The location of my death is on the opposite bank of the Crest River, near the edge of the maze forest, so I can't move too far from here. Nina softly answered. As for Laura, I did not want to disturb her life again. Dr. Stein, I should bid farewell. Thank you again for saving my son. Nina turned around and floated towards the window. Lady Nina, do you not want to see Miller and Elizabeth again before you disappear? Qin Lun narrowed his eyes as he watched her leave. Nina's white figure shook slightly, but she did not stop and floated out the window. This time, Qin Lun did not ask for Nina's ghost to keep staying. He knew that he wouldn't get anything out of her even if he continued to ask. Besides the answers he wanted, Qin Lun had obtained a lot of details on other things from his chat with Nina, which Mace's notes had been confirmed. Stephen's wife was really a maze witch. Based on this, the second piece of information from the notes could be trusted. Baron Albert had indeed led 2 magic organisms to pursue them and killed Nina while bringing back Stephen and little Miller. Although there was no evidence, Qin Lun believed that Nina was not lying. The Albert family shouldn't have deviated from an exorcist's duty. However, that also broke the trail regarding Stephen's life and death, as well as the cause of little Miller's infection. Qin Lun leaned against the soft pillow and closed his eyes to think. Although Nina's appearance did not reveal the whole truth, it did not disappoint him. Nina did not know that he had no hopes of getting direct answers from her, but instead, he was using her reactions to confirm some of his theories. Knock, knock, knock. Dr. Stein, are you awake? The knocking from the door roused Qin Lun from his sleep. Please wait a moment. Qin Lun shook his head and pulled out the pillow behind him. It looks like he had fallen asleep while thinking last night, still leaning against the pillow instead of properly lying down. Swish, swish. The window curtains at the end of the room drifted with the cool breeze, the shutters still wide open. Qin Lun stood up and walked to the window. He observed the cliffs facing opposite of the large forest. The air outside the window was a bit sultry since rain did not fall last night. Dark clouds packed the skies above, and the overcast felt somewhat stifling. From what he could make out, it was already evening. He had slept a whole day. His chest and shoulder were still aching, but it was far better compared to yesterday. It looks like the holy medicine's results were very good. Grumble. Following his waking to the real world, a feeling of extreme hunger made itself known. Qin Lun closed the window and went to the small table at the front of the room. He picked up a few pastries and ate them. The food had been delivered to his room last night by a servant. He had fallen asleep before he had the chance to enjoy them. Butler Jason, what time is it now? He opened the door and asked with a smile. It is now the evening of your second day back. The old butler held back his amused smile and kindly explained. I slept a day and night. It looks like I caused you guys trouble. Qin Lun apologetically spoke. Where are Lady Nova and the others? They must have woken up long before me. Hee hee. They did not wake up much earlier than you. Most of them slept until afternoon before finally waking. It looks like the workload this time was particularly heavy. The old butler politely responded, the banquet is about to begin. Everyone is down at the hall. If you are injured heavily, you don't need to force yourself to show up. Would you like us to deliver food to your room instead? There is no need for that. There might be a storm tonight. I don't want to stay up in my room by my lonesome self. Qin Lun meaningfully spoke. Oh, all right. The weather has been stifling hot these past few days. There is a chance that we might have a storm tonight. The old butler smiled. Then please follow me. I will lead you to the banquet hall. Butler Jason, if you resign from working at the Albert Castle one day, what would you want to do? With his hands clasped behind his back, Qin Lun followed behind and suddenly asked. I never thought about that before. Why are you asking? The old butler was surprised and asked in confusion. No reason, I was just asking. Qin Lun shook his head with a calm expression. How long have you served the Albert family? Almost 30 years. Jason sighed ruefully. If I leave the castle, I really wouldn't know what to do. Hee hee, you are such a loyal butler. Qin Lun's eyes flickered and he made a side comment. Miss Elizabeth and young Master Miller both grew up under your tender care. That is true. Young Master Miller has been especially obedient since young. Fortunately, you cured him. The old butler hesitated for a moment, before thanking him gratefully. While the two chatted, they had arrived at the banquet hall. The banquet hall still carried out a salon-style buffet, allowing everyone to partake in good wine and food. Qin Lun looked around the hall and noticed that Baron Albert had not arrived yet. Lady Nova, Meyer, and the other exorcists were all present. Tony sat alone in the corner of the hall, his head drooped down with unknown thoughts. The exorcists all held a cup of wine, standing around. The atmosphere seemed somewhat depressed. Please excuse us for being late. Baron Albert made his appearance at the entrance, Miss Laura, Little Miller, and Elizabeth standing by his side. The entire Albert family was present. The banquet progressed at a steady pace. Outside of Qin Lun's expectations, Tony, Nova, and the others chose not to question Baron Albert during the banquet, each minding their own business as they ate. Qin Lun did not rush them. From his point of view, this was just the calm before the storm. As long as the Adia region's epidemic was not eliminated, these exorcists would have no choice but to make a decision. Dr. Stein, a sweet voice suddenly called out to him from behind. Miss Laura, it's a pleasure to see you. Qin Lun turned around and saw it was Laura Albert, who was holding Little Miller's hand, quietly standing behind him. Young Master Miller, are you feeling better? You're Dr. Stein? Thank you. Little Miller curiously looked at him and bowed. The little boy had fair hair and blue eyes. His narrow face made his eyes look rather large. Although he had been given a lot of milk mixed with the world tree flower nectar, his body, that had been weakened by a year-long bed rest, did not change. He still looked emaciated. This is a doctor's duty. You don't need to thank me. Qin Lun beamed and squatted down, ruffling his blonde hair as he asked, Does young Master Miller remember how you got infected? Because Miller has slept for over a year, he lost a lot of memories and still can't remember at the moment. Laura's gentle expression suddenly underwent a great change, and she dragged the little boy away. Miller, go look for your sister to play with you. After you fell ill, Elizabeth has been all by herself. I don't want to be alone with her. Miller hesitated for a moment and turned his head towards his sister. Miller, then I'll go with you. Laura turned back and managed to place a forced smile on her face. Dr. Stein, I will bid you farewell. As you wish. Qin Lun gave an understanding smile, but after Laura turned her back to him, a cold sharpness passed through his eyes. With the progression of the banquet, the sky slowly darkened. Baron Albert glanced around the banquet hall and somewhat tiredly rubbed the bridge of his nose. While the exorcists were out battling in the maze forest, he did not have it easy at Albert Castle. Nova, Meyer, and the other Adia exorcists were the region's pillars of support. Although they were not in positions that overlooked the ordinary people, for example, mayor, judge, law enforcement, and so on, any important posts were filled by the ordinary members of exorcist families and have familial relations with exorcists. This was also a special feature of the Adia region as the front line against the maze witches. At some point in time, exorcists will need a large amount of manpower and resources. When those situations occur, they secretly have the approval of the maze dukedom's ruler. After the exorcists entered the maze forest, all the cases of the epidemic breaking out in nearby towns were left for Baron Albert to handle. He needed to be in charge of coordinating manpower to control the spread of the epidemic as much as possible. Father, we need to talk. Right when Baron Albert wanted to leave the banquet hall to rest, he was stopped by Tony and the others. Right now? Baron Albert faintly frowned and glanced at them. Fine, let's go to the fort for military affairs. No. Thomas, please open up the Hall of Ruling on the top floor of the main castle. We want to discuss there. Nova suddenly raised her head and firmly stated, The Hall of Ruling. Baron Albert's face changed, and he seriously stated, Opening up the Hall of Ruling needs the proposal of 3 intermediate-level or higher exorcists and the agreement of over half of the exorcists of Adia. Are you guys certain? Yes, Thomas. Meyer, Tony, and I are all intermediate-level exorcists, and everyone here agrees with it. Nova seriously answered. I understand, please follow me. Baron Albert muttered to himself. It looks like you guys really gained some vital information during this mission. Sire Meyer, what is the Hall of Ruling? Qin Lun snuck near Meyer and whispered to him. The Albert Castle's Hall of Ruling was set up by the first-generation Baron. It has the blessing of the longevity believers and can use the magic array below the castle to gather power. All evil organisms are inhibited there, while an exorcist's powers will recover at a faster speed. Meyer glanced at him meaningfully. However, opening up the Hall of Ruling uses up some of the power gathered by the magic array, so unless it is a major event where lives are at stake, no one wants to waste their trump cards. Speaking up to there, Meyer's eyes turned darker. Of course, apart from that, there is another function for the ruling hall, to execute traitors. Qin Lun's eyebrow rose. He made out the implied meaning in Meyer's voice and couldn't help showing a flabbergasted look to the scarred man. Sire Meyer, you guys were always against me calling out the Albert family, so why did you guys have a complete change in opinion after barely a night? Dr. Stein, you've misunderstood. We are still against calling the Albert family into question, but Baron Albert cannot represent the entire Albert family. At least Tony Meyer corrected in embarrassment. Sire Meyer, please don't keep silent on what is important by only telling me trivial things. If you still see me as a companion, you should tell me the truth. Qin Lun expressionlessly replied. That fine. Meyer awkwardly rubbed his nose. To tell you the truth, very early today, Lady Nova had received a pigeon post from the holy healer, Toddy. Hanson Town has obtained its first plague victim. Hanson Town, so that's the case. Qin Lun narrowed his eyes. After being in this world for so long, he was not as unknowledgeable as he was in the beginning. Hanson Town did not belong to the Adia region. Rather, it belonged to the Hanover region. To put it more concisely, Hanson Town was located where the two regions meet. Adia region was mainly mountain and woodlands. Besides a few small towns, its surroundings were all mountains and forests. The population density was very small, only tens of thousands of people. This was why such a serious and infectious plague was not considered a major event by the Exorcist organization. The Exorcist organization was a supernatural one, not a part of human government, so natural disasters basically had nothing to do with them. If it weren't for the plague being related to the Maze Witch, the Exorcist organization would not get involved. But it was different now. Hanover region's terrain was flat, containing large cities that had several hundred thousands of people located near the center of the Maze Dukedom. If the plague was really an undead epidemic that human medicine could not cure, then once it spreads through the Hanover region, perhaps it really would topple the entire Maze Dukedom, moving on to influence the safety of the human world. Although only a single patient has appeared in Hanson, with the information Nova and the others have obtained from Maze Forest, the nature of the situation has completely changed and become of high importance to the Exorcist organization. The organization has already notified the Maze royal family. The routes from Hanson Town to other towns within the Hanover region have been sealed off. They just hope they were not too late. The higher-ups in the organization are currently gathering more holy medicine. The exorcists of Adia have already been assigned a new mission. Once this matter is dealt with, we are to immediately escort you to the exorcist headquarters. Meyer shook his head. No matter what, we can't let the epidemic leave the Adia region. No matter how deep our friendship is with Baron Albert, we can't show mercy. Don't you see how Lady Nova's face is so stiff? When she was young, she and Baron Albert were. Humph. Nova, who walked ahead of them, seemed to have sensed something and turned around to glare at Meyer. He immediately shut up and turned his head in embarrassment. But Qin Lun understood what he meant and couldn't help but look at Nova, then at Baron Albert, his expression a bit odd. When Nova was young, she was very pretty, but she transformed when she accepted her protection power. Her attributes leaned toward power and constitution. As for Thomas, we don't know why, but the Albert family cannot extend their lifespan. Even if they have the protection power, they age even faster than normal people. Qin Lun looked at Meyer and didn't know what kind of feeling he should have. This guy looks like he was middle-aged, but he was older than his appearance. He seemed to be in the same generation as Nova and Baron Albert. Yet why does he have such a gossipy personality? The Albert family's main castle, from the middle up, was in the structure of a tower. The middle was where the parapet that Qin Lun once toured before was located. The area above was where the Albert family members lived. After little Miller fell ill, no servants ever went up there. Now that little Miller has recovered, the floors above were all cleaned, and the gloomy atmosphere from before was swept clean. However, once they passed by the bedroom area and walked up another floor, The entire tower once again returned to its quiet gloominess, with only the echoes of their footsteps audible in the corridor. Once they reached the top floor, Qin Lun saw a heavy gate. The two tightly closed copper doors had a huge 6-star magic array on it. In the middle of the magic array, both doors had a copper lion head with gaping maws. "Are you guys ready?" Baron Albert turned around to look at them, then took out a small hunting knife from his bosom, slicing it across his finger. Blood immediately seeped out and fell into the mouth of one of the copper lions. Nova, Meyer, and the other exorcists, including Tony and Qin Lun, did the same thing, dropping a bead of blood into the lion's maw. After it had swallowed the last person's blood, the 6-star magic array on the copper doors slowly illuminated, and the eyes of the two lions suddenly emitted for strong lights that swept past everyone. When the strong light landed on his body, Qin Lun felt a great sense of danger rise within him. He resisted the urge to dodge and held himself in place. Fortunately for him, a gentle white light quickly floated from his body and canceled out the light from the lions. The doctor observed the situation around him and saw that the other exorcists all had the same gentle white light coming from their body, preventing them from getting injured. It seemed to be a type of authentication for exorcists. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Once the light in the copper lion's eyes slowly weakened, rumbling sounds came from the two copper doors, and they slowly opened inwards. "Ladies and gentlemen, please come in. The 11th Adia ruling meeting will formally convene." Albert placed his hand to his chest and deeply bowed. "We will once again inherit the past of Adia, judge the current Adia, and protect the Adia of the future." Following Baron Albert into the judgment hall, Qin Lun realized they were already at the top floor of the main keep. The roof was the spire of the tower. The hall was square, surrounded by large stained glass windows reaching to the floor. Aside from concentric magic circles on the ground, the space was completely empty. Upon entering the judgment hall, most of the demon hunters showed expressions of comfort on their faces. Only Qin Lun felt nothing unusual. However, he immediately understood. Back when he signed the demon hunter oath, its guardian power hadn't affected his law body at all. It had merely formed a layer of magical resistance on his surface. Naturally, the immortal power in the judgment hall couldn't affect him now either. "Nova, Meyer, now you can speak." Baron Albert walked to the center of the space and made a gesture. "What exactly did you discover over the last few days in Mayor Forest?" "I'll explain," Meyer said, glancing at Nova. He stepped forward and began recounting the scouting mission. There wasn't much to say about the initial skirmishes with magical creatures over the first 2 days, which Meyer quickly summarized. He focused instead on how differences arose among the group that were later resolved. He told of splitting into 2 teams to lure away the magical creatures and search for the witch's cottage. This included the key battle where the Odo team hunted the witch. Meyer hadn't participated in the witch hunt, so he primarily relayed what Bonnie and Qin Lun reported upon returning to camp. "So, you had a major discovery inside the witch's cottage?" Baron Albert's eyes lit up, and he pressed urgently. Nova and Meyer exchanged a look. Meyer pulled the witch's notebook from his coat and tossed it to Baron Albert. All the demon hunters fell silent, their gazes fixed on the Baron. "Are you suspecting that the Albert family conspired with the witch mayor?" Baron Albert looked puzzled as he opened the notebook. Quickly, he noticed the 2 pieces of information Qin Lun had specifically marked out. His face drastically changed color, showing shock and anger. "No, Father, no one suspects the Albert family conspired with the witch mayor." Bonnie, who had stayed silent until now, finally lifted his head, his expression firm. "But I want to know why the werewolf you gave me turned back into a human after it died." "It regained its human form." Baron Albert frowned, but didn't immediately protest. He looked around at the demon hunters and stated calmly, "Demon hunters who command non-human creatures are not unique to the Albert family. I assume you have other questions. Ask them all together. I don't want to answer them like a prisoner, one by one." Seeing Baron Albert's anger, the demon hunters fell silent again. Even Meyer seemed hesitant to speak now. "Let me ask the questions then. After all, I was the first to question the Albert family," Qin Lun said smoothly, stepping out from behind the others with a slight smile toward Baron Albert. "You? Dr. Stan." Baron Albert stared at Qin Lun in disbelief. "Your Excellency Baron, you really shouldn't be surprised. Do you not realize that any doctor who saw little Miller even once would inevitably have questions? Qin Lun sighed softly, shaking his head. Especially after you showed me all those medications left behind by the other doctors. They were not killed by the Albert family. They were. Baron Albert flushed slightly, sounding embarrassed. I know. They likely all died from infection, not by deliberate harm from the Albert family. Qin Lun nodded faintly. But any doctor looking at little Miller would immediately deduce he had been bedridden for a long time. Catching the epidemic disease couldn't have happened overnight. That the child hasn't died from the disease in all this time inevitably makes one wonder if he is the source of infection. Baron Albert fell silent again, his expression shifting unreadably. The initial anger vanished. According to the witch's notebook, Stephen's wife was a witch mayor named Mary Claire, who used the alias Nina. A little over a year ago, it was you who led 2 types of magical creatures to kill Nina and take Stephen and little Miller away. Stephen vanished, and little Miller fell ill in bed. Then came the strange outbreak of epidemic disease throughout the Aodia region. Qin Lun curled his lips slightly and continued. Whether a werewolf comes from a human isn't really the core of our confusion. What everyone truly wants to know is the epidemic in the Aodia region the undead plague leaking out during your development of magical creatures? Little Miller has been sick for so long, yet other Albert family members show no signs of illness. Do you have some medicine or item that grants immunity? So, you think I was using Nina's black magic to develop magical creatures, which caused the undead plague to leak? Baron Albert's face went pale, as if struck a heavy blow. He couldn't help but stagger back 2 steps. Thomas, none of us believe you'd use black magic to develop those creatures. But you must explain why little Miller got sick and what medicine you used to keep him alive for so long. Lady Nova stepped forward, her expression anxious. Nova, even you. Baron Albert took a deep breath, closing his eyes briefly. When he reopened them, his expression had calmed. I have nothing to say about that. Werewolves are not magical creatures at all. I can prove that. As for little Miller's condition, I cannot explain it. I can only say it's because members of the Albert family have a somewhat unique constitution. If you don't believe me, ask Bonnie. Ask him if he's ever taken any special immunity medicine. That doesn't prove anything. You could have mixed that medicine into Bonnie's meals. Qin Lun narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile on his lips. Of course, it's not impossible for you to prove your innocence. Since little Miller has survived this long, I believe his father, Stephen Albert, must still be alive too. If you could just have him come out to testify. Wellington Stan, you have not earned the right to demand anything of me. Baron Albert fixed a cold stare on Qin Lun. Qin Lun smiled faintly and stepped back, blending into the group once more. Thomas Albert, within the Judgment Hall, demon hunters of the Aodia region no longer follow your leadership. We are equals here, brothers, Myers said slowly, his expression darkening. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Qin Lun. Dr. Stan's words represent our position. Tensions finally sparkled openly in Nova's eyes, her fists, as large as bowls, clenching slowly. The other demon hunters' expressions changed too, their looks turning cold and indignant as they watched Baron Albert. So this is the real reason you demanded I open the Judgment Hall. Baron Albert stood dumbfounded. He truly hadn't expected this reaction from the demon hunters. It seemed the camaraderie of years felt like an illusion. He thought it was Qin Lun who should be facing their hostility. Could decades of friendship and shared battles with Nova and the others still not have built true trust? Qin Lun watched coldly from the sidelines, a slight curve on his lips. The Baron's reaction didn't surprise him at all. When he first questioned the Albert family, Nova and the others had glared at him with disbelief, utterly unwilling to trust him. Keep in mind Qin Lun had just fought a life-or-death battle against Witch Misha and had treated injuries sustained by many in the group. Even so, it was clear the demon hunters held deep bonds with the Albert family. They wouldn't easily betray each other. But things were different now. The relentlessly advancing epidemic forced these demon hunters to temporarily set aside their personal ties to Baron Albert. Their fundamental duty to protect the human world left them no choice. Father, you must explain everything to us, fully and in detail, Bonnie said with utmost seriousness, emphasizing each syllable, because victims of the epidemic have appeared in Han. Sun. Town. Hanson Town. Hanover region. Baron Albert shuddered as if struck, his gaze sweeping wildly across the gathered faces before him, seemingly seeking confirmation of the news. His demeanor instantly crumbled from defiance into bleak despair. "It's true, Thomas. Tell us the truth," Lady Nova pleaded, unable to bear his expression, turning her head partly away. "There might still be a chance to make things right." "Fine. Since you insist on knowing, I'll tell you." Baron Albert slowly raised his head, his face expressionless as he walked towards the back of the hall. "There's a belief among demon hunters in the Aodia region. Members of the Albert family age exceptionally quickly. Even as demon hunters, we have the lifespan of ordinary people. But none of you have ever known why this is. Thomas, is there a secret here?" Lady Nova asked, sensing significance. "Indeed. It's not that every demon hunter in the Albert family ages quickly, but specifically the reigning Baron." Baron Albert stated evenly, a hint of irony in his voice. "It's simply that the Albert line has always lacked many heirs, and the one who steps forward to lead is always the current Baron. Over time, this gave you all the wrong impression." The demon hunters frowned slightly, sinking into recollection. Thinking carefully, they recognized the pattern. Looking at this generation, Baron Albert aside, Bonnie Albert had been wandering abroad until Stephen's incident brought him back to Albert Castle. Stephen Albert had barely ever met the other demon hunters. The Baron had explained publicly that Stephen disliked fighting, was never trained as a demon hunter, and thus kept out of their affairs. Now that seemed likely to conceal something deeper. As for Laura, Nina, Elizabeth, and Miller, their presence was even fainter. No one really knew much about their situations at all. In truth, every male heir of the Albert family starts with whatever combat profession they choose. But once they become the Baron, they inevitably become a summoner, Baron Albert said quietly, leaning a hand against a window. "The immortal power we gain from that moment forward must sustain the lives of our contracted beasts. It cannot benefit ourselves any longer. The Albert family werewolves aren't magical creatures. They are humans bound to us by a servant contract." His voice held quiet intensity. "Human siblings, who volunteered to guard our world, dedicating themselves to the cause of the demon hunters." Crash! Baron Albert suddenly punched through the stained glass window in front of him and leapt through, falling downward. "Thomas!" Nova shouted loudly, rushing toward the broken floor-to-ceiling window. The demon hunters quickly reached the window and saw that Baron Albert was falling very fast. In just a few seconds, he had already descended to the middle section of the main keep. At that moment, a pure black chain shot out from the Baron's sleeve and barely hooked onto a window of some room in the main keep. The Baron swung once in the air, and a crisp sound of breaking glass came from below. His figure rapidly disappeared from everyone's sight. "Why run away, father? Don't you know that if you run now, it will be impossible to clear your name?" Bonnie muttered to himself, looking lost. "Alas, let's go down too," Myers said with a complicated expression, glancing at Bonnie. With Bonnie still here, the Albert family still had a chance to recover, but their reputation would suffer greatly. At the very least, they could no longer be the leader of the Adia demon hunters. The demon hunters looked at each other, all showing awkward expressions. With so many of them present, they had actually failed to detain Thomas Albert in the Judgment Hall. Now that Thomas had escaped to the lower levels, given his familiarity with the castle, he would probably leave the castle in just a few minutes and flee into the forested hills opposite the castle. It was already dark, and most of the demon hunters were injured, unable to launch a large-scale search. By dawn, Baron Albert would likely have disappeared completely. His lordship the Baron will not succeed. Qin Lun stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the distance, and said calmly, "Look at the mountain road opposite the castle." Albert Castle was located on a steep cliff. The slope of the opposite hill was much gentler, with a winding dirt mountain road. The only connection between the two cliffs was the stone bridge of Albert Castle. At that moment, a line of fire was winding its way up the mountain along the road connected to the stone bridge. This line of fire was extremely conspicuous. If the demon hunters' attention hadn't been entirely on Baron Albert, they would have noticed it sooner. Now, prompted by Qin Lun, they immediately spotted this anomaly. "Where did this group come from? It looks like there are several hundred people," Meyer exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Although the cliff where the castle stood was 1 to 200 meters high, apart from its treacherous terrain, it was still essentially just a hillside. This line of fire winding along the mountain road below stretched almost from the foot of the mountain all the way to the top. It seemed to cover the entire mountain, probably numbering more than just a few hundred people. More than 300 years ago, the first Baron Albert had chosen this location precisely because of its easily defensible terrain, making it difficult to attack. From its very beginning, Albert Castle was built as a military fortress to resist the Witch Mayor. If the Witch Mayor wanted to invade the human settlements in Adia, they could not bypass Albert Castle. To attack the castle, they had to use the mountain road and the stone bridge. If they didn't attack the castle, they risked being cut off from behind, putting them in a dilemma. However, as time passed, the Witch Mayor lost the ability to launch large-scale attacks on humans. Thus, Albert Castle transformed from a military fortress in the Adia region into the private castle of the Albert family. The duchy's army shouldn't come here, and certainly not this quickly. They are probably townsfolk from several nearby small towns. Nova said with a grave expression, slightly frowning. She turned her head and looked suspiciously at Qin Lun. Dr. Stan, did you arrange something? A flicker passed through Qin Lun's eyes. Lady Nova's sharp intuition surprised him somewhat. However, he didn't intend to hide this from the demon hunters, as they would soon learn the details anyway. That's correct. When Saint Healer Toddy returned to the town, I gave him a suggestion to spread the news that Albert Castle might be the source of the epidemic disease. Qin Lun slowly nodded and readily admitted. However, Saint Healer Toddy refused the suggestion at that time. It seems now that the unexpected situation in Hansen's small town made him change his mind. How could you do this? Don't you know the situation in the Adia region is already like a powder keg? These townspeople will turn Albert Castle to ashes. Lady Nova's eyes widened in anger as she roared at Qin Lun. If it weren't for my suggestion, Thomas Albert would probably have escaped into the forest by now. Qin Lun said sternly, his face cold. If you hadn't held on to hope and been unwilling to turn against Baron Albert, how could 9 demon hunters have let him escape right under your noses? That's just sophistry. We only suspected Thomas at the time. We didn't have solid evidence linking him to the epidemic. Lady Nova finally lost her composure and shouted angrily. And you made such an irreversible arrangement from the very beginning. What if you were wrong? Qin Lun's expression suddenly became strange. His tone grew even calmer as he turned his back and said lightly, if I was wrong, at worst, I would lose a Wellington stan. Even adding the Albert family, it's only a dozen or so lives. But if you were wrong, Lady Nova, do you know how many lives the Adia region would lose? Nova was stunned, and all color instantly drained from her face. Lady Nova, did you become a demon hunter to protect the Albert family, or to protect the tens of thousands of common people in the Adia region? If you can't even distinguish this, what kind of demon hunter are you? Qin Lun's icy words remained as plain as ever, but Nova felt as if struck by a heavy blow. An unbearable pain twisted in her heart, and she stood rigidly in place like a stone statue. Let's go. We need to find Baron Albert. After saying this, Qin Lun turned and passed through the crowd, heading toward the lower levels of the main keep. Behind him, 3 relatively young demon hunters immediately followed. 2 older demon hunters glanced at Nova, sighed, and then left as well. Only Nova, Meyer, and Bonnie remained in place. Nova, that guy Wellington went too far. You don't take it to heart. Meyer frowned and asked with concern. Uft. The rigidly standing Nova spat out a stream of blood. Her robust, mountain-like body visibly hunched over. Her once full-faced, youthful countenance seemed to have suddenly aged. She just shook her head with a bitter smile. In this matter, he was right. My feelings for Thomas did indeed affect my judgment. Lady Nova closed her eyes and took a deep breath. But, Meyer, don't you think Dr. Stan is too cold and ruthless? I feel it too. Although this guy holds the moral high ground, his motives might not be entirely selfless. He probably has his own goals. After this incident, the demon hunters in the Adia region will likely be reshuffled. No matter what, we can't let him become the regional leader. Meyer said cautiously. Bonnie, you've spent the most time with him. What's your view? Before the Albert family's suspicion is cleared, I don't wish to express any opinion. Bonnie said expressionlessly. though a flicker of confusion passed deep in his eyes. The blond young man wasn't foolish. During the witch battle, he actually had his own doubts about Qin Lun. Although he didn't witness the final outcome of the witch battle, the doctor had shown considerable ability in his earlier fights against the two evil creatures. Since Qin Lun had the capability to fight evil creatures and the witch, it seemed somewhat unreasonable that he had hidden aside earlier and allowed Odo to die. Of course, Bonnie couldn't blame Qin Lun for this, as his profession was that of a doctor, not a combatant. Let's go down to see Thomas. I have a feeling there will be many more surprises tonight, Meyer said with a bitter smile. Qin Lun walked quickly through the castle corridors. 3 demon hunters followed closely behind him, while 2 others maintained some distance, following at a leisurely pace. The doctor didn't know that his previous behavior had aroused wariness in Nova and the other 2 senior demon hunters. But even if he knew, Qin Lun wouldn't care. He wasn't actually aiming to seize the leadership of the Adia demon hunters. Qin Lun could have been evasive when Nova questioned him. Apologizing to a senior demon hunter wouldn't cost him anything, and he could have continued hiding behind Nova and Meyer, avoiding taking the lead himself. His sudden show of strength at this critical moment, confronting Nova head-on, had a specific purpose. The arrival of over 1,000 townsfolk had blocked Baron Albert's escape route. Unless he could fly into Mayor Forest, there was no way out. All the secrets of the Albert family would likely be revealed tonight, and Qin Lun's mission would also reach its final settlement. However, the closer it got to the end, the more cautious Qin Lun became. These 1,000-plus townsfolk likely had organizers. There were probably figures like St. Healer Toddy, town mayors, sheriffs, etc. If the 9 demon hunters led by Nova and Meyer united and used their respective influence over these organizers, they might still have some chance of quelling this riot. If Albert Castle wasn't subjected to a thorough purge, and if Baron Albert refused to talk, the secrets of the Albert family might not be exposed at all. If Nova and Meyer, out of regard for their friendship, used the excuse of waiting for instructions from the demon hunter headquarters, Qin Lun might wait until it was too late and still fail his mission. Therefore, Qin Lun decided to split the 9 demon hunters, preventing them from remaining united. His performance so far had been very good, discovering the purpose of the evil creatures during the reconnaissance mission, pointing out that the witch's cottage was nearby, healing all the demon hunters' injuries, personally killing the witch, and now, confirming Baron Albert's suspicion and making arrangements in advance to block the Baron's escape route. Although this cold ruthlessness made Nova and Meyer deeply suspicious, it inevitably also left an impression on the other demon hunters of being decisive, resolute, and exceptionally clever. Some might dislike him, but others would undoubtedly admire him. By attacking and belittling a senior demon hunter like Lady Nova, he naturally boosted his own prestige and won over a few demon hunters who appreciated him. The 3 young demon hunters now closely following him were the result of his earlier strong performance. Unlike Nova and Meyer, these 3 demon hunters were still relatively young and didn't share such deep comradely feelings with Baron Albert. With the help of these 3 demon hunters, plus the 2 neutral ones, the 9 demon hunters were finally completely split. They no longer had the power to stop the upcoming townsfolk riot. Actually, Qin Lun had another purpose for dividing the 9 demon hunters. In the doctor's speculation, if the Albert family were pushed into a corner and truly desperate, they might unleash a power beyond everyone's imagination. Therefore, Qin Lun showed a strong front, gaining the support of several demon hunters. Having a few sturdy shields became absolutely vital. In his mind, experiencing a life-or-death battle like the one with the witch mayor once was enough. A mad serial killer who had spent most of his life isolated from society, living in prisons and mental hospitals, was slowly learning to understand hearts like a mirror and to control them with words. He was rapidly transforming into a true master of manipulating minds. Compared to the immaturity Qin Lun had shown before, when he saw Hansen's malice yet nearly caused them to fall out, it could be said he had improved greatly. Qin Lun and the 5 demon hunters swiftly moved through the upper level of the main keep, where the Albert family members resided. However, they stopped when they entered the hall on the middle level. This hall was enormous, the very banquet hall where the demon hunters had been entertained earlier. Now, it gathered over 10 servants of Albert Castle, including Laura, Elizabeth, Miller, and the old butler Jason. Standing at the front of the crowd was Baron Albert himself, who had just fled the judgment hall. Baron Albert, surrender. Don't drag others in the castle down with you. The Exorcist organization will give you a fair trial. Qin Lun stepped forward twice. He placed his right hand over his chest, bowed elegantly, and said with a smile, "But first, allow me to thank you for your hospitality during this time." "Hypocrite, I won't let you take my master." Old butler Jason bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. He pushed through the crowd and dropped to all fours on the ground. "Jason, no." Baron Albert gasped, reaching out to stop him, but he was too late. Ryup. Old butler Jason's black suit tore apart as the body beneath it expanded visibly. Thick, gray fur sprouted across his face, his mouth jutted forward, and his canine teeth and fingernails elongated violently. His pupils shrank into vertical slits. Ruoarar. Boiling power and ferocity within him made him throw his head back and let out a long, drawn-out howl. The gentle, strictly proper old butler vanished, replaced by a 2-meter-tall, heavily muscled werewolf. Huge canine teeth dripping with saliva and claws as sharp as knives gleamed under the banquet hall's lights. A werewolf with intelligence. Qin Lun's eyes brightened, and he murmured to himself, "Not a magical creature. No signs of artificial modification. I see. This is a genetic mutation, the final piece of the puzzle I was missing." Thud. The gray werewolf that had been old butler Jason crouched, then transformed into a streak of black lightning as it lunged straight for Qin Lun. Qin Lun lowered his head, seemingly deep in thought, completely oblivious to the werewolf's attack. He kept muttering to himself. Only now, a figure darted out from behind him, leaping through the air towards the gray werewolf. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of heavy, rapid impacts echoed through the air as the two figures met and instantly separated. Ugh! The werewolf let out a cry of pain and flew sideways. Its bulky body slid a long way across the banquet hall floor. One arm bent backwards at an unnatural angle, hanging limply at its side. "Master Jason!" Several castle maids screamed in shock, rushing forward to help the werewolf. Many male servants began to growl low in their throats, their eyes tinged with redness, seeming barely able to control their emotions. Landing opposite the werewolf, a figure somersaulted once in the air and touched down in a crouch, shielding Qin Lun. It was a young demon hunter wearing leather gloves set with black iron knuckles. His silver hair brushed his ears, and an icy light flashed in his golden eyes. "Your name?" Qin Lun smiled, crouching down. He pulled out a silk handkerchief from his pocket and offered it to the silver-haired youth. "Lima. Lima Bolt, Sir Stan." A ripple passed through the silver-haired youth's golden eyes. He took the handkerchief, wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, and after a brief hesitation, lifted his head and declared, "My father died of the epidemic disease a month ago. Lima, let us end this disaster together. Let your father rest in peace." Qin Lun said gently, still smiling. He reached out to help Lima up, then suddenly turned to the other two demon hunters behind him. "And your names?" "Andre Jacques, Jamie Moore. Honored to fight alongside you." The two demon hunters behind Qin Lun exchanged a glance. They placed their hands over their chests and bowed respectfully. Those could all be werewolves and other magical creatures, numbering several times our group. "Are you afraid?" Qin Lun chuckled, pointing towards the over 10 castle servants and the Albert family opposite them. "Sir Stan, we won't let personal matters hinder our duty like some people did. All evil creatures must be eliminated without mercy." Lima's fists, clad in leather gloves, clenched tightly, making the knuckles creak. His thin face became even colder, more solemn. Hearing Lima's words, the other two demon hunters hidden just outside the banquet hall doors sighed with bitter smiles. They walked into the banquet hall together and stood far behind Qin Lun's group of 4. They could choose neutrality between Qin Lun and the Albert family, but they absolutely could not stand by and let werewolves kill their fellow demon hunters. Doing so would be no different from betrayal. "All of you stand down. The power the Albert family gave you was not meant for fighting demon hunters." Baron Albert roared at the servants, glaring at them fiercely until they quieted down. Only then did he turn and walk alone towards Qin Lun. "Dr. Stan, it seems I underestimated you. Those townsfolk beneath the castle, That must also have been your doing. Baron Albert, have you thought it through? Qin Lun narrowed his eyes. Yes, said the Baron, his voice heavy with bitterness. There's no need for such bloodshed just for me. I'll go with you. Please, you and Nova, and Meyer, calm those angry townsfolk down. Don't let them destroy Albert Castle and the spotless reputation the Albert family has held for centuries. Of course, Baron. Qin Lun replied smoothly, a slight upward curl appearing at the corner of his lips. A sharp glint touched his eyes. However, besides yourself, I must also take another member of the Albert family away. Another member? Baron Albert frowned. Then comprehension dawned. You mean my son, Stephen Albert? All right. He's locked in the lowest level of the subsidiary keep. Perhaps, you already know, he has become a werewolf. Apostle 70053, you have obtained the precise whereabouts of Stephen Albert. Satisfaction met for the satellite-level plot mission investigation. Basic mission rewards have been delivered to your storage space. World exploration degree rewards will be calculated upon return to the shattered starry sky. Prompt. Apostle 70053's first guidance mission is completed. You may return to the shattered starry sky at any time. Requirements. Non-combat status. No plot characters present. Prompt. Based on the intelligence currently held by the Apostle, the satellite-level plot still possesses the potential for elevation. Progress towards escalation to planetary-level plot has increased to 92%. Progress towards escalation to stellar-level plot has increased to 71%. Successful escalation of plot quality will considerably increase world exploration degree rewards and enhance mission evaluation. Staring at the prompts that flashed across the death notice, Qin Lun's face finally showed a hint of relief. His lips parted in a wide grin, revealing a set of perfectly aligned, gleaming white teeth. No, no, no. Qin Lun smiled elegantly, shaking his head. That other Albert the First spoke of isn't Stephen Albert. I mean the one you've been desperately hiding and protecting. Dr. Stan, I have no idea what you're talking about. Baron Albert's heart sank like a stone. Dangerous sparks ignited in his eyes. Where are Nova and Meyer? I must speak with them. We are here, came voices from the banquet hall entrance. Nova, Meyer, and Bonnie finally arrived. They had caught up. Nova, take me away. I won't run again. I trust the Demon Hunter headquarters will give me a fair trial. Baron Albert pointed listlessly back at the castle servants behind him and spoke calmly. However, please spare them. They are merely my servants, bound by magical contracts. They are all good allies to the Demon Hunters and have never harmed ordinary people. We believe you, Baron. Nova nodded slowly after exchanging a look with Meyer. But, Dr. Stan, do you have any further questions? Qin Lun turned. His glance at Nova and Meyer held profound meaning. The doctor's perpetually pleasant smile, which had always felt like a spring breeze, now seemed to them like the face of a demon. Lady Nova, Sir Meyer. Qin Lun began, his tone measured. Our objective isn't merely to capture Baron Albert, but to end this epidemic disaster plaguing the Aodia region, correct? That's right, Meyer replied, his expression darkening. But if you think to use that to blackmail us, perish the thought. Qin Lun interrupted smoothly, shaking his head. I know you operate by your principles. All I ask is that you stand quietly beside me and listen. He then turned fully, facing the silent Bonnie. A shadow of genuine regret crossed Qin Lun's features as he bowed deeply to the man. Sir Bonnie, forgive me. You didn't have to make this choice, not so soon. The silver lining is that from this day forth, neither you nor your descendants need to bear the weight of his sorrow any longer. Wellington Stan. Baron Albert's pupils constricted sharply. His face turned stone serious as he demanded, just what do you know? Originally, I had only suspicions, but now I am certain, because, just moments ago, I found the final piece of the puzzle. Qin Lun walked to the window, gazing down at the lines of torches carried by the approaching townsfolk, already nearing the stone bridge below the castle. He spoke slowly, deliberately. Baron Albert, all along, you've been providing cover for someone else. Cover for the individual truly responsible for unleashing this terrible plague upon the Aodia region. You lie. Baron Albert trembled with rage, his whole body shaking. Whether I lie or not, I shall leave that for you, and for everyone here, to judge. Qin Lun replied coldly, his gaze sweeping over Baron Albert before settling back on the others at the scene. But then again, perhaps not even you fully understood what that person was truly doing. This whole tale really begins from the moment I arrived at Albert Castle. Boom! Dark storm clouds gathered above the castle, and a dry thunderclap exploded amidst the flashes within. Push it open. The stone bridge of the castle was densely packed with people. The thick main gate blocked the torch-wielding townsfolk. Squeak! The heavy bar let out a piercing sound as fine cracks slowly appeared on its surface. Crash! The bar finally snapped in two, and the townsfolk surged like a flood into the castle courtyard. The neat lawn lasted only a moment before churning into the mud. Rivi, was I wrong? St. Healer Toddy sighed, turning to look at the mayor of Adia town beside him. No, Toddy. Not a single demon hunter has appeared at Albert Castle so far. That Dr. Stan was right. It seems the epidemic sweeping the town truly is linked to the Albert family. Otherwise, Nova and the others would already be at the gates, stopping everyone by now. The middle-aged mayor shook his head with a bitter smile. We lack the power of demon hunters. We can't stop the Albert family. Only by rousing the townsfolk can we help Nova and the others. I just hope Albert Castle survives this chaos. St. Healer Toddy sighed helplessly. You and the other mayors and sheriffs need to restrain the townsfolk. Don't let them harm the innocent castle servants. My little Wellington, you should be all right. Please be all right. The sea of furious, twisted faces surrounding Catherine felt both familiar and alien. Nervous, she tightened her arms protectively across her chest and stumbled forward, swept along by the current of people. The innkeeper herself hadn't imagined that. Upon hearing the Albert Castle was the infection source, and with her young lover still missing, sheer worry drove her mad, rushing out to join the mass of townsfolk condemning the castle. By the time Catherine regained her senses, she was already in Albert Castle's courtyard, surrounded by raving Adia civilians. In recent times, the epidemic in the Aodia region had become increasingly severe. The death toll had finally surpassed 1,000, with over 2,000 more teetering on the edge of death, accounting for more than 15% of the total population. In other words, roughly 1 in every 6 people in Aodia region had either died or was about to. This ratio meant nearly every common family in Aodia felt death's nearness through an afflicted relative. At such a time, even the most gentle Aodia commoner felt their reason crumbling, their hearts filled with madness and brutality. And just as everyone teetered on the brink of breaking, the news that Albert Castle was the source reached them. Truthfully, no one questioned the news's validity. In their hearts, they already believed the rumors. After all, over a year ago, those 2 foreigners died in the town only after visiting Albert Castle. Once the news spread, scattered groups holding torches appeared on Adia town's central road, slowly advancing towards Albert Castle. This small force swelled into a deluge within mere minutes. Countless civilians from nearby towns joined along the way. Qin Lun lifted the curtain of the banquet hall's French window, watching the flood surge into the castle courtyard, a slight smile touching his lips. As a theoretical master of human genetics, the first time I saw that dark green virus, I knew it was no ordinary germ. Its purpose wasn't to cause sickness. Rather, it resembled remodeling, a transformation targeting genes. Qin Lun dropped the curtain, turning with a smile. Human genes? Faces clouded with confusion. They weren't doctors, and the concept of genes didn't exist in this time. Oh right, you don't know what genes are. Think of it as the origin of life. Qin Lun pinched his nose awkwardly and explained. Afflicted patients die because the power reshaping the origin of life belongs to the undefiled ones. Ordinary human bodies cannot endure the transformation to completion, eventually perishing from depleted life force. Master Stan, Lima's voice was icy, his silver hair and golden eyes fixed on Baron Albert. If what you say is true, and this plague virus is an undefiled force remaking the human body, then at least one remaker exists. Lima, you are correct. At least one remaker does exist. Qin Lun smiled, holding up one finger. I accepted Baron Albert's invitation solely hoping he'd aid my search for this remaker. However, upon meeting young Miller, I sensed this remaker was likely a member of the Albert family. Dr. Stan, That conclusion feels too hasty. Meyer frowned. Couldn't young Miller's affliction be the work of some servant? Or perhaps his mother, which Mary, botched an experiment? Indeed possible. So, I played a little trick then. Qin Lun chuckled. I meticulously cleaned every glass vial in my medical kit and dusted them with fine rock powder. Human fingerprints are unique. Since this remaker infected young Miller yet couldn't cure him, I reckoned it'd be intensely curious about my plague cure. I aimed to capture its fingerprint to catch it that way. So that's why he was so eager to take our cups, to compare fingerprints. Bonnie's face darkened. He scrutinized his palm, muttering softly. Did you obtain its fingerprint? Lady Nova finally couldn't help asking. Even Baron Albert shifted slightly, his gaze flickering towards a certain direction. I did. In truth, it was impatient. I had its fingerprint the very next day after arriving at the castle. Qin Lun sighed. Frank helped me cross-check fingerprints against all Albert family members. The result was deeply shocking. Who is the remaker? Lima clenched his fist tightly, his golden eyes frigid. He had never forgotten his father's agony, writhing for 2 full weeks on his sickbed before finally rotting away. The guardian power within the demon hunter fought the plague's transformation, yet his father's strong constitution only prolonged the suffering. Though I had its fingerprint then, Frank encountered the gargoyle shortly after. Then I became a demon hunter myself, learned this world holds witches and demon hunters, and heard of Stephen Albert. These revelations made me realize the truth wasn't simple, introducing several other suspects. Qin Lun spread his hands, feigning helplessness. That fingerprint belonged to none of the Albert men. Instead, it belonged to a young, beautiful lady. Miss Laura, you entered my room without permission and handled my medical kit, didn't you, Laura? Miss Laura, a hushed murmur rippled through the hall. Why, yes, I did. Laura lowered her head nervously. It was because I worried about Miller. I found a piece of paper with writing in your room. I thought it prescribed a cure, but the wind blew it away. Then, I searched your medical kit. I don't blame you, Miss Laura. Your deep concern for young Miller and skepticism about me were evident from my arrival. Qin Lun smiled. However, you must understand, that alone wasn't enough to rule you out as a suspect. Laura offered no further words, silently nodding. When I gained the chance to enter the great forest mayor amidst my dead end, I thought of the mayor witches. They know undefiled power best in this world, excel at using it. Maybe I could find critical information there. Qin Lun paced slowly, chin resting on his hand. Looking up, he said, truthfully, our sacrifice in Mayor Forest held value. The witch's notebook I found in the cottage finally connected all the clues. I formed a full theory on who the mystery remaker is. Are you referring to my brother Stephen Albert, or young Miller's mother, Mary Claire? Bonnie's gaze bore into Qin Lun. Dr. Stan, don't say any more. Baron Albert glanced at young Miller, suddenly seeming a decade older. It was during my werewolf project. I accidentally infected the boy with the undefiled plague. I'll take full responsibility. Baron, you cannot bear this responsibility. I refuse. Dr. Stan, since the Baron has shouldered the blame. Lady Nova gritted her teeth, cutting Qin Lun off. Pleading eyes met the doctor's. What's done is done. Stopping the pandemic is paramount now. Why press further? If possible, I wouldn't wish to destroy a demon hunter family that guarded Aodia for over 3 centuries. Qin Lun lowered his eyelids, speaking flatly. Yet only through fire can rebirth occur. Only pinpointing the culprit ends this disaster and prevents its recurrence. Lady Nova, I ask you again, did you become a demon hunter to shield the Albert family, or to protect tens of thousands across Aodia? Fine. Stand here then. Nova's flushed face burned with embarrassment and rage. If your accusation lacks evidence, you'll answer to me. Lady Nova, I respected you as a senior in our field, Lima stated expressionlessly, pulling tight on his black gloves. Threaten Master Stan again, and you become my enemy. Simultaneously, Andre and Jamie stepped forward flanking Lima, stoic faces declaring their stand. Even the 2 neutral demon hunters edged closer to Qin Lun, eyeing Nova warily. Baron Albert's confession forced them from neutrality. Nova, steady, Myers said gravely, placing a hand on her shoulder and shaking his head. Stephen and Mary, posing as Nina, hold grave suspicion, but they aren't the mystery remaker. Likely, not even it realized what Pandora's box had opened. Qin Lun's expression was strange, words measured. Over a millennium ago, the longevity seekers and undying ones fought their final battle. The seekers realized immortal and undying powers mustn't persist. They sealed both energies away forever, barring scant undying magic potions remaining with witches. This world now births neither seekers nor undying ones through faith or magic. However, Albert family's mystery remaker tapped into genes, life's very origin, forging two bioforms, werewolves included. Look at old butler Jason. He's a thinking werewolf. Clearly, servants here are intelligent members of both bioforms. Life origin transformation differs entirely from breeding seekers/undying ones via faith. Offspring born this way inherit unsealed, undying power directly through blood. They aren't magical creatures nor creatures of pact. They are two new branches of mankind. Qin Lun's eyes blazed. Suddenly he spun, roaring at the gathered demon hunters. Don't you see? Albert's mystery remaker created no mere plague. It discovered another way undying ones are birthed, stepping into God's domain itself. Humanity itself faces extinction. Dead silence choked the banquet hall. Qin Lun's roar echoed endlessly in stunned minds. Nova and Meyer's faces paled, then hardened to iron. Let none escape. Lima's cold command reached every demon hunter's ears. Instantly, 5 figures behind Qin Lun fanned out, encircling the Albert family and all castle servants. Nova, Meyer gazed at the stunned king's flower. A heavy sigh escaped him. He turned to Bonnie. I'm sorry, Bonnie. An apology isn't needed, Bonnie replied, his gaze dimmed. First and foremost, I am a demon hunter, then a son of Albert. I'll never forget Odo and Blah facing evil courageously, never forget my oath. Bonnie ripped the bandages from his face, revealing half a visage, a snarling network of blood vessels beneath exposed bone. Slowly moving to a spot in the circle, he drew twin swords from his belt, pointing them at his own kin. Looks like Albert bloodline survives at least, Meyer murmured softly. As he prepared to step forward, Nova swept silently past him. Face in a motionless mask, she strode into the encirclement. With Bonnie and Nova counted, 8 demon hunters stood united against the Alberts. Only Qin Lun stood outside the circle. The future the doctor painted was too horrific. Even they understood. Bonnie spoke true. Whatever personal bonds, they swore first to guard mankind. Baron Albert slowly raised his head. Frosty light solidified in his eyes, locking onto Qin Lun like daggers. His voice rasped. Dr. Stan, I too am a demon hunter. I ask only this. Regarding the mystery remaker, do you possess solid proof? Of course, I do. A wide grin split Qin Lun's face. He bowed slightly, gracefully. Becoming a demon hunter, I examined the demon hunter oath of Aodia. Not every Albert is a demon hunter. At least half the family names are absent from that oath, including it. How could a demon hunter family, sworn to guard Aodia for 1,000 years, have half its members non-hunters? My deduction? They protect Aodia differently. They are both new bioforms' original progenitors. Albert's core strength against Mayer. The Albert Baron of each generation signed servant contracts with them, becoming a summoner of sorts. Naturally, pacting with non-living entities carried dire cost. Guardian power negated, lifespans shorter than ordinary humans. Hearing this, demon hunters stirred. Qin Lun stated facts they knew, facts they'd always dismissed as Albert constitutional oddities. At some point, Albert's mystery remaker could no longer endure losing its servants. It expanded its life-shaping art to ordinary castle servants instead. Without Albert blood, most transformations failed. Why many werewolves lack human minds? A spark surfaced in Bonnie's peripheral vision. He recalled the old man who returned to human form after death. He must have been a former servant, according to the doctor. Yet, driven by unfathomable motive, it decided to transform the miner Miller. Its most crucial reshaping ended disastrously. Simple reason, Miller carries his father Stephen's blood, longevity seeker Lean, and mother Mary's, undying Lean. Mary is witch Mary Clare, a trueborn Mayer witch. Longevity and undying powers were sealed forever. Unbreakable. However, the remaker itself, and Albert, an undying one, possessed both strands. By sheer chance, it unsealed Miller. Likely, it never realized the unbreakable seal left by longevity seekers bore one flaw: itself. Nonetheless, these two warring energies were too immense, enough to afflict Miller, which Mary exposed her nature, for this very ludicrous reason. Escaping towards Mayer Forest with husband and son, she faced the Baron's pursuit. Mary died on the spot, her heart core dug out by another which patrolling Mayer's edge, which nearly led to our demise in the cottage's ruins. Witnessing his mother slain by grandfather, his father transformed into a werewolf, Miller collapsed immediately upon returning. Bedridden ever since, unresolved energies within constantly releasing undying plague gases each breath. The Alberts couldn't ask the exorcist organization for help. They cycled through ordinary doctors who contracted the disease, causing today's pandemic. Mary lies dead. Stephen, a werewolf, confined deep in the subsidiary keep's dungeon. Baron Albert and Bonnie are demon hunters. Undying power cannot reside within them. Miller possesses undying power, but he's a victim, not the remaker. Haha, logic dictates. Albert's not among oath-takers yet dwelled long-term within these castle walls. Only two. Miss Laura is first. Nonetheless, evidence elsewhere proves she is innocent. Albert's mystery remaker is you, Albert's undying princess, Elizabeth Albert. Clang. The iron lock hit the solid hallway floor, making a loud noise that startled the many intruders in this subsidiary keep. Hey, open the iron grate quickly. Once we check the last level, we will leave immediately. The mayor is waiting for everyone. A middle-aged townsperson frowned and covered his nose. It smells terrible in here. The dungeon subfortress held many fierce wild beasts. With few windows and doors, the place was filled with animal droppings and body odor. Although the main keep of Albert Castle and the 4 subsidiary keeps had been invaded by the townspeople, the dungeon subfortress only had filthy cells and torture devices. Ordinary townspeople just checked the lower levels and stopped going deeper, directly exiting the subsidiary keep. The ones still inside the dungeon subfortress, insisting on checking every cell, were the militia teams led by constables from various small towns. Their task was to prevent ordinary townspeople from harming the innocent inside the castle, minimize damage to Albert Castle, and gather evidence about the Albert family's crimes related to the epidemic disease and any antidote. Hey, look, what is this thing? A wolf? It's too big, isn't it? After opening the hallway grate leading to the top-level iron cells, the first few townspeople who entered stared in shock at the creature inside the iron cell ahead. This is probably the magical creature St. Healer Toddy mentioned. The 2 militia constables exchanged a look, swallowing hard as they looked at several large werewolves. Let's be quiet. These werewolves are probably sedated. Don't startle them. The constable softly reminded all the townspeople. Sir, there's a live person here. A townsperson who had walked to the end of the iron cell area suddenly spoke in a hushed voice, waving to the 2 constables. In this innermost cell, there was a human whose limbs and neck were locked in iron collars. This person knelt on the ground, head bowed low, face hidden by messy hair. But judging by the build and exposed skin, it seemed to be a young man. Sir, he's still alive. Go open the cell door and get him out. The 2 constables looked at the iron cell with angry expressions. The Albert family indeed has secrets they want to hide. The fact that a demon hunter family kept magical creatures made the 2 constables, who knew about demon hunters, somewhat uncomfortable. But since the Adia region was a frontline area against evil creatures, they could understand this practice. However, if there was a live person in the cells, that changed things. Imprisoning and judging living people should be the responsibility of the secular authorities. This meant the Albert family had encroached upon the 2 constables' jurisdiction, which naturally angered them. Several townspeople struggled for a while, and finally used a crowbar to break open the iron collar locking the young man. They helped him out of the cell. Huh? Why does he seem familiar? One constable brushed aside the young man's messy golden hair, looked uncertainly, and turned to his companion. Who are you? The young man suddenly opened his eyes and asked in a hoarse voice. We are the constables from Adia, gathering evidence of the Albert family's crimes. The other constable crouched in front of the young man, speaking softly to comfort him. Young man, you are safe now. Tell me, why were you secretly imprisoned by Baron Albert? And who are you? Gathering evidence of the Albert family's crimes? Who am I? A pained expression suddenly appeared on the young man's face. He trembled all over, clutched his head with his hands, and fell to the ground. Albert, who am I? Hey, I know who he is. The constable who had been frowning and thinking hard suddenly widened his eyes, pointing at the young man as if he had seen a ghost. He is Baron Albert's eldest son, Stephen Albert. I attended his funeral. I am Stephen Albert. My Nina. No, Mary. Little Miller. Hearing the name Stephen, the young man suddenly stopped trembling. Mumbling to himself, he straightened his upper body. The confusion in his eyes slowly cleared. I remember now. I remember everything. Haha, so I am still alive. That old man didn't have the heart to kill me. A wild joy appeared on Stephen's face. What a pity about Nina. So what? Aren't there other witches in Mayor Forest? Stephen, if you are Stephen, then you remember what happened over a year ago, right? Does Baron Albert's undead plague have an antidote? The two constables exchanged a look and asked with pleasant surprise. Over a year ago. Has it been over a year already? No wonder I'm so hungry. Stephen glanced at his thin hands, looked up at the two constables and the other townspeople, and showed a meaningful smile. I don't know any undead plague. I just know I'm very hungry. Really? Thank you for letting me out. Under the dim hallway lights, Stephen's shadow on the wall rapidly enlarged and pounced toward the constables. You. What are you? Help! Help! Faint screams from the constables and townspeople could be heard from the top level of the dungeon sub-fortress. Surprise, astonishment, confusion, seriousness. Many expressions appeared on the faces of the two groups confronting each other in the banquet hall. Only the person accused by Qin Lun seemed indifferent. The one Qin Lun called the undying Princess of Albert, Elizabeth in her princess dress, still kept a sweet smile on her round, snow-white little face. The little princess played with her curly golden hair, using her chubby fingers. Holding the doll in her arms, she took 2 steps forward. What a brilliant deduction. Dr. Stan, a demon hunter like you could have become the chief of staff of the Demon Hunter Corps even during the end-of-the-world era over 300 years ago. Elizabeth playfully winked at Qin Lun. But I still have one question. Can you answer me truthfully? As soon as Elizabeth spoke these words, the demon hunters showed shocked expressions. Although they already believed Qin Lun's deduction in their hearts, hearing confirmation from a seemingly young girl still made them feel it was hard to believe. My little princess, whatever question you have, please ask. Qin Lun nodded with great interest. He didn't mind buying more time. Although the main keep's door was very sturdy, it probably couldn't hold out long against thousands of townspeople. His task was done. He had no interest in participating in the likely upcoming battle. Escaping Albert Castle in the chaos was the best choice. Dr. Stan, you just said you had another piece of evidence that ruled out Laura's suspicion. Elizabeth pouted, sucked her chubby finger, and blinked her big eyes. Can you tell me what that evidence was? Little Elizabeth thought her disguise was very good. Oh, that. Qin Lun frowned and spread his hands. Actually, it's better if you don't know. Because, even without that evidence, your disguise was terrible. Tell me. If you don't, Elizabeth won't let you go. The girl angrily swung her doll and waved her small fist fiercely. All right, I'll talk about that decisive evidence first. A faint smile appeared on Qin Lun's face. Do you remember the first night I came to the castle? After dinner, I met you on the parapet outside the castle. Of course I remember. It seemed to be raining that day. Elizabeth tilted her head and thought. You didn't suspect I was an undying one just because I got wet in the rain and didn't get sick, did you? Haha, of course not. Qin Lun smiled. It was after I became a demon hunter that I realized something was off that night. You told me the Albert family motto that night, right? 1,000 years of duty, 1,000 years of protection, 1,000 years of glory. Elizabeth lowered her eyelids and said in a somewhat serious tone, Was that it? Yes, that's it. You said at the time that your father said that. Qin Lun's eyes flashed, and his face showed seriousness for the first time. After becoming a demon hunter, I learned some things about Stephen from Bonnie. It seems in your impression, Stephen didn't like fighting and had no interest in becoming a demon hunter. Although Nina's identity was only exposed a little over a year ago, as her husband, I believe Stephen should have known this truth earlier than you did. Otherwise, Nina wouldn't have taken him to escape to Mayor Forest. If Stephen knew Nina's true identity long ago, then a question arises. Someone who disliked fighting, didn't want to be a demon hunter, and even hid the truth that his wife was a witch mayor. Why would such an Albert descendant keep the family's demon hunter motto on his lips? Elizabeth made a bitter face, her eyebrows scrunching together. She seemed to already know what Qin Lun would say next. Sure enough, Qin Lun gave her a meaningful look and continued with a smile. Therefore, I suspected at the time that your father wasn't Stephen Albert. When I saw the portrait of the first Baron Albert in the Albert Library subsidiary keep and saw that motto below the portrait, I knew who your father was. Qin Lun bowed gracefully to Elizabeth. Please accept the respect of a junior demon hunter for your father. The first Baron Albert, Lorenzo Albert, is a role model for all of us demon hunters. You guessed it after all. Forget it. No need to pretend to be polite anymore. I'm starting to dislike your cleverness. The smile finally disappeared from Elizabeth's face. She sighed helplessly and waved her hand weakly. What other flaws were there? Yes, many. But compared to this guess, they are just small details. Qin Lun nodded honestly. If you're done asking, I have questions for you too. I wonder, you want to ask me why I became an undying one? Elizabeth calmly closed her big eyes, as if falling into distant memories. It's fine, I'll tell you all. Father once said that if I ever got tired, I didn't need to worry about the Albert family anymore. I could tell the whole world everything. Over 300 years ago, the combined forces of the longevity seekers and the demon hunters achieved final victory. Most of the Undying One sorcerers were eliminated, with only a few female witches escaping the battlefield under the cover of the men. These witches were forced to flee separately. Some of them escaped into the Mayor Forest. At that time, the leader of the demon hunters responsible for pursuing the witch mayor was Lorenzo Albert, the first Baron Albert. The Mayor Forest was immense, almost like an independent kingdom. The terrain within the forest was complex and filled with many fierce beasts. Lorenzo knew that continuing the pursuit would mean even sacrificing all the demon hunters and soldiers would not completely wipe out the witch mayor. So, he decided to stop the pursuit. Coordinated by the demon hunter headquarters, the human duchies and kingdoms bordering the Mayor Forest contributed money and effort, building several watchtower fortresses around the forest, completely encircling the witch mayor. With the construction of Albert Castle, the demon hunters and the witch mayor also signed a Millennium Pact. The witch mayor were not allowed to leave the Mayor Forest freely anymore, and the demon hunters would no longer enter the deep forest to hunt them down. Although this Millennium Pact had magical effects, many of its clauses were vague. Both sides had their own thoughts and tacitly treated it as a delaying tactic. Baron Lorenzo Albert was an extremely shrewd demon hunter leader. He understood the weaknesses of the witches and also knew the flaws of humans. The Baron firmly believed that with 1,000 years of buffer, even if humans fell behind the witches in the supernatural field, they would absolutely surpass the witches by a large margin in other fields. By then, the witches would inevitably die out naturally. However, the Baron also worried that humans, with their very short lifespans, would forget the threat the witch mayor posed to the human world due to generational changes. Only those old demon hunters who had lived through the war years could hold firm to their beliefs and never compromise with any evil force. In this situation, the Baron had a strange idea. He hoped that within the demon hunter ranks, one longevity seeker or undying one could be preserved. This longevity seeker or undying one would continuously teach future generations to uphold the demon hunter faith until they made it through the long 1,000 years. Becoming a longevity seeker was hopeless. The longevity seekers were about to use their lives to seal away the powers of longevity and undeath, so they would never agree with his view. Therefore, the Baron could only pin his hopes on preserving one undying one within the demon hunter ranks. The Baron knew his idea was somewhat unorthodox and would never gain approval from his fellow demon hunters. So, he could only implement it within the Albert family. At that time, the members of the Albert family were almost all demon hunters, possessing guardian power within them, making it impossible for them to become an undying one. The Baron thought, and finally set his sights on his youngest daughter, the just 8-year-old Elizabeth Albert. Due to her age, Elizabeth had not yet become a demon hunter. He also had a bottle of magic potion for becoming an undying one that he had kept secret from the demon hunter headquarters. Using the magical power he commanded, he could perform the transformation ritual for an undying one alone. Elizabeth's age was not a problem. The Baron himself was in his prime and could slowly cultivate Elizabeth's faith and abilities. And so, an undying one with the faith of a demon hunter was born. Of course, a small flaw occurred during the implementation of the Baron's plan. He only knew how to use the magic potion for becoming an undying one, but did not know that once this magic potion was used, the user's body would forever retain the physique and appearance they had when they took the potion. Thus, Elizabeth became a little princess who would never grow up. For my father's ideal, I don't mind this little girl's body that will never grow up. Elizabeth sweetly laughed, twirled in her princess dress in the banquet hall, though a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. When father realized I would never grow up again, he destroyed all records about me within the family, entrusting each generation of Baron Albert with the duty of guarding me, this undying princess. Thomas, is that true? Hearing Elizabeth reveal the Albert family secret completely, a flash of surprise appeared in Nova's eyes, and she couldn't help but look at Baron Thomas Albert. Seeing Thomas, the current Baron Albert, nod gently, the demon hunters felt mixed emotions. Although they maintained their encircling formation, the wariness on their faces lessened considerably. Just as they could see the accuracy of Qin Lun's conjecture, they could now also judge the truth of Elizabeth's story. If someone made up such a story on the spot, these shrewd demon hunters would see through it immediately. If what the Albert family did was related to the first Baron Albert, as long as they did not resist, then the matter of right or wrong would probably have to be handed over to the demon hunter headquarters for judgment. Right at that moment, a discordant voice sounded in the banquet hall. Since Baron Lorenzo Albert tasked you with teaching the younger generations of the Albert family, then what is the deal with the two newly emerged creatures? Qin Lun had, at some point, retreated from the center of the banquet hall to near the entrance. Although the undying one was his daughter, father still worried that the magic potion for becoming an undying one might change my mind. So, he made a servant contract with me. Elizabeth seemed to ignore Qin Lun's question, just staring blankly at the doll in her hands. The servant contract with the undying one counteracted the guardian power within him and damaged his health. In just 20 years, he reached the end of his life. Elizabeth spread open her two snow-white little arms and gestured. Do you know? The man once called the Lion of Adia weighed only 40 pounds when he died. His limbs were dry like sticks, with a protruding little belly, just like a stray dog dead on the street. A strange chill ran up everyone's spines. Elizabeth's words were like soft whispers from the netherworld. For 50 years after father's death, I woke up countless times from nightmares, repeating the words father taught me over and over again. 1,000-year duty, 1,000-year guard, 1,000-year glory. At that time, I felt like I had already died with father. Those words were our epitaph. Elizabeth lifted her head and smiled brightly. Luckily, the nightmares about father only lasted a little over 50 years. After that, I never dreamed of father again. Even if I saw his portrait during the day, I couldn't recall him in my dreams. Qin Lun sighed softly. He knew Elizabeth hadn't finished. Although father left my dreams, the nightmares weren't over yet. For the next 100 years, other people started appearing in my dreams. They included not only Albert members, but also servants tasked with taking care of me. Elizabeth's little hands trembled slightly as she hugged the doll tighter, as if only then could she feel a bit of warmth. Dr. Stan, you should understand, right? That feeling of watching familiar people die one by one before your eyes, while you can do nothing. I played with them on the lawn, watched them grow up. Those innocent, cute smiles slowly became mature and steady, then aged and withered. I was their playmate, their sister, their mother, their teacher, and also their daughter and granddaughter. They accompanied me, guarded me, took care of me, and I taught them, relied on them, and finally, buried them. During that 100 years, at every funeral, I would recall the entire life of that old person in the coffin. Joy, sorrow, helplessness, pain, they had everything in life. A trace of envy appeared on Elizabeth's face. Sometimes, I often wondered, if it were me lying there, could I also have all that? Father gave me a long life, but he also took away my own life. I was like an observer, only seeing other people's lives. At this point, Elizabeth showed a hint of joy and shook her little fist. However, during an accidental event, I had a dispute with a young Albert companion. We fought like two warriors. He pulled my hair, broke my head, and I bit his hand and kicked his butt hard. During the fight, his wound was stained with my blood. A week later, he became the first Albert werewolf. Princess Elizabeth is telling the truth. This incident shocked the Baron Albert of that time. At first, they imprisoned the werewolf in the dungeon sub-fortress. But later, they discovered that Albert members who turned into werewolves still retained their intelligence and could become helpers for the demon hunters. So, after obtaining Princess Elizabeth's consent, they began training some Albert members to become werewolves. Thomas sighed and said seriously. Later, this plan gradually expanded to include some servants who had long served the Albert family. You can't just blame Princess Elizabeth for this. None of us could bear to see. In fact, the Albert family rarely intermarried with outsiders anymore for this very reason. Except for one person who had to sacrifice and become the Baron. The other Albert demon hunters were sent away from the castle after they grew up. So, originally, you planned for Stephen to become the next Baron Albert, and for Bonnie to go out and continue the Albert family's human bloodline. Meyer frowned and said, "Then what about little Miller?" Bam! A huge floor-to-ceiling window in the banquet hall suddenly shattered. A nimble figure leaped into the banquet hall from outside the window. At the same time, a hoarse, low male voice rang out. "Let me answer that question for you demon hunters. What is this thing?" After clearly seeing the figure that leaped into the banquet hall, looks of shock appeared on the faces of the demon hunters. This person wore the uniform of a town sheriff. He had wet, long blonde hair, a pale and handsome face, bewitching purple pupils, and two sharp fangs protruding from his lips. Most strangely, a pair of huge bat wings slowly flapped behind him, somewhat resembling the wings of a gargoyle, and he hovered half a foot off the ground. Qin Lun's pupils contracted slightly. The demon hunters didn't recognize this creature, but he had seen it in some books. It was a mythical creature often appearing alongside werewolves, a vampire, also known as the Blood Clan. "You?" Baron Albert widened his eyes in surprise. "Hee, everyone is here. Princess Elizabeth, Father, Bonnie, Laura, and my little Miller." The figure slowly landed, and the bat wings behind him retracted, actually merging back into his body. "You are Stephen Albert," Nova gasped softly, staring shocked at the young man before her. The other undead creature of the Albert family turned out to be like this. "Aunt Nova? Long time no see." Stephen curled his lips into a faint smile as he spoke calmly. "What happened over a year ago? You just said you would answer for the matter concerning little Miller." A feeling of unease rose in Meyer's heart as he asked cautiously. "As the heir to the Baron, I knew the family's secrets long ago. Of course, that includes how every generation of Baron Albert had to sacrifice themselves, acting as summoners to form contracts with undead creatures. However, I am different from these fools in the Albert family." Stephen glanced at his family members and spoke indifferently. "Becoming an immortal being is indeed a good thing. However, I don't have a grand ideal of protecting the human world, nor am I willing to be bound by a servant contract. By chance, I met Mary Claire at the edge of the Mayer Forest. Interestingly, this witch Mayer actually developed mortal desires and wished to return to an ordinary human life." A cold smile appeared on Stephen's lips, and his eyes grew distant as he recalled. "Hee, that little fool Nina thought that by hiding her ugly appearance, I wouldn't know her identity. But I didn't expose her. I realized this was my opportunity, a chance to become undead without being bound by the Albert family." The demon hunters looked at this young man with his cold expression, and a chill crept into their hearts. Through Stephen's account, the events from over a year ago were finally fully revealed. "Actually, even Princess Elizabeth and my father don't truly know the whole story of what happened," Stephen said with a smile. "They thought it was Nina who wanted to turn little Miller into an undead, and that little Miller fell ill because of the Albert bloodline. In reality, the person who wanted to turn little Miller into an undead wasn't Nina, nor was it Princess Elizabeth, but someone else." Stephen turned his head and smiled towards a corner of the banquet hall. Isn't that right? Sister Laura? Oh no, Aunt Laura. Miss Laura. Qin Lun raised his eyebrows and looked at Laura along with everyone else. This turn of events was truly unexpected. It seemed that although he had grasped the general outline of the event, the details were still incomplete. Laura ignored the gazes of Stephen and the others. She just crouched down and looked at little Miller, asking softly, "Little one, do you blame me?" "No." Miller shook his little head and threw himself into Laura's embrace. Laura showed a sweet smile, happily picked up little Miller, gave a slight bow to Elizabeth, and said quietly, "I'm sorry, Princess Elizabeth. I cannot be as strong as you. After becoming an undead, merely 30 years later, I could no longer bear the loss of loved ones. Little Miller, no matter what, I cannot watch little Miller grow old and die like Thomas." "Haha. Aunt Laura, have you decided?" "It's the same question from over a year ago. Are you willing to leave the Albert family with me?" A flicker of excitement appeared on Stephen's face as he asked with burning eyes. "Stephen, I am different from you. I only want to protect little Miller," Laura said expressionlessly. "Laura." A trace of sadness appeared on Elizabeth's small face. She already realized what was about to happen. "Laura, my sister." Baron Thomas Albert looked at Laura with a complicated gaze. "Stephen didn't sign the servant contract. I cannot control him. However, I absolutely will not allow you to leave here. After this matter is over, little Miller must also sign a contract with me." "I know, brother." Laura lowered her eyelids, a pained expression appearing on her face. "As the controller of the contract, you can control me, but you cannot control my descendants. Kill him. Thomas, be careful." Lady Nova suddenly widened her eyes, looking in horror behind the Baron. Uft. Before Baron Albert could react, he felt a chill in his chest. A bloody blade tip pierced through his heart, emerging from his left chest. "You? Jason." Baron Albert spewed a mouthful of blood, turned his head in disbelief to look at the old butler behind him, and slowly slumped to the ground. "I'm sorry, Thomas. I cannot disobey my master's will." The old butler Jason, limping on one leg, shook his head with a bitter smile. Dr. Stan was right. "Thomas, you cannot bear it. Or rather, the Albert family cannot bear this responsibility." Lorenzo Albert was wrong. The longevity seekers were correct. No matter the reason, that is not a power humans should privately possess. "Ha ha. Well done, Jason. The contract controller is dead. What about the rest of you? Come with me and break out, or stay here and wait for the purification by the demon hunters." Stephen laughed heartily towards the sky, his blonde hair flying, as he pointed at the castle servants in the banquet hall. "We will usher in a new era for humankind." Looking at Baron Albert lying in a pool of blood, expressions of confusion appeared on the faces of the castle servants. Slowly, looks of grief and indignation appeared on most faces, while a small number of others had flickering eyes and back towards the floor-to-ceiling windows at the edge of the hall. "Resistors will die. Everyone kneel down. The Demon Hunter organization will reassign contract holders for you." Qin Lun's gloomy voice came from behind. Watching Stephen and the castle servants before them, all the demon hunters, including Bonnie, slowly tightened their grips on their weapons. "Kill them." Stephen flapped his wings and lunged at the demon hunters first. A whoa! Inhuman roars echoed through the banquet hall. Watching Miss Laura transform into a giant silver wolf, Qin Lun sighed softly, resolutely turned, and ran out of the banquet hall, heading towards the stairwell without looking back. Meanwhile, on the floors below the banquet hall, loud, boiling noises had already erupted. The townspeople were charging towards the upper levels of the castle. Apostle 70053, you witnessed a key historical node. Satellite-level plot elevates plot quality. Witnessed the historical node of the epidemic's origin in the Adia region. Plot quality upgraded to planetary level. Witnessed the two dark progenitors who opened this world's dark age. Werewolf progenitor, Laura Albert. Vampire progenitor, Stephen Albert. Plot quality upgraded to stellar level. Prompt. Due to Apostle 70053's personal witness and alteration of history, the Demon Hunter organization discovered the severity of the Dark Era early, eliminated large numbers of second- and third-generation werewolves and Blood Clan members, significantly shortened the history of the Dark Era. Shattered Starry Sky plundered 51 points of world origin. Prompt: Shattered Starry Sky will calculate the World Exploration Degree reward upon the Apostle's return based on the plundered world origin, and appropriately elevate the mission evaluation. Looking at the numerous prompts that appeared in the death notice, Qin Lun shrugged his shoulders and quickened his running pace. There were too few demon hunters in the banquet hall. Although the ordinary townspeople could help the demon hunters win this battle, they absolutely could not intercept all the werewolves and vampires. Especially Laura and Stephen, these two progenitors were likely to escape Albert Castle. As for the life or death of the others, it was unpredictable. Little Miller's body was too weak. He was very likely to die in the chaotic fight. As for Elizabeth, Qin Lun's eyes flashed, and for the first time, a trace of regret appeared on his face. This undead princess probably would not escape. He had already seen in the banquet hall that Elizabeth had a death wish. Or rather, after she became an undead, she had already turned into a walking corpse. The first Baron Albert had made this 8-year-old girl shoulder far too much. A millennium of duty, a millennium of protection, a millennium of glory. In Qin Lun's view, it was more like a millennium of sorrow. The Lion of Adia, Lorenzo Albert, did not know that his actions, in a sense, also buried his little daughter. On one side, there was the demon hunter faith that opposed the undead. On the other side, they had to use an undead body to protect the demon hunter's ideals. This was fundamentally an unsolvable paradox. Lorenzo's ideal was great, and it was the foundation that supported Elizabeth in resisting the nightmare cycle of her family and relatives continuously dying. However, today's events proved that Lorenzo was wrong. This foundational belief had collapsed. Even if the demon hunter organization, out of respect for Lorenzo, did not punish Elizabeth, she could no longer go on living. Qin Lun could understand Elizabeth's sorrow, but he could not comprehend it. He had no people or events worth remembering, nor did he feel sadness at the death of those around him. In fact, many times, the people around him were killed by his own hand. Even Frank's death only made him experience, for the first time, a kind of anger from having his dignity violated, not sadness. In the serial killer's view, being an observer wasn't so bad. Curiosity about mysterious events and new things was the driving force of his existence. Qin Lun soon saw the townspeople who had broken into Albert Castle. He wisely hid in a guest room, took off his formal attire, and walked out wearing only his undershirt, disguising himself as an ordinary townsman. The doctor moved against the flow of people, continuing downwards through the castle. However, as he got closer to the castle's main gate exit, he encountered more and more obstacles. This wasn't because the townspeople suspected his identity, but because there were too many people in the lower parts of the castle. As time passed, aside from the hundreds of townspeople who initially stormed the castle, countless ordinary Adia civilians were still arriving on the mountain path, almost stuffing the entire castle to the point of being impassable. The whole situation was developing towards an uncontrollable state. After squeezing out through the main hall door of the main keep, Qin Lun finally felt relieved. Gasping for breath, sweating profusely, he continued moving against the flow towards the stone bridge outside the castle. In the crowded mass of people, Qin Lun suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked up in surprise. In the distance to his left front, a familiar figure, looking lost and confused, came into the doctor's view. Catherine leaned against the high wall of the courtyard, curled up in the corner, staring blankly at Albert Castle in front of her. In some windows of the castle, faint flickering flames could be seen. This ancient castle, which had ruled the Aodia region for over 300 years, would likely turn into a pile of rubble and ruins after tonight. Everything before her made Catherine extremely scared. She was very close to the castle gate. If she turned and went out, she could still leave the castle via the stone bridge. However, this still charming innkeeper was unwilling to leave just like that. Unlike the other townspeople driven by anger and fear, she came alone to Albert Castle not to demand justice from the Albert family or to find a cure for the epidemic disease. Catherine had a feeling that if she did not take the initiative to find her young lover tonight, that young Dr. Stan might disappear from her life forever. In the innkeeper's heart, a cold voice warned her to leave immediately and find a safe place. Even if she found Wellington Stan, that promising young doctor probably would not keep her in his heart. They would never have a happy ending. Yet another voice always tempted and encouraged her, saying that young man was different from others. He would surely keep a place in his heart for her, just like the nights they spent together at the inn. Catherine, why are you here? Just as the innkeeper was at a loss, a familiar voice rang in her ears. Wellington. Catherine turned her head in surprise, looking at the figure in the distance being jostled by the crowd, but still struggling to move toward her. Her charming eyes glittered with a bright sparkle. Wellington. The innkeeper spread her arms and flew into Qin Lun's embrace like a little bird. Her plump body almost made the young doctor stumble. Why are you here? Are you sick too? Qin Lun held the woman's soft, full body and asked somewhat confusedly. The usually sharp and clever innkeeper blushed slightly, feeling rather embarrassed. For the innkeeper, who had been living independently since her teens, this was not easy to explain. All right, no matter what, let's leave this place first. Looking at the innkeeper with her messy hair and mud-stained skirt, Qin Lun felt a stir in his heart. He pulled her toward the stone bridge. Just as they squeezed out of the castle gate, Qin Lun suddenly felt a chill on his neck and looked up at the sky. It's raining. Catching a bean-sized raindrop in his hand, Qin Lun sighed inwardly. Before this, he had been worried that this long-brewing storm would delay the townspeople's arrival at Albert Castle. But now, for the Albert family, this rain had come too late. Wellington, your shirt is torn. Catherine frowned and flipped open Qin Lun's sleeve. After finding her young lover, the innkeeper no longer cared about the chaos around her. She pressed the young man's arm tightly against her full bosom, unwilling to let go even a little. Haha, when we get back to the inn, you can sew it up for me. Qin Lun patted Catherine's hand. The innkeeper, who had been nervous and panicked just moments ago, now showed a calmness as if a mountain had collapsed before her without a change in expression, which he found very strange. Catherine nodded happily, like a young girl in love. Look, what is that? Suddenly, panicked screams from some townspeople sounded behind the two. Qin Lun immediately turned his head alertly and saw some black dots leaping out from a French window in the middle of the castle. After jumping away from the window, several of the black dots spread huge bat-like wings. They glided through the dark sky like gliders, braving the growing storm. A few other black dots clung to the outer walls of the castle, climbing down like monkeys. Among them, a silver-white figure stood out the most. Catherine, you go first. Qin Lun stared intently at the black dots and pushed the innkeeper away. No, I want to be with you. If we leave together. Catherine's face changed. Not only did she not let go of Qin Lun, she hugged him even tighter. Catherine, listen to me. It's not safe for you to be with me. Qin Lun shook his head seriously. Follow the escaping townspeople and run. Hide in the forest. When it's safe, go straight back to the inn. I will find you. You promise. The innkeeper bit her pale lips. I promise. Qin Lun gave a stiff smile. Catherine gave her young lover a resentful look, then walked toward the stone bridge, turning back every few steps. Seeing that he had persuaded the innkeeper to leave, Qin Lun inexplicably felt relieved. He turned and rushed back toward the castle courtyard. The doctor's face looked troubled. There were too many werewolves and vampires. It was normal that Nova and the others could not hold them back. But he had not expected that before he could escape into the hillside woods, the werewolves and vampires had already fled the banquet hall. Compared to the demon hunters, these werewolves and vampires probably hated him even more. Although they were fleeing for their lives now, if they spotted him, they might lose their minds and come after him first. It was too dangerous for Catherine to be with him. The innkeeper would be safer alone. As for Qin Lun himself, he felt that escaping to the hillside woods was not a good idea. Instead, hiding among the townspeople in the courtyard would be safer. After all, unlike Catherine, he was a prime target of hatred. If he were discovered by werewolves or vampires in the sparsely populated woods, there would be no escape. Contrary to before, the appearance of the werewolves and vampires made the townspeople in the courtyard panic. Some of the crowd began fleeing outside the castle. Qin Lun could only go against the flow again, struggling to squeeze back into the courtyard and hide behind a neat bush. These demon hunters are truly useless. The doctor gasped for breath, grumbling inwardly. However, he understood it was not Nova and the others' fault. There were too many rioters inside Albert Castle. He had not thought it would take so much time and still not manage to escape the castle. Roar! The silver-white werewolf soon reached the ground, roaring loudly at the townspeople in the courtyard. The townspeople stepped back fearfully, forming a large circle around it in the courtyard. Laura, watching the silver werewolf with its blood-red eyes, Qin Lun let out a long sigh. There was no sign of little Miller beside Laura. It seemed the youngest member of the Albert family indeed had not managed to escape. Surround it. Don't let it get away. A group of people holding torches filed out from the main entrance of the main keep. Leading them were St. Healer Toddy and several town mayors, followed by a fully armed town militia. Seeing the mayors appear, the townspeople finally regained their composure. Although the werewolf Laura had transformed into looked fierce and terrifying, for these townspeople living in mountainous areas who were used to wild beasts, it was not an unacceptable horror. Looking at the militia members behind St. Healer Toddy, armed with guns and swords, Qin Lun felt a stir. He slowly stood up and walked toward the crowd. The death notice had already hinted to him that Laura was the werewolf progenitor. Barring any accidents, she was also one of the two key figures that would usher in the Dark Era. If Laura died here prematurely, would the Dark Era still occur? How would the history of this world progress? Countless thoughts raced through Qin Lun's mind. Reason told him he had achieved all his goals and should not risk appearing before Laura again. However, at this critical moment, the doctor saw the figures of many sacrifices in his mind. Odo, Blah, Frank, Mary, Elizabeth, Baron Albert, even Bonnie's half-face like a demon. These sacrifices seemed to be whispering to him, telling him something. Perhaps killing a werewolf progenitor would shorten the Dark Era further? Shattered Starry Sky could plunder more world origin, and his world exploration degree reward would be higher? Qin Lun instinctively refused to think about those sacrifices. Torn by conflicting emotions, he slowly approached the crowd. When he snapped back to reality, he found he had unconsciously arrived near Toddy and the others. Dr. Stan, you're still alive? That's wonderful. Toddy's eyes suddenly lit up as he spotted Qin Lun outside the encirclement. Wellington Stan. The silver-white werewolf turned its head sensitively, looking at the culprit who caused all this. Hatred sparked in its blood-red eyes. Yes, I'm still alive. Qin Lun shook his head wryly and walked to Toddy's side. Since they had already spotted him, there was no need to hide anymore. How are things upstairs? I haven't had time to enter the banquet hall. I only heard from a few companions. The situation is terrible. Lady Nova sacrificed herself. Bonnie and Meyer are severely injured, and the other demon hunters are almost incapacitated. I left a few medics behind and came back down. Toddy said with a grave expression. Nova died. Qin Lun felt a stir in his heart. That robust king's flower was incredibly powerful. Probably, the events had made her wish for death, and she got what she sought in battle. Wellington Stan, I never thought I'd see you here again. The werewolf's hateful gaze made Qin Lun feel a slight sting on his face. Miss Laura, please forgive the harm I brought to the Albert family. Qin Lun smiled and nodded at Laura. Why? Why did you have to kill us? We haven't harmed humans like evil witches do. We are not guilty. Laura stared at the doctor with deep loathing. The loneliness and sorrow of losing your loved ones one by one made you yearn for affection and acceptance, turning those around you into non-human beings. While granting them immortal life, you also condemned them to eternal sorrow. Qin Lun slightly lowered his eyelids and spoke faintly. After you became werewolves and vampires, no matter how many humans surrounded you, you were just orphans in another form. You can only walk in darkness, never able to coexist with humans. Your sorrow is the sorrow of orphans. Your resentment is the resentment of orphans. It cannot be forgotten, nor can it be erased. Miss Laura, your very existence is a sin. What is this thing? It can talk. The crowd surrounding Laura grew restless. The phenomenon of a silver werewolf speaking human language shocked and terrified these ordinary townspeople. Our very existence is a sin, Laura muttered to herself. Her crimson eyes showed a hint of confusion, but she quickly regained her composure. She bared her teeth at Qin Lun and roared. You're lying. Princess Elizabeth has existed for over 300 years. If not for the sudden outbreak of the epidemic disease in your appearance, we would have continued coexisting with humans. Miss Laura, do you remember what you once told me? There are no coincidences, only inevitabilities. An ending that is destined to happen will not change because of our will. Qin Lun shook his head calmly. Princess Elizabeth's strength is admirable. However, it was only a matter of time before the Albert family produced someone selfish like Stephen. Even you have been secretly developing your own descendants, haven't you? I just didn't want to see old Jason, who served the family his whole life, die in such a miserable way. Laura's shoulders trembled as she clenched her sharp claws. Please do not misunderstand. I am not blaming you. Qin Lun sighed, looking at Laura with an unreadable expression. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Princess Elizabeth has lived for over 300 years. As another undying one, do you think she knew nothing about Witch Mary infiltrating the Albert family? Do you think she was completely unaware of you secretly developing descendants? Do you think an elder who watched you grow up and was responsible for teaching you couldn't see through Stephen's little tricks? She knew everything. That's impossible. The silver werewolf looked as if struck hard. Laura staggered back 2 steps. If that's the case, why didn't she stop us? Miss Laura, have you ever thought about this? Over 300 years, the Albert family should have produced hundreds or even thousands of non-human creatures. Yet, only a few dozen werewolves and vampires appeared in the banquet hall. Where did all the other non-human creatures go? Don't tell me they all died in battle against the witch mayor. You mean? The silver werewolf widened its wolf-like eyes. The thought that surfaced in its mind made it nauseous. Yeah, you guessed right. Those excess non-human creatures were naturally cleaned up by Princess Elizabeth. Qin Lun grinned with a cold smile. For over 300 years, Princess Elizabeth has been both the creator of the Albert family and its gravedigger. However, a rubber band stretched to its limit will eventually snap. Now, the rubber band in Princess Elizabeth's heart has finally broken. In my opinion, this incident is just a joint test by Princess Elizabeth for both you and humans. She no longer wants to be the executioner who kills the Albert descendants. She hopes humans can accept the undying ones of the Albert family. But so far, this test that has cost countless lives has clearly failed. Shut up. I don't believe you. The silver fur on Laura's body stood on end. She let out a long howl and lunged at Qin Lun. You have already destroyed the Albert family. I won't allow you to slander Princess Elizabeth any further. Fire. Kill it. Watching the silver figure moving swiftly like lightning, Toddy and a few other town leaders paled slightly. They immediately ordered the militia gunslingers to shoot the silver werewolf. Bang, bang, bang. The militia members had just exited the main keep. Most stood on the steps by the entrance, so the gunpowder in their firearms was not heavily affected by the rain yet. Following the sharp shouts of Toddy and the town leaders, pungent white gun smoke billowed up. Boom! A bright flash of lightning lit up the sky above Albert Castle. The storm instantly blew away the gun smoke lingering at the entrance. Qin Lun focused his gaze and saw over a dozen spots of blood bloom on the silver werewolf's body. The contrast of white and red was like crimson flowers blooming wildly on a snowy plain, giving off an eerie sense of beauty. Is it dead? A trace of relief appeared on the townspeople's faces. No, it's not dead yet. Qin Lun's heart sank after checking the unresponsive death notice. He shouted loudly. Killing the 2nd or 3rd generation werewolves and vampires transformed from the castle servants had triggered significant prompts. Laura's death as the primal werewolf would not possibly give no prompt at all. As if to confirm Qin Lun's words, to the townspeople's astonishment, the silver werewolf riddled with bullet holes sprang up from the ground. The bullet holes on its body healed rapidly at a visible rate. Flattened brass bullets were squeezed out of the wounds one by one, falling onto the gravel path in front of the main keep with clear, tinkling sounds like pearls falling on a jade plate. It's a monster. The circle surrounding the werewolf slowly retreated. Uncontrollable fear showed on the townspeople's faces. Wellington Stan. The silver werewolf fixed its gaze on Qin Lun among the crowd and roared, lunging towards him. The truth is always the most hated. A touch of bitterness rose in Qin Lun's heart. The inexperienced serial killer learned another lesson. He finally felt he had said too much. Drop the guns. Switch to knives. Use ropes to tie it up. A middle-aged town leader beside Saint Healer Toddy shouted sternly. The nearby militia members snapped out of their daze, dropping their now useless long guns and drawing hunting knives from their waists. Some recovered townspeople around also started taking ropes from their bodies. Roar! Laura extended sharp, blade-like nails from her furry wolf paws. With just a light sweep, 2 townspeople blocking Qin Lun were sent flying like ragged sacks. One had 3 gashes torn open on his chest. His sturdy breastbone was split open like tofu, revealing his vigorously beating heart. The other had his head thrown back, his throat spraying hot blood like a water gun, making gurgling sounds. It was clear he wouldn't survive. Laura, splattered with human blood, seemed to sober up a little. She held up her arms and froze in place. Although she had been a werewolf and survived for decades, this was the first time she had actually killed a person. This kind of strength and speed. Qin Lun's pupils contracted. He grabbed St. Healer Toddy's arm and pulled him, running towards the densely packed part of the crowd. Dr. Stan, we. The Saint Healer was dazed. He still couldn't quite believe that this terrifying creature before him was the beautiful and pure Miss Laura of the Albert family. She's not someone we can handle. Leave it to the town's militia and hunters. Qin Lun curled his lip, not stopping his steps for a moment. Use the ropes to lasso it. Regarding the retreat of Toddy and Qin Lun, the town leaders from several small towns didn't mind. Having 2 doctors not participating in the fight meant 2 less burdens for them. Wasn't that just fine? Whoosh! Several rope loops descended from the air, tightly lassoing the upper body of the werewolf and dragging it to the ground. Even though the heavy rain was pouring down, the townspeople accustomed to hunting in the mountains and forests still had excellent aim. Roar! Laura finally awoke from the panic of her first kill. The instinct for survival began to grow. She abruptly sat up from the ground, instead pulling several townspeople holding the ropes down. Everyone, charge together. A loud roar erupted from the crowd. Many townspeople began to unite, simultaneously pulling on the loosened rope loops. It must be said, these commoners of the Adia region were quite tough, fundamentally different from residents of big cities. Even facing a non-human creature like a werewolf for the first time, they could still restrain their fear instead of scattering and fleeing. Perhaps this was the fierce custom indirectly cultivated by the Adia demon hunters. The silver werewolf's beautiful fur turned completely grimy from rolling on the ground. Mud, wet from the rain, clung stickily to its body. Laura did not wait passively for death. Her sharp claws sliced through the rope loops like blades. However, the townspeople had clearly considered this possibility. Each time a rope loop was shed, more loops fell to replace it. The militia members did not waste the townspeople's efforts either. Hunting knives fell upon the silver werewolf like rain. Qin Lun watched the struggling silver werewolf with pity. He initially thought she would cause significant casualties among the townspeople. He didn't expect Laura to panic due to her first kill, leading to this predicament. No matter how strong a werewolf's recovery power is, it cannot withstand this kind of swarm tactic. Once it loses mobility, the outcome is predictable. However, at that moment, shrill shrieks suddenly came from above the townspeople. A gust of wind pressed down like a mountain. Several swift, shadowy figures swooped down from the sky. Townspeople pulling the ropes screamed and fell to the ground one after another. Stephen. Qin Lun's expression changed slightly. He looked up at the sky. The primal vampire had returned with several other vampires, tearing a gap in the encirclement formed by the townspeople. Roar! Laura's spirit was lifted. With her restraints slightly loosened, she let out a furious roar. Sweeping her arms, she forced back the surrounding militia members, even gutting several of them who collapsed on the ground. Laura, let's go. Stephen traced an elegant arc in the air, urgently calling out to the werewolf. Several demon hunters are coming down from upstairs. Don't linger any longer. No. The silver werewolf turned its head, scanning around. Its gaze passed through the crowd and fell upon Qin Lun. Hatred burned in its eyes like flames. Is he that Dr. Stan? Stephen followed Laura's gaze, fixed on Qin Lun, and grinned, revealing 2 sharp fangs. Then hurry up. I'll assist you. The stare from the 2 undying ones made Qin Lun's expression change. He turned his head to estimate the distance between the main keep entrance and himself. The dagger of Sin slipped from his sleeve into his palm. The distance was too far. With the speed of the werewolf and vampire, he had no time to run into the hall. Wellington Stan. Laura pushed off with her feet. Her agile body cut through the heavy curtain of rain, lunging towards Qin Lun like lightning. At the same time, Stephen in the air let out a sharp shriek. Flapping his wings, he led the other vampires to pounce on the militia members shielding Qin Lun. Ding! The dagger of sin clashed with the wolf's claw, and Qin Lun was sent staggering back as if struck hard. The dark, glossy hilt slammed viciously into his chest. The next second, his whole body went numb, and he went flying through the air. Though utterly unable to control his body, Qin Lun's mind remained startlingly clear. He felt lucky he hadn't recklessly entered the combat model just now. Otherwise, the brief moment of sluggishness upon snapping out of his self-hypnosis would surely have dealt him a serious blow. Qin Lun tumbled uncontrollably across the ground. His formal suit was soaked through with mud, but the numbness gripping his body eased slightly. So a head-on clash was impossible. A sinking feeling filled Qin Lun's heart. He hadn't yielded control of his body to Joey. The doctor had a feeling that Laura now harbored all the resentment she'd ever held deep inside her heart, and that it was all directed straight at him. Even if he switched to Joey right now, the serial killer's psychological pressure wouldn't be able to frighten a werewolf in such a berserk rage. Worse, Joey's obsessive personality might actually get him killed. Qin Lun understood this, and Joey naturally did too. Facing this life-or-death crisis, the dissector remained oddly quiet, making no move to take over. Only a little over 10 meters left. Qin Lun's gaze flickered towards the main keep's doors behind him. From the start, he'd never intended to fight Laura to the death. He'd only wanted to use her force to escape. By now, after such a long period of adjustment, at least a few of the demon hunters upstairs should have suppressed their injuries enough to probably come downstairs. Just getting into the main keep's hall would basically guarantee his safety. Laura not following him would be fine. If she did follow him inside, she'd be courting death. The numerous obstacles indoors would prevent the werewolf from using her speed to full extent. Laura wasn't exactly skilled in combat techniques. Once she encountered any demon hunter, she was certainly doomed. Qin Lun hadn't been present for the battle in the banquet hall, but he could guess most of the situation just by thinking about it. More than 20 werewolves and vampires against 8 demon hunters? Apart from Nova, who seemed determined to die, the others were only seriously wounded. Not a single one was killed. Yet fewer than half the werewolves and vampires who leaped out the windows escaped. That showed just how different their combat power levels really were. Those demon hunters might be gravely wounded now, but they had steely fighting spirit. For their beliefs, they feared neither life nor death. Being outnumbered 3-1 in the banquet hall, letting a few wolves and vampires escape, was simply unavoidable. Now, if they caught sight of these escapees again, they'd probably be willing to give their lives to ensure every last one was eradicated. Even though the shattered starry sky saw Stephen and Laura as the progenitors of the werewolves and vampires, that was solely due to their seemingly limitless hidden potential, not their current combat ability. Right now, they were still just 2 young noble heirs who'd only survived a little over 30 years. Even with brute strength, they were no match for those demon hunters. If they both chased Qin Lun into the main keep's first-floor hall, only to be blocked at the doors by those fierce townsfolk, well, it seemed the impending dark era might end before it even began. Wellington, you won't escape. Seeing the young doctor stagger towards the main keep, Laura's crimson eyes blazed with renewed fury. Laura knew that although the Albert family's calamity was triggered by the doctor, he wasn't the root cause. From the demon hunter's perspective, Qin Lun's actions were entirely justified. Yet, for some reason she couldn't fathom. Just the sight of Qin Lun made her heart boil with turmoil. The initial goodwill felt upon meeting the young man, the joy he brought by curing little Miller, all of it had now, following the deaths of Baron Albert and little Miller, twisted entirely into hatred. Even the accumulated anguish from becoming an undying one was piled entirely onto the doctor. Qin Lun's words had pierced Laura's heart like a sting, shattering all the illusions and sweet dreams she'd harbored as easily as pricking a soap bubble. How could all this not make her loathe him deeply? Just as Qin Lun himself had mocked, he'd said far too much. It was like dropping a massive taunt, pulling the full hatred of the boss solely onto himself. "Protect Dr. Stan," Toddy roared to the nearby militia soldiers, a flicker of anxiety crossing his eyes. He, too, had realized Stevens and Laura's target was Qin Lun. While he didn't grasp all the details yet, Toddy believed Qin Lun remained the only hope for solving the epidemic disease. He absolutely couldn't let the doctor die before his eyes. Not that Toddy's reminder was needed. Adia commoners and militia soldiers who'd heard about Qin Lun's deeds saw the doctor as the sole lifesaver for their sick family members. At Toddy's shout, townspeople and militia soldiers immediately stepped forward, placing their bodies between the doctor and the werewolf, using their flesh as shields to buy him precious seconds. So eager to protect him with your lives? Then so be it. Laura shrieked, the deep-seated savagery within the werewolf finally erupting in full force. She became a living whirlwind, lunging at the dozen-plus townspeople blocking her path. Screams erupted instantly. Severed limbs and splatters of gore sprayed outwards from the furious whirlwind. By the time the werewolf broke through the blockade, she was drenched in blood. Her already mud-smeared silver-white fur now gleamed crimson, making her appear even more monstrously fierce. Qin Lun, already well ahead, didn't look back. With the townspeople sacrificing themselves as a delay, Laura couldn't catch him. Gazing at the main keep entrance mere steps away, a trace of relief finally appeared on Qin Lun's calm face. At that very moment, an inexplicable sense of deadly alarm flashed through the doctor's mind. His expression changed instantly, his body instinctively dove sideways. As he rolled, Qin Lun caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye of a dark shadow streaking overhead. The fierce wind it kicked up stung his face. Stephen the vampire progenitor. A cold dread settled in Qin Lun's heart as he truly sensed the menace of death enveloping him for the first time. Stephen arced gracefully through the air, looking down disdainfully at the young doctor floundering in the rain below. Unlike Laura, after becoming a vampire, he felt absolutely limitless, unbound by anyone or anything. Ambitions and desires long suppressed by his family began to explode within him. His mindset mirrored those ancient undying one shamans from millennia ago, viewing himself as superior to humans, a veritable god. In truth, given 1,000 years or so to master this blood clan body, he might actually deserve that title. I still need Laura. Might as well do her a favor. A flash of ferocity shone in Stephen's eyes as he beat his wings, swooping down at Qin Lun once more. Clang! The overwhelming jarring force transmitted through the dagger of sin turned Qin Lun's face sheet white. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Instead of propelling him towards the hall doorway, it sent him crashing backwards. Wellington! A frantic cry rang out from the crowd, but in the chaos of the storm, it was barely noticeable. Taking the full brunt of Stephen's dive, Qin Lun felt his entire body go numb. He couldn't even move a single finger. The corner of his eye caught sight of Laura lunging from behind. Stephen, meanwhile, seeming completely unaffected by the impact, defied physics by flipping 180 degrees mid-air and diving again. Trapped, Qin Lun was now caught perfectly between the two progenitors, one at each end. The way things looked, this body was about to be torn apart. Roar! Though a flicker of complexity passed through Laura's eyes, her razor-sharp wolf paw struck without hesitation straight for Qin Lun's back, aimed right at the doctor's heart. High above, Stephen grinned with savage triumph, wings snapping open to hover just above Qin Lun's prone form. His sharp claws reached for the doctor's throat, a cruel gleam of amusement in his eyes, as if savoring the panic of an opponent about to die. So this is death? Joey, we're going to die? Qin Lun's pale face remained utterly calm. His mind felt strangely blank. In this final moment, he couldn't recall a single person or a single thing. What a prospect. Qin Lun's left pupil suddenly flooded with blood red, while his right eye remained pure black, creating a stark contrast of black and red. A faint flush rose on his calm face, alongside a surge of climax-like excitement and euphoria flooding his heart. Spurred by this intense thrill, a sudden wave of heat surged through Qin Lun's paralyzed body. Though barely strong enough to regain control, his left hand, which suffered the least impact, now seemed fully functional. He should at least leave behind a little souvenir for his enemies, shouldn't he? Qin Lun narrowed his mismatched black and red eyes, his lips curling into an impishly strange half-smile. With a twist of his wrist, a small vial landed in his palm. His thumb and middle finger held it steady as his index finger flicked the cork away in one fluid movement. The vial's contents splashed straight at Stephen's face. From point-blank range, Stephen had no chance to avoid it. Like Bonnie when the witch's venom scarred his face, the vampire progenitor couldn't dodge this sudden attack. But unlike Bonnie who fought, this progenitor, lacking real battle experience, fared far worse. He didn't even make an instinctive flinch, catching the entire vial's contents head-on. Hiss! White steam billowed from Stephen's face as his handsome features melted away grotesquely, like hot wax. Erard! The progenitor unleashed an agonizing shriek, clutching his ruined face as he thrashed wildly through the air like a crash-bound chopper. The sacred spirit potion, healing holy water to demon hunters, the deadliest poison imaginable to a vampire, an undying one. Though potentially not fatal, getting it splashed directly into his sensitive features subjected Stephen to excruciating pain. Just as Qin Lun had hoped, this souvenir would likely make the Albert family heir truly immortal, at least in infamy. He didn't get to savor Stephen's writhing state long, though. Qin Lun shut his eyes lightly. He could already feel the sharp, ice-cold gust of wind slicing towards his back. Laura's wolf claws were impossible to evade now. Wellington. But then, Qin Lun's ear caught a desperate voice calling his name. Out of nowhere, a figure charged from the side, colliding heavily with Laura's flank, sending the towering silver werewolf stumbling sideways. A spray of crimson bloomed along Qin Lun's back as the werewolf's claw raked down, leaving a deep, bone-showing furrow, just barely missing a potentially fatal impalement near the heart. Thudding heavily onto the mud, Qin Lun stared intently at the figure, with a look of utter disbelief. "You despicable ant, I will kill you." Stephen loosened his hands, revealing a ferocious and terrifying face. Under the corrosion of the sacred spirit potion, the handsome face of the eldest young Master Albert became like a lump of white wax melted by high heat. One eyeball hung crookedly at the corner of his eye like a popped fish bladder. The left side of his mouth had completely disappeared, revealing half of his snow-white, sharp teeth. Bang! Before the vampire ancestor could pounce down from the air, a figure shot out from the main keep's hall entrance. It flashed up into the sky and in an instant appeared before Stephen. "You will kill no one." The figure took a deep breath, his chest swelling high. He pulled his fists back to his sides, and in the next moment, countless fist shadows rained down on Stephen's upper body like machine gun fire. Lima's eyes flashed with a cold light. Dr. Stan's desertion in the banquet hall had left him somewhat disappointed. But then everything that happened next in the banquet hall filled him with rage. For the first time, he desperately wished he could take leadership of the Adia demon hunters. The black buffalo leather gloves were already torn and tattered, revealing a pair of iron fists tempered to the color of black iron. Thump, thump, thump. The vampire's body twisted and contorted like a ragged sack, similar to steel being forged under a hydraulic press. Lima's iron fists acted like a magnet. After each blow, they pulled Stephen's body back into the target position for the next punch. Amid the whistling sound of fists cutting through the air, countless jets of blood shot out from both Lima and Stephen, scattering into a bloody mist in the storm, enveloping the two. Stephen's blood came from his body being unable to withstand the crushing force of the punches, while Lima's blood came from his recently bandaged wounds splitting open again. Bang! Just 2 seconds later, Stephen was sent flying like a cannonball, his demonic face still wearing a trace of stunned disbelief. He crashed violently into a section of the courtyard's high wall, collapsing it and burying himself under the bricks and rubble. At this moment, Qin Lun's attention was not on these two. After dodging Laura's determined attack, he widened his eyes, staring fixedly at the figure clinging to the werewolf's arm. Catherine, why was she here? Qin Lun could not understand the innkeeper's wife's actions. In the books he had read, there were indeed descriptions of mysterious chemical reactions between female and male beings. But in his view, this was just an additional product of the reproductive instinct of lower life forms, not something worthy of praise. Roar! Laura shook her arm violently in fury, trying to throw off the woman clinging to her. Catherine's face was pale, her eyes tightly shut, her shoulders trembling slightly. But her hands holding onto the werewolf tightened even more, sticking to Laura like glue. No! Qin Lun's face changed. A familiar-seeming image suddenly appeared in his mind. It was the scene of Odo, blind and severely injured, desperately clutching the witch's ankle. Even when the demon hunter's head was pierced by the witch's wand, he did not loosen his grip until death. A flash of murderous light crossed Laura's eyes. Her sharp claws plunged fiercely into Catherine's chest, tearing the woman off her arm. She had already killed many people. Under the influence of the werewolf's violent nature, she adapted very quickly to the adverse reactions after killing. Not even a woman or child could shake her will now. Boom! A surge of heat exploded in Qin Lun's head. Long-buried memories from the depths of the serial killer's heart surfaced. The people and events around him instantly vanished. The dripping wolf claws seemed to transform into a strange half-pair of scissors. The tall werewolf turned into a blurred shadow. The flung Catherine became a petite, delicate figure, and he himself transformed back into a small boy curled up in a corner. No. A sharp pain made Qin Lun feel as if his head was splitting apart. A heart-wrenching scream tore from his mouth, and he immediately held his head, rolling around wildly on the ground. Die! After shaking off Catherine, Laura lunged at Qin Lun again. But just as she took a step, a warning flashed in the werewolf's heart, and she forced herself to stop abruptly. Bang! A barrage of steel pellets shot towards the werewolf's face. Laura only had time to raise her arms in front of her before countless bloody blossoms burst open all over her body. Sizzle. Unlike when the militia had hit her before, this time the wounds on her body emitted pungent white smoke. Ugh! Laura grunted. Before she could react, a dark figure had already appeared in front of her. A bright flash of blade light came down on her head like lightning. Ah! Along with Laura's painful scream, half of a wolf forearm flew into the air. Humph! Under the werewolf's horrified gaze, Meyer, who had rushed to the main keep entrance, kicked out, sending her flying. From chasing Qin Lun to being sent flying by Lima and Meyer, only a few dozen seconds had passed for Laura and Stephen. Seeing the appearance of Lima and Meyer, the vampires tasked with dispersing and blocking the townsfolk all panicked and flew up into the air. The militia and townsfolk steadied themselves again and closed in from all sides. A few brave townspeople managed to loop several more ropes around Laura. Stop them! Stephen's voice, filled with shock and anger, came from under the collapsed rubble. The vampires in the air exchanged uncertain looks. But after only a brief hesitation, they shrieked and dove towards the two demon hunters again. Humans had abandoned them. There weren't many of their own kind left. Moreover, Miss Laura usually treated all the castle servants like family. No matter what, they could not stand by and watch Laura die at the hands of the demon hunters. Taking advantage of the vampires desperately and recklessly entangling the two demon hunters, Stephen finally broke through the townsfolk's encirclement again. He scooped up the unconscious Laura and flew up into the air, slowly disappearing into the far end of the night amidst the storm. Lima, don't chase them. We don't have wings. Meyer looked up at the night sky and called out wearily to stop his companion. Humph! Lima's face was livid. His split-open wounds had dyed his martial attire a blood-like crimson. Yet his body remained straight as a flagpole, standing tall. He clenched his iron fists unwillingly, his eyes revealing a firm and unwavering belief. The trials of this night seemed to grant this young demon hunter a rebirth. No one knew yet that the flames ignited in Lima's heart would, in the distant future, stir up a storm affecting the entire world. Hey, where did Dr. Stan go? As the fight ended, the Saint Healer Toddy also arrived beside the two demon hunters and began re-bandaging their split wounds. Lima and Meyer started in surprise at his words. They scanned the courtyard and indeed did not find Qin Lun, who had just been rolling around screaming. The townsfolk who came to Albert Castle were now split into two groups. Those with the courage to fight the vampires and werewolf were mostly gathered in the castle courtyard. The others had fled into the woods on the hillside, hiding in fear from those terrifying creatures. Qin Lun carried Catherine, walking alone on the stone bridge. His gaze calmly fixed on the pale face of the innkeeper's wife. The innkeeper's wife had her eyes closed, her breathing barely perceptible. The doctor glanced at the wound on the woman's chest. Although Catherine's heart was unharmed, her right lung was completely shattered, and she was bleeding heavily internally. Not even World Tree Dew or the Sacred Spirit Potion could save the innkeeper's wife from this injury. Why did you come back? Qin Lun asked quietly. I wanted to see you again. Catherine's eyelashes fluttered lightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. We only met a few days ago. You have no idea what kind of person I am. Qin Lun shook his head gently. Do you regret it now? Catherine. I don't know. Catherine's gaze was slightly confused. Then, an unnatural flush rose on her face. Ignoring the blood welling in her mouth, she choked out, cough. I changed the inn into a clinic. Would you marry me? Looking into Catherine's shining, expectant eyes, a strange feeling suddenly rose in Qin Lun's heart. Different from the anger he felt when Frank died, this was another entirely new experience. Of course, Catherine. You are now Wellington Stan's wife, forever. A gentle smile appeared on Qin Lun's face, as warm as the first time he saw Catherine. Cough. Live well, my Wellington. Catherine's eyes brightened. She trembled and reached out a hand, wanting to touch Qin Lun's face, but it fell back powerlessly halfway. Qin Lun stopped walking. He grabbed Catherine's hand and pressed it against his face. He closed his eyes, buried his head in the woman's chest, and his shoulders trembled slightly. Joey, I don't like this feeling. Can you help me hide it away? For the first time in 12 years, Qin Lun felt as if he was still that little boy curled up in the corner. Bonnie, the rain will stop soon, right? In front of the banquet hall's shattered French window, Elizabeth leaned quietly against the blonde young man's shoulder. Elizabeth. Bonnie went down on one knee, letting the Albert family's little princess rest her head on his lap. Hee, don't look so glum. You were much cuter when you were little. Elizabeth turned her head to look at the faint light of dawn appearing on the horizon. Bonnie, do you hate me? I destroyed everything about the Alberts. Your father, Laura, Stephen, Nina, little Miller, and all those castle servants. Bonnie's gaze dimmed. He was silent for a while before speaking. No, Elizabeth. Without you, the Albert family could not have shown for over 300 years. They made their own choices. This sorrow shouldn't always be borne by you. You only destroyed yourself. Bonnie, you've grown up. Elizabeth's clear, tinkling laughter rang through the empty banquet hall. Elizabeth, let's go inside. You'll catch a cold out here. That sounds familiar. I think Dr. Stan said something like that on his first night at the castle. Elizabeth said playfully. Bonnie, I'll tell you a secret. Only you. Do you know why I dislike rainy days, yet always go out in the rain at night? It seems that's true. What? Bonnie frowned, asking curiously. Because the sun after a storm is the most beautiful. I can even see Father waving to me. Gazing at the slowly rising morning sun on the horizon, a look of happiness suddenly appeared on Elizabeth's face. She pushed Bonnie away. It's been over 300 years. This is the first time. Let me have a good look. Watching Elizabeth transform into a torch before his eyes, Bonnie wept bitterly. Through his blurred vision, Bonnie seemed to see the little girl mischievously make a face at him. Then, holding the hand of a tall figure, she walked further and further away. The return request of Apostle 70053 has been received. Starting detection of Apostle's physical condition and surrounding environment. Detection complete. Apostle is not in combat state. No hidden observers in the environment. Shattering boundary law initiated. Space-time teleportation beginning. Qin Lun, with his hands crossed over his chest, had a small glowing figure resembling Qin Lun appear on his forehead. The small glowing figure expanded and contracted before disappearing. The sudden burst of light illuminated the small space where the young man was. Wellington Stan's body became still and stopped breathing. Beyond the coffin lid and soil above the young man, a tombstone stood in front of the grave originally dug by Frank. The tombstone was inscribed with Wellington Stan, 1712.2 to 1734.2. To the left and right of this tombstone, there were two other tombstones. They were inscribed with Beloved Wife, Catherine Stan 1698.2 to 1734.2, and Beloved Brother, Frank Stan 1702.2 to 1734.2, respectively. The Apostle Soul Mark has returned to the boundary dimension. Before entering the shattered starry sky, starting the settlement of rewards for this otherworld mission, and assigning the mission evaluation. Since this is the Apostle's first time entering an otherworld, the plot identity alteration is free. No related fees required. Only the body repair cost of 200 shattered crystals is charged. Apostle 70053 completed the first Otherworld Guidance Mission investigation. Mission completion rate 100%. Basic rewards have been distributed. The Law of Shattering Fusion Crystal has merged with the Mayor Crystal Ball. Remaining shattered crystals, 1800. Hint: the Mayor Crystal Ball is a special item. The Otherworld Law for storing soul entities is ineffective in the Shattered Starry Sky. After extracting the soul entities inside the crystal ball, the Mayor Crystal Ball will lose its effect of storing soul entities and can only exist as a fine equipment material. Hint: the Apostles' investigation mission received a plot quality upgrade. It is now a stellar-level plot. The Apostle witnessed two great dark progenitors, affecting the historical changes of the Otherworld, and helped the Shattered Starry Sky plunder 51 points of world origin. Later, personally participated in the battle that heavily injured the two great dark progenitors, causing most werewolf and vampire descendants to fall, additionally plundering 7 points of world origin. Total plundered world origin, 58 points. Based on the plundered world origin, and deducting the portion involving plot characters, Apostle 70053 directly obtained a world exploration degree of 0.2% and indirectly influenced close to 11% of the Dark Era historical facts. Received a gold-level mission evaluation. Hint: the additional rewards for world exploration degree and the special rewards for the gold-level mission evaluation are summarized as follows. Among them, 3 gold-level evaluation rewards can only choose one. Please make your selection within 3 minutes. If overdue, random distribution will occur. 1. 35 contribution points. 2. 12,000 shattered crystals. 1 500-point exchange voucher. 3. Based on the Apostle's main profession and body attributes, randomly distribute 1 intermediate or lower profession scroll or low-grade bloodline item. 4. Perform a comprehensive upgrade on the Apostle's law body attributes. Can specify percentage increase or fixed amount increase. 5. Randomly distribute 1 piece of Apostle equipment. Can specify for attack or defense. If not specified, there is a certain chance to draw special equipment quality limited to below dark gold. 6. Soul lifespan limit increased by 20 points, unique to gold level mission evaluation. 7. 1 low magic world gold evaluation card, unique to gold level mission evaluation. 8. 1 exemption token transferable to other apostles. Using this token, apostles below intermediate profession can exempt 1 execution punishment or promotion failure punishment, unique to gold level mission evaluation. Looking at the 8 rewards in the death notice, Qin Lun only thought for a moment before making his choice. The first 5 items were straightforward. The key was the final 3 choose 1 gold level extra rewards. As the mission progressed, Qin Lun now understood information about soul lifespan. Before even entering the Otherworld, he had calculated that 1 point of soul lifespan was equivalent to 1 natural year. This meant the Shattered Starry Sky gave each apostle a base lifespan of 100 years. Considering he received an Otherworld mission every half-month, the soul lifespan consumed in the Shattered Starry Sky was truly insignificant. Moreover, it could be replenished through soul power crystals. Basically, 10 soul power crystals could replenish 1 point of soul lifespan, but it couldn't exceed the 100-point limit. Judging from the exchange rates between soul power crystals and shattered crystals, soul lifespan seemed very cheap. From this, Qin Lun inferred that the 30 points of soul lifespan deducted for failing the first Otherworld mission probably meant deducting 30 points from the soul lifespan limit, not simply 30 points of soul lifespan. Additionally, he had another speculation. If the punishment for failing a simple Otherworld guidance mission was 30 points of soul lifespan limit, would other high-level Otherworld missions issued later have huge penalties exceeding 100 points of soul lifespan? Or perhaps if the soul lifespan limit didn't increase, he couldn't accept certain high-level Otherworld missions? If this idea was true, then the reward of 20 points of soul lifespan limit was indeed worthy of the precious gold-level mission evaluation. This not only served as a threshold for high-level Otherworld missions, but even if a mission failed, it left a slim chance for a comeback. As for the low magic world gold evaluation card, Qin Lun learned through inquiry that this was a consumable required for exchanging items. As long as he had enough shattered crystals, he could exchange for any items, skills, and bloodlines from all low magic worlds in the exchange list, ignoring other restrictions of the exchange list. However, after thinking about it, Qin Lun gave up on this gold evaluation card. The reason was simple. Although low magic worlds had some decent magical bloodlines and skills, for example, werewolf bloodline, vampire bloodline, black magic of wizards, combat skills of demon hunters, etc. But high-level things generally required over 200,000 shattered crystals. Low-level things would waste this gold evaluation card, which really wasn't cost-effective. Of course, Qin Lun could also accumulate shattered crystals until he had several 100,000 before exchanging. But how many otherworld missions would he need to complete to achieve that? If his strength remained limited now, how many otherworld missions could he pass? Most importantly, low magic worlds were still low magic worlds. By the time he completed over 10 otherworld missions, he might not need things from low magic worlds anymore. Finally, among the 3 special rewards for the gold mission evaluation, Qin Lun chose the last option, the transferable exemption token. This exemption token partially served the function of increasing the soul lifespan limit, allowing an apostle to exempt 1 execution punishment or promotion failure punishment. Of course, it didn't have the function of being a threshold for high-level otherworld missions. However, Qin Lun felt he was still very weak now. Never mind whether he could even encounter high-level otherworld missions. Even if he did, he probably couldn't complete them. He couldn't bet his life every time. Moreover, this exemption token was transferable. If he didn't use it himself, he could exchange it for some good items with other apostles later. Exempting execution punishment or promotion failure punishment. No matter how you thought about it, this couldn't be an ordinary treasure, right? As soon as Qin Lun made his choice, he felt a powerful force binding him. It was as if an invisible giant hand held him in its palm, immersing him in a cool aura. Feeling the comfort penetrating his soul, Qin Lun immediately understood this should be the law body attribute upgrade he obtained. He didn't choose percentage increase. When his strength was too weak, obviously fixed amount increase was more suitable for him. At this moment, in the boundary dimension leading to the shattered starry sky, specks of orange-yellow light swarmed into Qin Lun's small glowing figure, rapidly transforming his apostle soul mark. This was the foundation for constructing the law body. In the storage space of the death notice, an ancient parchment scroll and a cluster of dark gold light suddenly appeared. As for the contribution points, shattered crystals, and 500-point exchange voucher, they appeared as virtual currency in the death notice list. Regarding the exchange voucher, Qin Lun had also inquired. It was essentially a non-cumulative and non-splittable discount voucher for exchanged items. Somewhat similar to the gold evaluation card, it exempted some exchange restrictions for lower-level items, including certain expensive equipment materials and recovery medicines. In a way, it was much more practical than the gold evaluation card. It's just that 500 points was too little. Apostle 70053, you have passed through a low magic world of the Steam era and completed the first otherworld mission assigned by the Shattered Starry Sky. Exchange items with technology lower than the first technological revolution and belonging to low-level magical worlds in the exchange list are all now available to you. You can check the item details in the death notice after returning to the Shattered Starry Sky. Apostle 70053, you possess 35 Shattered Starry Sky contribution points, satisfying the 8th law of the Shattered Starry Sky. The law title system is now activated. The title systems currently available to you in the Shattered Starry Sky are divided into 4 tiers and 20 levels. You currently belong to the first tier, 2nd level apostle. For details, please check in the death notice after returning. Otherworld mission settlement complete. Current apostle remaining apostle currency, 13,800 shattered crystals, 500-point exchange voucher, 35 contribution points. Obtained 1 intermediate summoning skill. The profession advancement system has not been unlocked yet. Storage space remaining. 22 soul power crystals, dagger of sin, life-taking relic, Mayor crystal ball, special item, wind spirit crossbow, blue spiritual equipment, 3 vine seeds, blue quality consumables, gargoyle core, 10 moonlight grass, one pair of magic eyes, one portion of golden silkworm dust, exemption token, one unactivated dark gold equipment, and one intermediate profession scroll. Of the 3 items Maffa gave him before entering the world, only the world tree dew was ultimately used. The battles Qin Lun participated in were very brief. Due to body attribute limitations and opponents' rapid movement, he almost couldn't use the wind spirit crossbow, which required aiming to attack. As for the vine seeds, they couldn't be taken out of the storage space at all due to law restrictions. Hint: Apostle 70053, returning to Shattered Starry Sky in 10 seconds. Countdown beginning. The small light figure in the boundary dimension slowly faded. A small oval space-time portal suddenly appeared on the rocky cliff of the Crimson Gobi. A dazzling spot of light teleported out of the portal. Countless law lines surrounded the light spot, sketching a human shape in the void. Then, within this human form made of light spots and lines, bones and flesh began to grow. In the blink of an eye, a young man with black hair and black eyes appeared on the spot. The rolling heat waves assaulting from all around made Qin Lun frown. Having grown accustomed to the damp and refreshing rainy season climate of the Adia mountain area, the hot weather of the Crimson Gobi made him very uncomfortable. He looked intently at his own hands, his face showing an unstoppable admiration. Although the formation of the law body was instantaneous, his conscious mind could still observe the entire process. Except for the day he first entered the Shattered Starry Sky, this was the second time he had watched the process of his body forming. Putting down his hands, Qin Lun looked around. As he expected, there was no second living being on the rocky cliff. The Shattered Starry Sky was different from the other world. The native creatures here knew of the existence of apostles. When apostles returned, they did not specifically avoid other creatures. At Academy Iflitbog, the elf responsible for teaching the probationary apostles had repeatedly reminded them. If they did not want to entrust their lives to others, then when entering the other world, they must find a safe and remote place to perform the space-time teleportation. Qin Lun took 2 steps, bent down, and retrieved a small backpack from a rock crevice. These were some of his personal belongings. Because he could not take them into the other world, he had no choice but to hide them here. Opening the backpack, Qin Lun took out an hourglass the size of a thumb. Basically, every probationary apostle had one of these. It was a basic benefit issued to probationary apostles by the elven floating city, Moonlight Forest. Each flip of the hourglass represented 2 hours. There were some markings at the bottom. Under the action of its internal mechanism, a small marking would move up every day, allowing it to relatively accurately record time periods from minutes to months. However, the markings needed to be adjusted every month, otherwise it could not be restarted. In fact, this type of hourglass from the elven race was also very famous in the floating cities of other sapient races. Although many high-tech cities had invented clocks, light speed timers, and even element decay timers, this type of hourglass still had an irreplaceable role. Because there were many types and sizes of suspended continents, high-tech timers from other races had great limitations. Advanced technological timers might work well on one continent, but not necessarily on others. Instead, this type of elven hourglass was accurate no matter which continent it was on. Moreover, it was small in size and easy to carry. The hourglass showed that he had only left the Shattered Starry Sky for about an hour, which matched the common knowledge taught at the academy. Putting the hourglass back into the backpack, Qin Lun took out a monocular telescope and brought it to his eye, looking towards the stone cliff opposite where he had parked his motorcycle. Looking at the scene through the telescope, Qin Lun felt slightly surprised. The 4-wheeled black motorcycle was parked intact under the shadow of the stone cliff. But surprisingly, there were 4 humanoid creatures wearing hooded cloaks hiding behind the rocks, vaguely surrounding the area where the motorcycle was. The sharp knives and magic bullet guns they held clearly indicated they intended to give Qin Lun a special surprise. Qin Lun put down the telescope, touched his chin, and fell into deep thought. Since these people were ambushing him around the motorcycle, they must know he was an apostle. This was rather strange. He had only left the Shattered Starry Sky for about an hour. Were they passing native creatures? Or was there another reason? Regardless, Qin Lun did not plan to reveal himself. Although he had undergone one enhancement, the extent of improvement probably wouldn't have an earth-shattering impact. Moreover, this kind of power that hadn't been trained and verified, yet couldn't temporarily become combat strength. It wasn't worth gambling his life for a motorcycle. Opening the pack, Qin Lun picked out a button-like item. This was the sole position device issued to probationary apostles by Moonlight Forest. It could not only be used to communicate with native creatures, but it also contained a tracker. Once activated, the patrol team from Moonlight Forest would come looking for the apostle. The elves of Moonlight Forest did not hide the existence of the tracker from the apostles. The tracker wasn't meant to control the apostles, but to help apostles returning from the other world. Not all apostles could successfully complete their otherworld missions. Many apostles might fail their missions and be seriously injured. They would have no shattered crystal to repair their law bodies and couldn't return to Moonlight Forest on their own. At such times, the tracker could summon the patrol guards of the floating city to rescue them and bring them back to the city. Qin Lun pressed the activation button on the device, then continued to use the monocular telescope to monitor the 4 hooded bandits. This place was only about half an hour's drive from Moonlight Forest. The elven patrol would find him soon. After about half an hour, Qin Lun suddenly felt a stir in his heart. He turned his head to look towards the left side of the rocky cliff. In the distance of the gobi, a faint dust dragon was rising, accompanied by a low, rumbling sound. The sound of horse hooves. The patrol from Moonlight Forest was coming. A slight smile appeared on Qin Lun's lips. He turned his head back and continued observing the 4 people. The 4 hooded bandits, ambushing around the motorcycle, clearly also heard the horse hooves coming from afar. They immediately jumped up like rabbits. They went around to the back of the stone cliff, pushed out 2 motorcycles, jumped on, and left the spot. They really were just passing scavengers, not part of a scheme by other apostles. Qin Lun's expression turned somewhat strange. On his first time executing an otherworld mission, he encountered such a low-probability event. What kind of luck was this? Thank you for your trouble. Qin Lun climbed down from the cliff and walked smiling towards the Elven Guard team. You're all right. The leader of the Elven Guard team was a female elf with short hair. The female elf had a slender figure, black hair, blue eyes, and a healthy wheat-colored complexion. A small butterfly hair clip held her bangs at the corners of her forehead, making her look spirited. Her large blue eyes curiously examined the young man before her. You seem to have just returned from the other world. Did you summon us because of those scavengers? A middle-aged elf beside the female elf looked towards the few small black dots in the distance, showing a hint of vigilance. Yes, thank you. May I return to the city with you? Qin Lun politely nodded. I am Athka, captain of the 3rd patrol team. She is my deputy, Adeline Moria. The middle-aged elf took off his helmet, slightly bowed on his unicorn, and asked friendly, How should we address you? Respected apostle. Please just call me Qin Lun. Qin Lun picked up his small pack and started the motorcycle. So you are Qin Lun. On the way back, Adeline moved closer to Qin Lun and asked curiously, Yes, are you a member of the Moria family? Qin Lun asked with a smile. Is Mafa Moria your brother? No, he is my father. Adeline wrinkled her nose, saying discontentedly, And my father thought so highly of you. There were only 4 scavengers, and you didn't dare to fight them? Father? Qin Lun smiled wryly and shook his head. The elves were truly blessed by nature. That handsome silver-haired elf looked no different from a young man in his 20s, yet he already had such a daughter full of heroic spirit. Before apostles grow, they are also just ordinary people. I am not stronger than you, Qin Lun said, completely unbothered by Adeline's disdain. Is Mafa in Moonlight Forest? No, Father just passed through the Starry Sky Gate in the city and teleported to another elven floating city. A trace of worry appeared on Adeline's face. After all the apostles who went out return, Moonlight Forest will also soon leave the Crimson Gobi. There were other apostles out performing otherworld missions. Qin Lun's eyes flickered, and he asked with a smile, Have my companions who went with me returned from the other world yet? I haven't seen the other 3, but judging by the time, it should be almost soon. Adeline said absent-mindedly. Qin Lun silently nodded. From Adeline's words, it seemed the elven race had encountered trouble and were gathering their forces. However, he wasn't concerned with the troubles of the elven race. If Moonlight Forest was gone, he could at most find another floating city as a resting place. The serial killer was concerned about the other 3 apostles who were performing otherworld missions around the same time as him. Moonlight Forest had a total of over 100 apostles. Besides a small number of formal apostles, the vast majority were probationary apostles. It wasn't impossible for someone to be performing an otherworld mission at the same time as him, but the probability was very small. After all, the time spent on one otherworld mission was only equivalent to about an hour in the shattered starry sky. This way, the information Adeline unintentionally revealed most likely referred to the other serial killers performing otherworld missions. After all, they had entered the shattered starry sky at the same time as Qin Lun, so the timing matched perfectly. The shorter the interval between otherworld missions, the greater the potential of the apostle. A strange light flickered in Qin Lun's eyes as he lowered his head and murmured, "How interesting. I just wonder which one among the 5 fell behind." "What?" Adeline turned her head and asked strangely. "Nothing." Qin Lun slightly narrowed his eyes and showed a charming smile. He had a feeling that the other 3, besides himself, should also be from among the 5 great serial killers. Disciple Hansen, Shepherd Hill, Clown Grant, Firecracker Rand, Dissector Joey. Half an hour later, they saw the huge Moonlight Forest. Qin Lun handed the motorcycle over to the elven guards. Motorcycles were not allowed inside Moonlight Forest. They could only be stored with the elves. Returning to the small wooden building in Moonlight Town, Qin Lun found that the little goblin Didi was not in the room. So he moved upstairs and immersed his consciousness into the death notice. As the shattered starry sky opened up more and more content, the initially modified death notice was slowly becoming inadequate. He needed to check more content and, combining this information, continue to modify the death notice. With additions like the exchange list, title system, job skills, and combat model, Qin Lun's modified death notice could no longer suffice. Luckily, the death notice itself was just special equipment that managed apostle soul marks and law bodies. It could change based on its master's thoughts. Qin Lun quickly made some changes to the death notice considering these new additions. The modified death notice now resembled an optical computer interface. On the far left appeared a row of icons. On the right sat an automatically updating info panel. The first icon was character status. Below that, icons included storage space, equipment, skills, exchange list, titles, combat model, and more. Opening the character status icon revealed the original 3D character projection, plus 3 gauges: vitality, stamina, and soul lifespan. Their values were 165, 165, and 100, respectively. Qin Lun knew. The Sacred Spirit Potion accounted for 15 points each on vitality and stamina. The remaining 50 points were surely the result of this law body enhancement. Actually, law body enhancement went beyond just vitality and stamina values. Strength, nerve reactions, agility, and the body's sensitivity to the outside world all saw huge improvements. But the original death notice only had 3 data points. It didn't turn other law body aspects into numbers, so they couldn't reflect on the 3D projection. After this body enhancement, Qin Lun realized just 3 physical stats couldn't build a thorough combat model. So, summarizing past fights, he made several body attributes show up as data in the death notice. First was explosive power. Qin Lun planned to base its numerical value on muscle bone strength plus the blood volume the heart supplied per beat, combined with upcoming test data. Second was agility. Qin Lun felt the agility attribute of a law body should cover nerve reaction speed, physical flexibility, balance, and such. In truth, combining agility and explosive power directly gave movement speed, attack speed, and damage capability for body parts. Third was constitution. Unlike explosive power or agility, Qin Lun saw this as a passive attribute. It combined the law body's ability to withstand hits, recover from damage, and resist abnormal states. Abnormal states referred to things like paralysis, unconsciousness, immobility, cold, heat, and other negative reactions. Fourth was perception. Qin Lun linked this temporarily only to sight, hearing, taste, smell, touch, and intuition. Intuition was hardest to test among these senses. But as his real battle experience grew, he vaguely sensed intuition's importance. That made him decide to include it. These 4 attributes, plus vitality and stamina, formed the basic attributes on the 3D projection. They were the personal foundation for building the combat model. Qin Lun initially wanted finer details, but his current power level was still weak. Too much detail was unnecessary. He'd wait until his law body strengthened sufficiently for that. Qin Lun temporarily set all 4 stats at 10 points. But the 10-point baseline was just a daily average. Unpredictable fluctuations could occur with changing hormones and mental states. Qin Lun planned to access some equipment in Moonlight Forest for extensive law body testing. He'd then record the results into the death notice. That way, as hormones and moods shifted within him, the death notice would also adjust these 3 attributes. This prevented big errors in the combat model. After checking character status, Qin Lun clicked the equipment icon. Within lay only 3 items: the Dagger of Sin, the Wind Spirit Crossbow, and the newly rewarded Dark Gold equipment. Unlocking the equipment system boosted Qin Lun's understanding of spiritual equipment. The Shattered Starry Skies equipment system, named Wind Spirit Crossbow, Deep Blue Spiritual Equipment. Dagger of Sin belonged under the separate life-taking relic equipment system. But besides simple material and quality notes, neither Wind Spirit Crossbow nor Dagger of Sin showed attack power values. Thinking about it, it made sense. The same weapon acted differently against various creatures under different circumstances. A simple number couldn't possibly represent its attack power. Wind Spirit Crossbow had an infinite bolts ability. It relied on magic crystals to shoot wind blades. As long as magic crystals remained, bolts of course were unlimited. Dagger of Sin possessed a soul devour equipment ability. Sadly, it could only consume souls of lower-tier creatures and middle-tier creatures who'd lost their will to fight. As for Shattered Starry Skies, separate categories for spiritual equipment and life-taking relics, Qin Lun qualified to check now. He'd earned 35 contribution points and gained the formal apostle title. Within Shattered Starry Sky, equipment apostles could bring into other worlds largely fell into 2 types. The first was standard spiritual equipment, such as Wind Spirit Crossbow. The lowest quality here was white equipment. White equipment didn't mean a white item, it was a quality grade. Within the limits of tech and magic levels, white equipment could be taken to other worlds. But this spiritual equipment relied only on its base materials, with no added powers. Above white equipment came blue equipment with unique properties, like Wind Spirit Crossbow's infinite bolts ability. Above blue equipment were purple and dark gold items. These high-level pieces had 2 or more special properties. However, even as an apostle, Qin Lun knew purple or dark gold gear wasn't automatically better than blue. Sometimes, a blue item's single special trait could be incredibly powerful, even superior to dark gold items boasting several traits. So only equipment that fit was truly good. Focusing solely on gear quality was pointless. Above dark gold lay legendary equipment, divine artifacts, and more. Qin Lun lacked sufficient rights for detailed explanations on those. Beyond regular spiritual equipment, Shattered Starry Sky possessed another abnormal category: life-taking relics. Life-taking relics were another form of spiritual equipment, but their spirit didn't form naturally. It sprouted by consuming soul power from intelligent life forms. Life-taking relics were murderous tools. If their master held ideals of righteousness and kindness, they aligned with lawful factions. Otherwise, they fell into evil factions. Divided into 9 types overall, any apostle could use only part of them. Most life-taking relics were weapons. Fewer were armor or jewelry. Since they could absorb remnant souls, their quality kept rising as long as their materials allowed, offering massive growth potential. They were growth-type equipment. Qin Lun retrieved the reward's dark gold equipment from storage space, inspecting it closely. He already had Wind Spirit Crossbow and Dagger of Sin for range and melee. So this time, he specifically requested defense gear from Shattered Starry Sky. Perhaps Qin Lun's mission pleased Shattered Starry Sky. It generously delivered a top-tier shield. The shield was overall diamond-shaped. Its surface was mirror-smooth and sparkling. Made of countless equal-sized hexagonal steel mirrors, it resembled a honeycomb's cross-section. Hexagonal prism shield, small shield. Quality: dark gold. Material: blue prism steel. Weight: 1,500 grams. Equipment abilities: mirror reflection, light burst, shield defense. Mirror reflection: passive hexagonal prism shield held wondrous spiritual energy. It had a chance to partially bounce back spell energy aimed at the shield. Light burst, active hexagonal prism shield could absorb and store a quantity of light energy. When the holder actively triggered it, a prism-shaped laser shot to attack enemies. The laser caused extreme damage to spectral entities and dark creatures. Additionally, it had a chance to blind creatures possessing sight. Each use required the shield to absorb light for half a natural day to refill. Shield defense. Passive hexagonal prism shield held wondrous spiritual energy. It had a chance to defuse enemy physical attacks via its smooth mirror surface. Equipment requirement. The holder needed at least 280 base mana value. Without this, all three abilities remained locked. Only the base materials could be used for blocking. Qin Lun gave a bitter laugh. This shield defended well against both magic and physical attacks. Plus, it had countermeasures. He hadn't seen many apostle gears, yet he knew this was top tier. Sadly, he couldn't use it. At only 165 stamina points, he fell far short of the 280 mana value requirement. Annoyed, he put away hexagonal prism shield. Next, he took out the rewarded intermediate skill scroll. The scroll still had law seals. Breaking them equaled immediate usage. Seeing the scroll, Qin Lun revealed an odd expression. This wasn't a regular skill scroll. His understanding was, this was a unique scroll that enhanced skill proficiency. Intermediate stress training scroll. This scroll must be used while the apostle trains a skill or attack method. Once used, the laws within it will extract the most ideal training outcome. The apostle receives that outcome's equivalent sensation tens of thousands of times. Thus, the apostle masters the skill quickly. Effects can reach proficient level. Through inquiry within his permissions, Qin Lun discovered 3 grades of such scrolls. They were Novice Proficiency Scroll, Intermediate Proficiency Scroll, and Advanced Expertise Scroll. Qin Lun actually didn't know. In Shattered Starry Sky, Proficiency, Expertise, and Mastery scrolls normally had fixed prefixes. Examples included Dagger Expertise, Pistol Proficiency, or Longsword Mastery. Scrolls like this one, with no prefix that directly turned any skill trained into proficiency, were extremely rare. This equaled a custom-made proficiency scroll. Some experienced apostles speculated that only a rare few low-level apostles performing exceptionally well in their initial Otherworld missions could meet the hidden condition for Shattered Starry Sky to award such scrolls. Qin Lun sighed and stashed the scroll. Currently, he only held one intermediate summoning skill called Mazer Summoning Art. Familiarizing himself with a summoning skill tens of thousands of times couldn't produce 2 summons. This scroll, too, was unusable for now. After reviewing character status, equipment, and skills, Qin Lun finally opened the exchange list. Unlike when it first unlocked, the list no longer held just Soul Power Crystal and Gargoyle Core. Instead, rows and rows of items filled it. After only a short look, Qin Lun felt dizzy. There were simply too many bizarre things. He now knew that only after clearing specific Otherworld missions would items matching that world's tech and magic level appear. Though technology here was limited to the Steam Age and low magic worlds, the list still held over 1,000 pages of items. Items generally fell into 6 categories: finished alchemy products, equipment materials, energy crystals, bloodline reagents, recovery medicines, and special treasures. When Qin Lun got the Gargoyle Core, he learned the exchange list had huge gaps between buy and sell prices. Take the Gargoyle Core, 500 shattered crystals to buy, but only 100 shattered crystals to sell, a 5-fold difference. This revealed just how stingy Shattered Starry Sky was. However, when Qin Lun opened finished alchemy products and saw complete equipment, he realized he'd underestimated Shattered Starry Sky's shamelessness. A blue-quality alloy crossbow firing flame bolts cost 15,000 shattered crystals to buy, yet sold for just 1,500 shattered crystals, a 10-fold difference. Qin Lun's hard-earned 13,800 shattered crystals couldn't even afford one blue-quality item. This alloy crossbow was similar to his Wind Spirit crossbow. Same quality too. One used wind blades, the other flame bolts. Seeing its price made Qin Lun feel far warmer toward Mafa. He'd previously underestimated Mafa, but by comparison, Mafa seemed extremely generous to him. He finally understood why Mafa called Wind Spirit Crossbow's counterpart a family treasure. Whereas finished products were ridiculously priced, equipment materials proved much cheaper. Such a big gap made Qin Lun think. He guessed this arrangement protected this world's native races. Apostles found it hard to obtain full gear pieces from other worlds. After all, Shattered Law's fusion crystals were limited rewards. They couldn't meet the huge gear shortage. Thus, Apostles must find ways for gear inside Shattered Starry Sky. In ancient times, this caused mass extinction of the sky's top life forms. Afterward, Apostles, facing survival tests, finally had to stop killing en masse. This wasn't just because surviving top life went into hiding. Apostles also faced enormous survival pressure. Any spare time went toward combat training, leaving no hours for learning crafting or forging. They needed native races' help to process materials into various spiritual equipment. Shattered Starry Sky priced finished products so high to scare away Apostles. Why not abolish finished sales entirely? Probably to satisfy occasional urgent Apostle needs. Crafting a full piece took time. Trading markets didn't always have suitable items immediately available. In the energy crystals category, Qin Lun saw assorted gaseous, liquid, solid energy forms plus gemstones. Some magic crystals looked identical to those used in Wind Spirit Crossbow. He wouldn't need to worry about finding magic crystal replacements. Prices here varied by grade. High-quality crystals and energy needed tens of thousands of shattered crystals. Low-quality items and low-concentration energy cost merely a few hundred shattered crystals. He could afford those. But upon opening the Bloodline Reagents category, Qin Lun slowly widened his eyes. Low-grade Berserker Bloodline, 70% success chance. Upon activation, all attributes plus 25%. Berserker state lasts 10 minutes. Recovery takes 3 natural days. Price: 50,000 shattered crystals plus 1 bronze-level mission rating card. Low-grade Shadow Bloodline. Price: 65,000 shattered crystals plus 1 bronze-level mission rating card. Low-grade Blood Clan Bloodline. Price: 120,000 shattered crystals plus 1 silver-level mission rating card. Such awful bloodlines still sold for so much. For Qin Lun's personality, reading this triggered rare regret. He wished he had captured a werewolf or a vampire in his last world and drained all their blood. Though he likely couldn't bring that into Shattered Starry Sky, and even if he did, Apostles probably wouldn't gain bloodline abilities. But just in case. All right, you win. Qin Lun smirked, expressionlessly skipping past the Bloodline Reagents section. The Special Treasures category showed grayed out. Qin Lun couldn't view it. Moving to the Recovery Medicines section, he slowly calmed down and set aside unnecessary emotions. Recovery medicines offered fairer prices, likely because Shattered Starry Sky wanted Apostles minimizing casualties in otherworld missions. This category probably considered Apostles' actual purchasing power. Though some buying limits existed, all stayed within tolerance. Most importantly, low-level Apostles like Qin Lun could still access affordable medicines. Silver Mycin, injection type. Restores 50 points of mana value over 10 minutes. Price: 1,000 shattered crystals. Available only after unlocking title system. Carbon-based protein pills, nutritional supplement. Restores 100 points of vitality within 15 minutes. Price: 1,500 shattered crystals. Available only after unlocking title system. Low concentration holy water. Full spectrum recovery medicine. Restores 80 vitality plus 80 mana value over 3 minutes. Dispels dark-type negative status effects. Price: 3,500 shattered crystals. Available only after unlocking title system. Warning: Apostles with dark-type bloodlines suffer adverse effects. Healing bandage, medical item. The bandage soaked in various rare medicines. Boosts Law body natural recovery by 500%. Promotes rapid healing of external wounds. Ineffective against limb disability/amputation. Price: 2,000 shattered crystals. Available only after unlocking title system. Self-healing crystal, magical recovery item. Holds mystical energies. Reusable until stored magic depletes. Restores vitality plus mana. Heals wounds while moderately countering most detrimental status conditions. Price: for 1,500 shattered crystals. Requirement: Apostle must hold Tier 2 title. Alternatively, for 50+ exchange vouchers can bypass purchase restrictions. Many recovery medicine types existed, yet Qin Lun could only buy items from the first 2 pages. Still, compared to earlier entries, this section actually proved useful. Qin Lun was content. After viewing the exchange list, Qin Lun finally clicked his final target icon, the title system. It had just activated after this mission. The title system of Shattered Starry Sky was very simple, and Qin Lun quickly finished reading the introduction. However, the content reflected there made him fall into deep thought once again. There were a total of 4 grades of apostle titles Qin Lun could see now, divided into 20 small levels. He had 35 contribution points, belonging to the second small level of the first grade. Originally, he thought this grading was even, but Shattered Starry Sky gave him a surprise. The first grade had only 4 small levels, corresponding to contribution points under 3 digits. The second grade had 5 small levels, corresponding to contribution points under 4 digits. The third grade had a full 9 small levels, equaling the first 2 grades combined. It corresponded to contribution points under 5 digits. The fourth grade had just 2 small levels, corresponding to contribution points under 6 digits. This classification seemed a bit strange, but was not hard to understand. It probably meant that Shattered Starry Sky saw apostles of the first and second grades as unfinished products in different degrees, needing further growth and training. Only from the third grade onwards were apostles considered fully developed. There were the most of them, and they were the main force for high-level otherworld missions. Apostles of the fourth grade were likely treated as aces by Shattered Starry Sky. They were few in number and also had great authority. As for whether there were apostles beyond the fourth grade, Qin Lun did not dare to guess. Looking back at the last world, he got a gold level evaluation, which greatly affected that world's history. Even though it was a low magic world, it was not an easy thing. With that, he only got 35 contribution points. Those apostles beyond the fourth grade might need over 100,000 contribution points. The number of otherworld missions they had to go through was hard to imagine. Shattered Starry Sky's titles did not have special names, but in the death notice, Qin Lun could assign different titles to these levels. Comparing this grading, he thought of a military rank system from ancient Hua country on Earth. It fit very well with this title system. That was during the spring and autumn and warring states periods of Hua country. The Qin state had a military rank system. Number 1 was Gong Shi, number 2 was Shang Zhao, number 3 was Zan Yao, number 4 was Bugong, number 5 was Dafu, number 6 was Guan Dafu, number 7 was Gong Dafu, number 8 was Gong Chong, number 9 was Wu Dafu, number 10 was Zhua Shu Zhang, number 11 was Yu Shu Zhang, number 12 was Zhua Gong, number 13 was Zhong Gong, number 14 was Yu Gong, number 15 was Xiao Shang Zhao, number 16 was De Shang Zhao, number 17 was Si Che Shu Zhang, number 18 was De Shu Zhang, number 19 was Guan Ini Ho, and number 20 was Che Ho. The Qin military ranks from the first level Gong Shi to the fourth level Bugong formed one grade, called the Warrior Grade. The small levels from the fifth level Dafu to the ninth level Wu Dafu belonged to the second grade, called the Minister Grade. The third grade also matched Shattered Starry Sky's apostle levels. The 9 small levels were called the Noble Grade. The final 2 small levels were the Marquis Grade for the fourth grade. Based on this, Qin Lun's current title was Shang Zhao. After assigning the titles, his revamp of the death notice was completely done. Actually, what interested Qin Lun about the title system was not the grades, but some information that came with it. From bottom to top, each level of Shattered Starry Sky's titles could receive a certain number of exchange vouchers over time. It was like Shattered Starry Sky paying salary to apostles. The amount of this salary only connected to 2 things. One was the level, and the other was the interval between otherworld missions. The higher the level, the lower the salary. The longer the interval, the more salary they got. In other words, this was more like Shattered Starry Sky caring for low-level apostles with long mission intervals. It indirectly increased their gains when there were no otherworld missions and improved their survival rate in the worlds. After checking, Qin Lun found he could get 50 exchange vouchers per month. It was basically unimportant. But some apostles at the same level as him who only did an otherworld mission every 6 months, could get 150 exchange vouchers per month. Accumulating over half a year, it was almost enough to exchange for one good blue equipment or some recovery items. For them, it was very precious. This information made Qin Lun think of something else. In the common sense taught at Academy Iflit Bog, apostles could form teams to enter the same other world together. But apostles had differences in mission intervals. Did Shattered Starry Sky have some items that could balance the intervals for apostles in the same team? Thinking this way, Qin Lun felt it was very likely. Shattered Starry Sky sent apostles into other worlds with the goal of seizing world origin. Some high-level otherworld missions simply could not be done by one person alone. Apostles forming teams later on became necessary. There must be items that could align the mission intervals for apostle teams. However, Qin Lun had not encountered the team mode of apostles yet and lacked information in this area. He could not make a judgment for now. Bang bang. Just as Qin Lun was thinking, there came knocking on the door. "Master, are you back?" The little goblin asked softly outside the door. "Come in." Qin Lun's consciousness withdrew from the death notice. He said lightly, "Hi, Demon King Qin Lun." Little Lien and Didi peeked their heads in through the door. One was white and one was green, with faces one round and one pointed, but both had very big eyes. Together, they looked really funny. "Hee hee, I have good news. I hatched the flying camel eggs." "Look," Little Lien said happily, holding out from behind 2 bird chicks that looked like young chickens. "Oh." Qin Lun raised an eyebrow and looked over with some curiosity. The newborn flying camels had only a layer of fine fur. They trembled slightly with eyes closed, looking like little chicks, about the same size. "If you hatch them, keep them." Qin Lun smiled and shook his head. He did not advise her to sell them again. His suggestion once was enough. Whether she listened was her own choice. After experiencing one otherworld mission, Qin Lun had a general idea. Out of over 10 probationary apostles who entered Moonlight Forest with him, at least half would not become formal apostles. After 2 or 3 failed otherworld missions, they would disappear from his sight. Among these people, Little Lien's failure rate was likely the highest. Looking at the exploration mission, the normal process should have been collecting information in Adia Town first, then sneaking into Albert Castle, meeting the ghost Nina, and finally learning Stephen Albert's whereabouts. Of course, if an apostle had excellent military skills, like Disciple Hansen, they could try hard to explore Albert Castle's dungeon sub-fortress with some tools to find Stephen's location. As for how much profit this guidance mission could bring to apostles, it depended on their own performance. Each step of the mission created many branches. For example, choosing to be a demon hunter, joining the scouting mission in Mayor Forest, finding out Elizabeth's true identity, solving Adia's epidemic disease, and so on. To be honest, besides turning the main plot upside down, Qin Lun did not miss other branch clues entirely. Like continuing to explore Mayor Forest, getting side stories from the witch faction, or getting side stories from people like Demon Hunter Lima, Odo, Nova, and others. Overall, the whole guidance mission process required apostles to have some courage and wisdom, with combat ability secondary. This also matched the basic conditions set by Shattered Starry Sky for selecting probationary apostles. Qin Lun predicted half of the prisoners would survive, considering they were all killers, far crueler and cleverer. As for odd ones like Lin Feng and Little Lien, to survive and become formal apostles required not only being ready to die, but likely some luck too. "Here, have one." Little Lien suddenly hesitated and handed one flying camel to Qin Lun. "If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have gotten them." Qin Lun's eyes flickered. He stayed silent for a while before saying, "I don't know how to raise small animals. Can you keep it for me and help raise it together?" "Fine." The girl quickly pulled her hand back, happily squinting her eyes. "By the way, where did you go earlier? Didi said you went to the elf woods. Did you find anything there?" Qin Lun froze. He glanced at the little goblin and saw him hanging his little head, nervously twisting his fingers. But his pointed ears were perked up high. "Hee. I was thinking about some things earlier." The woods were quiet. Qin Lun shook his head with a slight smile. Apostles going out for otherworld missions was quite secretive. The elven race would not leak that information to others. But Didi had lived with Qin Lun for 2 weeks. When the young man packed up and left for an otherworld mission, it was impossible to hide from the little goblin. Didi did not tell little Lien the truth, obviously understanding a key point. If the little one talked carelessly, Qin Lun would have to think about leaving him or ending him right away. A foolish follower not only failed to help the apostle, but might get his master killed. Qin Lun did not like idle talk and spoke little. Little Lien stayed a bit before leaving only Qin Lun and the little goblin in the room. Being alone with the serial killer always made Didi feel an indescribable tension. "Master, I'll go upstairs to rest now." The little one drooped his ears and said cautiously, "It's still early. First, do something for me." Qin Lun paused and spoke. "Ah." Didi opened his eyes wide and looked at the young man in surprise. "Go to the internal office hall of the elf guards in Moonlight Town and find an elf woman named Adeline Moria. Give her an application for me." Qin Lun said with a smile. "Yes, master." The little goblin happily spun around in the living room, a bit flustered for a moment. Only after a while did he think of opening the door to leave. The old goblin had told him that a good follower was one who could help his master. To become part of the legendary with an apostle, effort and reward were always in balance. As part of the weak Lulu tribe, the little one might need to work even harder. "You did very well." Watching Didi's busy little back, Qin Lun suddenly said quietly. The little goblin's steps paused only a little. Then he happily hopped out the door. "Did you want to test your physical attributes?" Adeline stared at Qin Lun's face with a strange expression. "What's wrong?" Qin Lun touched his face. "Nothing. I originally thought your first Otherworld mission had already failed." Adeline raised her brows in surprise. "Why? Because I didn't go deal with those attackers?" Understanding dawned on Qin Lun, bringing a bitter smile. "No. Under normal circumstances, most probationary apostles fail their first Otherworld mission." Adeline shook her head, giving Qin Lun a meaningful glance. "Follow me. Moonlight Town doesn't have any equipment suitable for apostle testing. We'll need to go to Moonlight Forest." Adeline gave a few instructions to the elven guards nearby, then led Qin Lun towards the underwater tunnel. Moonlight Town was located at the bottom of Moonlight Lake. They needed to take the tunnel back to the forest shore. The elven beauty wore a black sleeveless leather vest today. Below the vine leaf battle skirt at her waist were black leggings, an unusual choice for an elf. Paired with her sharp features and short black hair, she looked charming and sexy. Qin Lun, walking behind her, feasted his eyes. "Adeline, do apostles always request physical data tests after successfully completing an Otherworld mission?" Qin Lun inquired politely. "No, only lower-level apostles have such needs. High apostles seem capable of perfectly controlling their bodies. Even if they gain a lot from an Otherworld mission, they can adapt very quickly." Adeline explained patiently. Qin Lun's heart stirred. The information the elven beauty revealed was important. It seemed high apostles likely possessed a special piece of equipment similar to his death notice, allowing them to meticulously manage their law body and apostle soul mark. The path he was treading had already been walked by others. However, unlike Qin Lun, who was just starting out, a high apostle's death notice was probably far more advanced. Even if they gained new powers during their Otherworld mission, they could immediately manifest them through this special equipment without needing a floating city to test their attributes. "We're here." Adeline led Qin Lun through the underwater tunnel and walked a little further into the forest. Soon, they stood before a giant tree that looked strikingly like Earth's banyan tree. Like some ancient banyan trees, this colossal tree had countless thick aerial roots. These roots tightly encircled the main trunk, leaving only narrow gaps between them, spaces barely wide enough for a single person to squeeze through sideways. It seemed like a perfect hiding spot. "You're not suggesting I squeeze in there?" Qin Lun pointed at the giant tree, irritation evident in his voice. "Hee, Lord Fernand's aerial roots generate an illusory gas. This gas allows an apostle to achieve unparalleled clarity of mind, enabling them to envision the testing equipment and environment most suitable for themselves." Adeline declared with pride, "This is a testing method unique to our elven race. Sometimes, even high apostles specially come to Moonlight Forest to request access." Lord Fernand, observing Adeline's proud expression, Qin Lun shrugged his shoulders in surprise. "This tree is alive." Lord Fernand is currently dormant. Unless severely injured, it won't wake up. Just squeeze inside." Adeline stifled a laugh and pointed to the narrow gap between the aerial roots. All right, Qin Lun sighed and cautiously edged sideways into the banyan tree roots. Once inside, he realized the space wasn't as cramped as he had imagined. It seemed Lord Fernand had deliberately arranged the roots to form a ring around the main trunk, leaving a round, open area between the trunk and the roots. Watching Qin Lun enter the tree, Adeline found a nearby tree stump and sat down to wait. Though the treant slept deeply, it would naturally become aware of a foreign entity within it and release a certain amount of illusory gas. The time it took for the gas to affect an apostle varied depending on their constitution. Plus, considering the time taken for an apostle to mentally conduct the envisioned self-tests, she estimated Qin Lun wouldn't emerge for a while. As she waited in boredom, Adeline's earlier light-hearted expression faded. A trace of sorrow appeared in her delicate eyebrows. She was worried about her father, Maffa. Maffa and Adeline belonged to the Moonlit Elf clan, one of the 5 main branches of the elven race. Unlike humans, elves, perhaps due to their longevity and ageless appearance, placed less emphasis on traditional family hierarchy. A grandmother-level female elf marrying a male elf centuries younger than her wasn't considered strange, as long as there was no blood relation. Of course, the bond between father and daughter remained exceptionally strong, especially since the trouble Maffa faced now concerned the very survival of their Moonlit clan. SSHHHG. Just as Adeline became lost in her worries, a sound came from the tree. Qin Lun emerged, squeezing back out through the aerial roots after roughly 20 minutes inside. "Did you finish the test already?" Adeline asked, genuinely surprised. Usually, apostles conducted their initial self-tests with extreme care, sometimes taking hours. Only apostles who already had firm control over their law body and only needed minor adjustments completed the test so quickly. "Yes, finished." Qin Lun managed a stiff smile, his expression unpleasant, as if he had witnessed something horrifying. Adeline looked at Qin Lun oddly. Testing using the illusory gas was perfectly safe. Though the test itself was an illusion, as long as the apostle's mind was stable, they wouldn't see anything truly frightening. Of course, Adeline didn't know Qin Lun belonged precisely to the category of mentally unstable. During this test, while he succeeded in gathering his desired physical attribute data, he almost couldn't escape the vision. Within the illusory testing ground, Qin Lun perfectly fed the measurements of his law body back to the death notice. Although his basic attributes, explosive power, agility, constitution, perception, were collectively labeled as 10 points each, he got specific underlying data. Based on this data, Qin Lun's current physical capabilities were approximately 1.2 times that of an average human male. Of course, the data in the death notice could subtly fluctuate based on body chemistry and emotions. While 1.2 times an average human male might not sound extraordinary, the real-world effects were terrifying. For a rough example, an average human male could run 100 meters in 11 to 13 seconds. Taking 12 seconds as the norm, Qin Lun, moving 1.2 times faster, would easily surpass Usain Bolt's times. The normal vertical jump for an average male was around 50 centimeters standing still, slightly higher with training. At 1.2 times that, Qin Lun could already compete with the famous high flyers of the NBA. In terms of combat power, 1.2 times the muscle strength and power, multiplied by 1.2 times the nerve reaction speed, meant Qin Lun's punching power rivaled that of heavyweight professional boxers. Faster than Bolt, jumps higher than Kobe, punches like a pro. While he hadn't transcended the human condition, he had become a comprehensively super athlete. This was the conclusion Qin Lun had drawn after his tests. "Since you're done, let's head back early. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, Moonlight Forest will open the Starry Sky Gate for departure from the Crimson Gobi." Adeline suppressed her curiosity and spoke plainly. "You're not coming?" Qin Lun took a few steps, but noticed Adeline hadn't moved. He turned around to ask, "Since I'm already out here, I think I'll stay and enjoy a moment of peace," Adeline answered somewhat desolately, gazing at the shimmering waters of Moonlight Lake in the distance. "Haha, it seems you have some worries. If you don't mind, you can chat with me. Perhaps I can offer some ideas." Qin Lun chuckled softly and turned to sit beside the elven beauty. "Also, I still have some questions I'd like to ask." "Then ask first, Lord Qin Lun." Serving apostles is my duty. Adeline removed her hairpin, tossing her smooth dark hair, and leaned lazily against the tree stump. Adeline, I'd like to ask if Shattered Starry Sky has any special settlements or cities entirely inhabited by apostles. Qin Lun asked casually. You? Adeline looked startled, clearly not expecting this question. She hesitated before answering. How did this idea occur to you? Are you dissatisfied with Moonlight Forest? No, I'm very satisfied with Moonlight Forest's environment. However, there are too few formal apostles here. My experience on this otherworld mission made me realize that besides training survival skills, I need to engage more with other formal apostles. Otherwise, I'll inevitably fail future otherworld missions due to a lack of information. Qin Lun answered candidly. I didn't expect you to realize this problem so quickly. It seems Mafa's high regard for you is justified. Many apostles only start to value this after several failed otherworld missions. Adeline sighed softly before continuing slowly. Moonlight Forest never intended to hide this information from apostles. Typically, after your third otherworld mission, Moonlight Forest will voluntarily tell you. There are specialized apostle gathering places in Shattered Starry Sky. However, for low-level apostles, going to such places too early isn't suitable. You actually receive more comprehensive foundational training here in Moonlight Forest. Qin Lun blinked, unconvinced by Adeline's explanation. He understood why Moonlight Forest withheld this information and insisted apostles complete 3 otherworld missions first. The earliest missions were life-or-death trials. During these missions, apostles faced tremendous physical and mental strain. Places like Moonlight Forest and Moonlight Town provided a crucial sanctuary for them to recover once they returned to Shattered Starry Sky. Furthermore, this environment fostered a sense of belonging and loyalty towards Moonlight Forest and the Elven race. Combined with the elves' selfless early assistance, it became much easier for them to forge lasting contracts. Even if apostles eventually left, the elves could potentially call upon their aid in times of war. As for setting the mark at 3 missions, that was because surviving 3 missions meant an apostle usually became formal. By then, they would have absorbed the core survival knowledge and basic combat techniques Moonlight Forest provided. The aid Moonlight Forest could subsequently offer became minimal. At that point, these formal apostles would urgently need to exchange experiences with seasoned veterans, trade their excess equipment or items for useful gear, and generally boost their combat effectiveness. Simultaneously, as task difficulty escalated, they needed to meet other formal apostles to potentially form dedicated apostle teams. There is a special kind of floating city in Shattered Starry Sky. These floating cities are open to travelers from across the cosmos, though they are rare and require specialized starry sky gates for access. Watching Qin Lun's focused expression, Adeline frowned but continued. Actually, the trouble my Moonlit Elf clan faces right now is linked to one of these very cities. Oh, Qin Lun asked with heightened interest. Might Adeline elaborate on these cities? We apprentices owe the Moonlit clan a great debt for your care. If possible, I would hope to offer some help. Help? More like an excuse to ditch Moonlight Forest the moment you became formal, right? Adeline pouted internally, but maintained a respectful tone. I haven't seen an apostle city myself. Rumors say they have no native Shattered Starry Sky residents. All facilities cater exclusively to apostles. There are arenas, auction houses, shops hawking various spiritual items, magic towers and martial halls teaching high apostle skills, alchemist foundries crafting unique gear, and so on. Seeing the increasingly bright spark in Qin Lun's eyes, Adeline sighed inwardly. This apostle was almost certainly lost to Moonlight Forest. Mafa would scold her fiercely when he returned. Miss Adeline, are these apostle cities built by apostles? Qin Lun pondered for a moment before asking seriously. No, apostles lack the ability to construct such floating cities. Even the most elite apostle teams don't have the time or resources to collect sufficient natural materials for one. Adeline explained slowly. From Adeline's subsequent explanation, Qin Lun learned apostle cities were also built by sapient races within Shattered Starry Sky, but not one race, several in alliance. Floating cities were unique Shattered Starry Sky constructs born from the survival struggle faced by sapient races inhabiting the suspended continents. They desired apostle aid but couldn't become entirely dependent. Apostle cities served a different core purpose. No matter how perfect a floating city built by an individual sapient race was, like Moonlight Forest providing essential survival lessons, elven combat techniques, and magic, it held inherent limits. Apostles ventured into vastly diverse other worlds, some governed by world laws entirely foreign to anything the elves could teach. Consider an other world resembling Transformers, a high-tech universe. Elven battle skills and magic became useless. Stuck with irrelevant techniques, how would they survive their mission? Recognizing this problem, certain powerful high apostle factions at the pinnacle began demanding a dedicated facility from the various sapient races they knew. Thus, the apostle city concept was born. An apostle city had no indigenous inhabitants. It was managed by the coalition of sapient races who built it. Consequently, an apostle city contained not just orderly, lawful civilizations, but also those with darker philosophies. Offerings included not only magical skills, but also high-tech gear. This enriched the equipment choices for apostles, enabling them to better survive diverse missions. It also provided a city-scale base for apostles to form teams and share mission experiences. Naturally, the coalition sapient races also reaped immense benefits. Firstly, hiring high apostles became far more straightforward. Though they lacked ingrained loyalty and might slack off, it remained a viable recruitment channel. Secondly, the constant influx of thousands of apostles, high and low level, generated colossal levels of commerce and transaction fees. While rates were minimal, the sheer volume represented enormous collective wealth. Crucially, apostles paid not in gold coins, but with currencies traded amongst themselves, shattered crystals, exchange vouchers, real items like soul power crystals, skill scrolls, or gear. This currency, especially equipment, held fatal appeal for the managing sapient races. Just think, a single piece of blue-quality equipment was considered an heirloom by someone like High Elf Mafa Molia. The spirit equipment circulating in an apostle city would easily surpass blue quality, encompassing purple, dark gold, even legendary equipment. The management races contested yearly for seats on the city parliament. The voters? The apostles themselves. If placed on Earth, an apostle city would be hands down the planet's most service-oriented metropolis. For the managing races, it wasn't just about profit. It was about absolute survival for the entire alliance. The trouble facing the Moonlit Elf clan involves the re-election of officials in the apostle city. Adeline openly disclosed, even if you are now a formal apostle, your rank is still likely too low to be of help. Haha. So presumably Mafa teleported to that apostle city? Rank reflects combat strength, but a re-election should abide by rules. It theoretically doesn't require lethal combat. Whether I can help remains to be seen. Qin Lun said meaningfully, narrowing his eyes. By the way, I have some herb ingredients here. Could your clan craft recovery potions? This is moonlight grass and golden silkworm dust. And these other two are the heart, core, and eyeball of some magical creature, right? Adeline looked at the items Qin Lun handed over and quickly recognized two of them. As for the gargoyle core and magic eye, she only recognized their general type. The laws of the shattered starry sky did not allow apostles to reveal the content of otherworld missions to the native sapient races. They were constantly monitored through the apostle soul mark. This monitoring did not only affect the apostle themselves. Rather, it locked onto a range of space through the soul sigil. The higher the level of the apostle, the larger this monitoring range. Therefore, apostles could not reveal otherworld mission content through speech, writing, or hints. Sapient races also could not obtain otherworld secrets through external eavesdropping or surveillance. This basically cut off the native races of the shattered starry sky from learning about other worlds. However, compared to the content of otherworld missions, the restrictions on apostles' equipment items, bloodline skills, and treasure crystals were not as strict. Although apostles still could not explain these things, the sapient races in the Star Void could still learn about the uses and properties of these items through certain means. This was mainly because the shattered starry sky itself possessed many different civilizations. Much of the equipment, items, bloodlines, and skills that apostles obtained from other worlds had similar versions that could be found in the shattered starry sky. The equipment and items used by apostles were also very precious treasures for the sapient races in the Star Void. However, Apart from the spiritual equipment produced by the shattered starry sky itself, most of the high-quality treasures obtained by apostles from other worlds had law restrictions. Except for apostles, other sapient races could not use them. This could be seen from the fact that Maffa treated a blue-quality crossbow as a family heirloom. In ancient times, when the shattered starry sky introduced apostles, some sapient races planned to obtain the god and demon-level bloodlines of apostles through marriage. However, the law bodies of apostles seemed to be restricted by the shattered starry sky in some way. They could not produce offspring with the native races, causing the plans of these sapient races to fail. As for the skills of apostles, some of them could indeed be taught to sapient races. Yet, a low-level skill that an apostle could learn just by using one skill scroll took other sapient races several years or decades to master successfully. Some high apostles guessed this might be due to the different principles of body composition. After all, an apostle's body was a law body, and skills were also a kind of law, easily fused and absorbed by the body. The bodies of other sapient races were living flesh and blood. For the laws of skills, they could only fully master and use them through long periods of training and familiarity. Yes, that monster heart core and eyeball are equipment materials. If you help me make the moonlight grass and golden silkworm dust into medicine, then I will give you these two equipment materials. Qin Lun showed a harmless, charming smile. Adeline's expression turned a bit serious. She silently watched Qin Lun for a long time without speaking. Only when the young man began to feel somewhat uncomfortable did the beautiful elf speak softly. The Moonlight Forest follows the principle of equivalent exchange. We charge a fee for helping apostles make potions and equipment. Generally, for making low-grade potions and equipment, we take 30% of the materials. For medium-quality items, we take 50% of the materials. What about high-quality items then? Qin Lun's eyes flashed, and he immediately pressed. Our alchemists and herbalists cannot decipher the principles and laws of high-grade otherworld treasures. The failure rate for forcibly making high-quality items is very high. Occasional successes are just luck. To make high-quality equipment, you must go to a specialized apostle city. Only there are professional apostles who have trained in alchemy skills. Adeline brushed aside the hair near her ear and said casually, "Moonlight grass and golden silkworm dust can be synthesized into a healing ointment, but we lack other supplementary materials. The quality of the eyeball and heart core is not very high, and our alchemists have limited skill. They will probably only be able to make them into consumable items. If you take them to an apostle city, you should have a chance to make them into blue-quality equipment. No need. I'll leave these things with you. The material fees can also come from this. It's fine even if they all fail." Qin Lun narrowed his eyes and said cheerfully, "I am very grateful for the help Moonlight Forest has given me during this time. Even if it's just to let your herbalists practice with these materials, it should be acceptable." The Moonlight Forest implemented the principle of equivalent exchange for apostles. By helping Qin Lun make potions, they also benefited. The materials they took were like getting a healing ointment for free. Don't underestimate this one healing ointment. Medicine that can heal wounds in just a few minutes during battle is already no less valuable than a small bottle of World Tree Dew. However, Qin Lun being so agreeable instead made Adeline fall silent. Although she was not as experienced as her father Maffa in receiving apostles, she still knew that Qin Lun's current attitude was quite problematic. An apostle giving benefits to a floating city was actually not a good thing for that floating city. It indicated that this apostle was repaying the floating city for favors given earlier. In Qin Lun's words, Adeline also heard a strong hint. This young man, who always wore a smile on his face, was hinting that she could take these materials without giving him anything in return. These medicinal materials and the two equipment materials were even more valuable than the 3 items Maffa had given the young man. In other words, Qin Lun was using this method to repay the favor from Moonlight Forest and Maffa's investment. Adeline wrinkled her delicate little nose and gave Qin Lun a dissatisfied glance. She really did not want to get involved in such matters. However, as Maffa's daughter, it was only natural for Qin Lun to return the favor to her. She had to make the choice herself. Taking the materials meant Qin Lun's bond with the Moonlit Elves would be completely cut off. Neither would owe the other anything. It was also possible to keep a portion of the materials as the crafting fee, which conformed to the equivalent exchange principle of Moonlight Forest. Of course, Adeline had another choice: to increase investment in Qin Lun further, having the Moria family make the ointment and equipment for free. However, Qin Lun's anticipation for an apostle city was very obvious. Moonlight Forest probably could no longer retain this formal apostle, so this choice was not wise. The Moonlight Forest has been out from the Elf continent for a long time and has consumed many resources. We might lack the supplementary materials for making the healing ointment. Could you provide me with some? I will describe the shape and name of these materials to you in detail. Adeline said with a calm expression. Of course. Qin Lun raised an eyebrow and said meaningfully. Following the elf beauty's descriptions, he purchased over 20 types of supplementary materials for making the healing ointment from the material list in the exchange menu. He handed these over to her along with the moonlight grass and golden silkworm dust. Tomorrow at dawn, Moonlight Forest will return through the Starry Sky Gate. The sight of a large Starry Sky Gate opening is very magnificent. If you are interested, you can wake up early to watch it. Adeline called out to Qin Lun's receding back. Qin Lun did not turn around. He just raised his hand and waved, heading towards the lake bottom tunnel. The forest was left with only Adeline, who stood there lost in thought. Adeline. Not long after Qin Lun left, a deep, drawn-out voice suddenly reached Adeline's ears. Huh? Lord Fernand? How are you awake? I remember you just entered your long slumber last month. The elf beauty turned her head in surprise, looking at the aged face that had suddenly appeared on the trunk of the giant tree. That apostle just now was very dangerous. The Trent's pale face, full of cracks and wrinkles, shifted slightly as it slowly spoke. Was it the test just now? Adeline quickly understood, her expression changing. After that apostle was anesthetized by the hallucinogenic gas, I sensed a disturbing aura on him. That aura was very dark and evil. You must be careful. Having warned the elf beauty, the treant closed its eyes again. A terrifying aura strong enough to wake a treant from its long slumber. Father, you really found an interesting apostle. Adeline cupped her chin in her hands, her eyes sparkling as she gazed into the distance towards the Moonlight Lake. The next day, Qin Lun woke up very early and headed out of the town with Didi. By the shore of Moonlight Lake, they met the others. Little Lien, Lin Feng, Disciple Hansen and the others were waiting for boat transport. Like Qin Lun, they wanted to go to the small island in the center of Moonlight Lake to watch the opening of the Starry Sky Gate. Demon King Qin Lun. Little Lien waved happily at Qin Lun. Boss Qin Lun, you came too. Lin Feng's face was still piled with an ingratiating smile. However, Qin Lun could see that this young master from a noble family was somewhat different from half a month ago. There was more confidence and composure in his eyes. Your little psychic seems to have been working very hard during this time, training desperately and learning elf combat skills at the academy. Disciple Hansen had somehow sidled up to Qin Lun's side and said teasingly in a low voice, his eyes full of mockery as he looked at Lin Feng. Everyone has the right to survive. He is not my sidekick. Qin Lun turned to look at Hansen. Then his pupils immediately contracted, and he said inexplicably, it seems you were very lucky. Oh, you mean this? Hansen was slightly taken aback, then pointed at his own shoulder, grinning. His eyes flickered as he said, didn't you already have one long ago? Among the four of us, you were the first to have it, right? Compared to half a month ago, a black-winged angel tattoo had appeared on Hansen's exposed shoulder. But Qin Lun knew this was not a tattoo. It was an apostle soul mark. Moreover, the fact that it could form a clear pattern of a black-winged angel indicated that Hansen had also obtained special equipment similar to the death notice. Who are the other two? Qin Lun smiled noncommittally. Haha, I can tell you. The other two are Shepherd Hill and Clown Grant. Hansen curled his lip towards a corner of the crowd and said disdainfully, among the five of us, only Firecracker Rand lagged behind. That coward who relies on bombs to kill people really can't make it. After all, as the two spoke, a small black dot appeared on the lake's surface, slowly drifting over from the distance. The black dot on the lake was a hollowed-out canoe, crafted from a giant tree in the Moonlight Forest. Its space was large enough to hold over a dozen people. The canoe bore no deliberate carvings or decorations. its simple shape and pure natural wood grain showcasing the elven race's innate sense of art. The canoe swiftly carried over a dozen people to the small lake island. This island had no artificial structures, appearing like a naturally formed flower garden. Lush grass dotted with beautiful wildflowers gave even the prisoners a sense of relaxing freedom. Were it not for the ever-present survival crisis looming overhead, the moonlight forest would indeed be a wonderful home. At this moment, few people were on the lake island. Besides their group, most probationary apostles from Moonlight Town had already seen the starry sky gate. The elf guard who brought them over rode away quickly. He still needed to fetch the remaining people. Lin Feng, Demon King Qin Lun, look, am I pretty? Little Lien came shouting and running over. A small yellow flower was tucked into her hair, setting off her round, baby-fat face. Flushed red, she looked lively and adorable. Do not pick flowers on the island. Qin Lun frowned slightly, looking at little Lien expressionlessly. Oh, little Lien seemed to realize something, lowered her head in disappointment, and turned to leave. The world always calls us serial killers, not knowing that in the eyes of all life, humans themselves are the devils. A calm voice spoke up behind Qin Lun. We just hold different views than most devils. Qin Lun felt stirred inside. He turned to see who was behind him. Greetings, Qin Lun. I'm Hill. The man called Shepherd gave a slight respectful bow. He had slicked back hair and a smiling face. Among the 5 great serial killers, Hill was the oldest, a white man in his 50s. With his peaceful features and constantly polite, gentlemanly demeanor, it was hard to imagine this former Catholic priest was a cannibalistic, psychopathic serial killer. When arrested, Hill did not defend himself. Instead, he uttered a phrase famous among the prisoners instead. Mankind is God's lambs, and the shepherd always secretly pilfers. Qin Lun nodded slightly at Hill, his peripheral glance catching a small mysterious symbol on the priest's hand. It was a black, double-headed serpent hissing, coiled around a silver cross. After the canoe delivered the last batch of probationary apostles, the lake island held over 30 people. The elf guards did not leave again. It seemed only these people would witness the opening of the starry sky gate. As time passed, the group on the lake island suddenly felt a faint trembling beneath their feet. Outside the crystal dome covering the moonlight forest, an illusionary band of colored light appeared. It somewhat resembled the aurora seen at Earth's poles, and also a bit like an immense, transparent tapestry. The people on the island watched the dazzling scene in silence. The colored light band twisted and transformed continuously in front of the floating city, resembling a slowly flowing, magnificent star river. The colored light band extended across the sky towards both sides, gradually becoming a magnificent stargate that reached sky and land. Unlike a space-time portal's vortex shape, this stargate held flowing colored light within, dotted with twinkling starlight. The huge floating city, moving like a hesitant snail beneath the stargate, slowly moved towards it and was finally swallowed. As they passed through the stargate, the people on the lake island felt as if a cool breeze brushed over them. Compared to a space-time portal, they remained more conscious and felt nothing odd physically. After a short moment of awe, the regained apostles finally noticed that the outside of the moonlight forest, where they now were, on the suspended continent, was vastly different from the environment of the Crimson Gobi. Where is this place? It's terrifying. The little goblin looked nervously at the land beyond the moonlight forest, its eyes wide as it pulled at Qin Lun's clothes. If the Crimson Gobi, where the moonlight forest had originally been, was a desolate, uninhabited no-man's land, then the suspended continent it had reached through the starry gate could only be called hell. Dry, cracked brown earth was everywhere. Yellow sulfur fumes floated and drifted, while active volcanoes belching fire and ash were vaguely visible on the horizon. In the eyes of any sapient race, only the term hell could describe such a place. Did our teleportation coordinates go wrong? Lin Feng asked somewhat blankly to the elf guard beside him. No, it's correct. Facing Lin Feng's query, the elf guard's eyes shifted awkwardly, giving a sheepish reply. We really do need to stay here for a while. What is this place? Another prisoner frowned and asked. This is the Demon Clan's Scorching Plain. It is a midway stop on our journey back to the Elven Lands, the elf guard replied, appearing somewhat embarrassed. But please rest assured, We are safe here and won't suffer attacks from the demon clan. As for the specific circumstances, when you all return to Moonlight Town, an elf elder will explain. The apostles didn't shout or make a fuss. They had all experienced one space-time teleportation and had seen bizarre things to a greater or lesser extent. Besides, if the sky fell, the taller ones would be there to handle it. If the elf race wasn't afraid, why should they be? In the shattered starry sky, encountering any sapient race, having the title of probationary apostle was their best protective talisman. Back in Moonlight Town, sure enough, an elf elder soon came to explain. His explanation was similar to the guards, offering everyone reassurances of safety, stating this was merely a midway point for the Starry Gate teleportation. At the same time, he hinted they should avoid going outside if possible to prevent unnecessary dangers. Before the elf elder finished speaking, Qin Lun walked away with Didi, a strange light flickering in his eyes. Not long after returning to his room, Adeline visited, accompanied by several elf guards. Put on these robes. Take important things with you. The elf beauty tossed 2 hooded robes to Qin Lun and Didi. Okay. Qin Lun agreed without asking for reasons. He smiled, pulled on the hooded robe, and then put on a mask handed by Adeline. One last glance was spared for the wooden building he had lived in for half a month. Then, resolutely turning, he led Didi to follow the elves. The elves brought Qin Lun and Didi out of Moonlight Town and deep into the Moonlight Forest. They didn't stop until they reached a clearing in the woods. In the clearing, more than 10 apostles, also wearing masks, were already waiting. At the center lay a complex teleportation array, surrounded by several pieces of crystal-clear magic crystal stones. In front of the teleportation array stood a very old elf elder. Qin Lun recognized him, Furin Bogwang, Dean of the Academy Iflitbog. He was also a descendant of the legendary elf Iflitbog and the head of the Bogwang family of the Moonlit Elves. Esteemed guests, the Moonlight Forest is both the home of the Moonlit Elves and your first stop after entering the shattered starry sky. The Moonlight Forest is honored to serve you, and I personally very much look forward to hearing the tales of your future legends. Furin's gaze swept unhurriedly over the gathered apostles. We adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange. You owe nothing to the Moonlight Forest. Our services in the apostles' adventuring life are minuscule, and we won't forcibly demand any promises in return. We only hope that, remembering our connection, you'll prioritize accepting commissions from the Moonlit Elves should they face trouble. Furin would be endlessly grateful. The old elf placed his right hand over his chest in a salute. The masked apostles bowed politely in return. Qin Lun scanned the group, a faint, barely visible smile touching his lips. He knew these apostles were all formal apostles, possibly Hansen, Hill, and others were among them. Master, are we about to leave the Moonlight Forest? Didi tugged lightly at the youth's clothes, whispering, Yes, we are going to a special apostle city. Many sapient races, including the demon clan and elf race, jointly manage it. Qin Lun patted the little goblin's head, his voice calm. Ah, I get it. The Moonlight Forest didn't just pass by the scorching plain by accident. It deliberately teleported here specifically to send formal apostles into the apostle city. Right, Master? Didi's big eyes, hidden behind the mask, sparkled brightly. Little guy, you're smarter than most. Qin Lun chuckled softly. But you only guessed half of it. Only half. The little goblin, frustrated, scratched its pointed ear. It blinked its big eyes rapidly, putting on an adorable expression as it looked at Qin Lun. You're smart. Figure it out yourself. Qin Lun looked at its expression, both amused and annoyed. Giving it a light flick on the head, he shook his own, refusing further explanation. He didn't know exactly how much resources it took for a floating city to cross the star void to another suspended continent, but it obviously wasn't a small amount. Sending a dozen or so formal apostles to the apostle city on the scorching plain only required opening a small starry sky gate. Such a massive undertaking now seemed unnecessary. After hearing Adeline's explanation yesterday, Qin Lun had gained a vague understanding of the apostle city. The apostle city was much like a membership corporation. The apostles were the members, and the sapient races who jointly built the city relied on elections by the members to gain management rights. The current location of this apostle city within the Demon Clan's scorching plain suggested the Demon Clan had recently secured the primary management authority. The elf elder was right. Apostles faced no real danger on the scorching plain. To the apostles now, the Demon Clan were not demons, but caretakers. Of course, the reason the Moonlight Forest made those probationary apostles who hadn't seen the Starry Sky Gate witness the Starry Void teleportation was, 1. To dispel their doubts upon first seeing the scorching plain, and 2. To use the harsh environment to deter them from leaving the city. They weren't afraid of probationary apostles facing danger, but rather that these probationary apostles might be lured away to the Demon Clan's floating city. As for why the Moonlight Forest went to such great lengths to teleport to the scorching plain, Qin Lun suspected it had something to do with the troubles the elf race was facing. The tranquil environment of the Moonlight Forest made everyone forget the true nature of a floating city. For what purpose were floating cities originally built? Of course, to find and attract apostles. And why attract apostles? Naturally, to gain an advantage in the wars between races and suspended continents, ensuring the reproduction and survival of the sapient races themselves. Floating cities built with this purpose, regardless of their functions or types, had one unchanged aspect. They all possessed armed forces. Even the smallest floating city was a fortress, and the nature of a fortress implied military facilities with armed forces. It seems the troubles the Moonlit Elves faced this time are not small. Qin Lun gave a wry twist of his lips, muttering low. The scorching plain was the Demon Clan's stronghold. Besides that apostle city, there undoubtedly was another Demon Clan floating city nearby. For the Moonlit Elves to transport an academy-type floating city onto the scorching plain spoke volumes about their intentions. It was both a means to increase their bargaining power and a desire to avoid a complete break in relations. After all, an academy city wasn't a true frontline battle fortress. Then, if the elf race had transmitted a floating city into the scorching plain, could the Demon Clan, or the other managing sapient races of the apostle city, call in yet another floating city? The answer was no. Competition was competition, but all the apostles within the apostle city wouldn't permit the managing sapient races overseeing the city to actually fight a war right beside them. The weaker side, the elf race, bringing in an academy city to exert pressure, barely stayed within the apostles' tolerance limits. If another city transmitted over, they would lose all sympathy. This was the political wisdom of the elf race's elders. The arrival of the Moonlight Forest could briefly strengthen the voice of the elf clan within the apostle city, granting them leverage to secure certain benefits at the negotiation table. Otherwise, if everyone tore off all masks and caused a big mess on the scorching plain, resulting in a mutual parting of ways, the elf race would definitely lose management rights of the apostle city. But the Demon Clan wouldn't fare well either. They would surely be replaced by other sapient races in the next apostle city management election. However, for the usually gentle, peace-loving elf race to resort to such a rogue tactic, clearly the Moonlit Elves within the apostle city were being severely oppressed by the Demon Clan and other managing races, forcing them into this last stand. All right, if everyone is ready, we shall begin the teleportation immediately. Finishing his opening remarks, Furin gestured to the other few elf elders nearby, signaling them to activate the array. Once the apostles had gathered at the center of the magical array, the surrounding magic crystal stones began to slowly glow. Accompanied by a dazzling white light, the scenery before Qin Lun's eyes changed dramatically. Now they were out of the Moonlight Forest. The concealing masks had served their purpose. Qin Lun removed his mask. A strong smell of sulfur assaulted his nostrils, but he quickly adjusted, feeling no further discomfort. An apostle's law body was no joke. Many geographical environments deadly to other sapient beings in the shattered starry sky had no effect on apostles. After all, the law body concentrated the most fundamental world law of the shattered starry sky. It would be ridiculous if it were still affected by the local environment. They were in a gourd-shaped valley with a wide belly and narrow opening. Jagged, sinister mountains loomed around them. The place the apostles now stood was also a teleportation array. However, its guardians were no longer elf guards, but creatures of strange appearance. These creatures mostly stood between 2 and 3 meters tall, clad in heavy steel armor, with curved horns on their heads. Their bare arms showed thick, brawny muscles, their skin brown, some covered in fish scale-like plates. The feature that completely distinguished them from beastly humanoids were their eyes, which held pupils seemingly made of constantly burning, flickering flames. Demons, muttered whispers went through the apostles. Yet, they mostly kept their voices low. The demon's huge size was clearly intimidating. Welcome to the sixth apostle city, Devil's Horn. From among the demons surrounding the array, the only one clothed in a robe stepped forward, a little demon. It was called little because this demon leader guiding the group to receive the apostles was the smallest among them. He was almost the size of a human, lacking the immediate intimidating presence of the other warrior demons. Anyone who could become a formal apostle was no fool. They quickly realized this must represent the demon clan's attempt to avoid frightening the newcomers to Devil's Horn with their frightening appearance. This understanding also let many apostles privately sigh in relief, their wariness significantly eased. Oomph, it's you again, you pretentious, sly, cunning demon. Furin, who had accompanied the apostles in their teleportation, snorted coldly. He looked away, his face stern. Haha, isn't it Elder Furin? Please forgive Baruzes for his lack of courtesy just now. I had no idea it was you personally who came. The demon named Baruzes by the elf elder sneered dryly. Since Elder Furin is here, would you care to stay as a guest in Devil's Horn? Not necessary. I fear the trip might be one way. Furin shot the demon a disdainful glance and retorted sharply. But the Moonlit Elves are still one of the 5 managing races of Devil's Horn. Do not put on airs as the Lord in my presence. Huh. Elder Furin truly misjudges us. Baruz's flaming eyes flickered intensely. Yet he did not explain further and quickly fell silent. Seeing Baruz's act the victim, a flicker of disappointment crossed Furin's eyes. However, he did not push further and turned back into the teleportation array. Qin Lun observed this exchange between the elf elder and the cunning demon, feeling a deep sense of admiration. Both old masters were clearly shrewd operators. Furin's earlier show of righteous fury was clearly aimed at riling up Baruz's harsh pride and leaving a deep but negative impression about the demon clan upon the dozen-plus apostles present. Baruzes, playing the role of the wronged weakling, neither arguing back nor fighting back, not even offering a single word of explanation, actually managed to provoke sympathy among the apostles. Even though this group of formal apostles came from the Moonlight Forest, they probably held little inherent dislike for the demon clan after this initial encounter. It was exactly this realization that caused Furin to stop his verbal attacks. Continuing would only backfire. The elf clan guards quickly teleported away, leaving only Adeline to accompany the apostles. Plainly, the elf beauty was to accompany the group into Devil's Horn. Well then, the refined and graceful elf lady has departed. Honored apostles, permit me, representing the demon clan and the council of managers, to once again welcome you to the land where true men venture, the Devil's Horn, in the scorching plain. Baruzes spread his arms wide, cracking a broad grin. Here, in this apostle city, you shall embrace a brand new beginning. After welcoming the more than 10 apostles, the demon Baruzes led the group out of the valley. As they exited the gored valley, the full view of the scorching plain unfolded before everyone's eyes. Unlike in the Moonlight Forest, the apostles on the scorching plain felt the hellish atmosphere here more keenly. Compared to the dry heat of the Crimson Gobi, the scorching plain, filled with active volcanoes, actually did not feel hot. Instead, sharp, cold winds blew everywhere, and the climate resembled that of a very high-altitude mountain plateau. The ground of the scorching plain appeared brown, dry, and cracked, with almost no moist soil visible. Thin wisps of blue smoke often rose from the cracks, giving off a pungent smell that made those who smelled it feel nauseous. The closer the ground was to the active volcanoes, the darker the soil color became. In some places, one could even see fiery red magma flowing deep within the cracks. Apart from the demons, the smoke drifting across the plain made the apostles feel extremely uncomfortable. Though it caused no harm to their law bodies, the pungent odor even caused a slight stinging sensation on exposed skin. Compared to the Moonlight Forest, this place was truly awful. Although the apostle city, Devil's Horn, was not yet in sight, Some apostles seemed to regret leaving the moonlight forest based on their body language. Master, I feel terrible. While Qin Lun was looking around, the little goblin behind him stumbled and fell to the ground. Qin Lun took 2 steps forward and helped the little fellow up. He found its eyes tightly closed, its face pale, and large beads of cold sweat dripping from its forehead. The smoke on the scorching plain is toxic. Besides the demon clan and apostles, creatures of other races struggle to adapt. A kind voice came from behind Qin Lun. Let me take a look. Qin Lun turned around and saw the demon leader Baruzes walking towards them. Thank you for your trouble. Qin Lun smiled and let the little goblin lie semi-recumbent against his knee. Little one, take a deep breath. Baruzes pulled out a small metal canister resembling an asthma inhaler from his chest and had Didi put it in his mouth. Didi took a deep breath as instructed. His face quickly regained color, and he opened his eyes again and stood up. I'm sorry, Master, for causing you trouble. Little one, you are different from your master. It's best to wear the mask those elves gave you. Baruzes pointed at the mask in Didi's arms, and the flames in his pupils flickered slightly. This kind of mask can filter toxic air and is essential gear for adventurers. Once we reach Devil's Horn, everyone will need to wear one. Hearing Baruzes' meaningful words, Qin Lun had a thought and put his own mask back on too. He suddenly realized something. Although both the Apostle City and the Moonlight Forest were floating cities, they were clearly very different. The Moonlight Forest had only about 100 apostles, most of whom were probationary apostles. Its armed forces could deter any apostles with bad intentions and keep the entire city stable. The Apostle City was different. It contained thousands of formal apostles, including many high apostles. The Demon Clan and the Management Council were merely administrators and service providers. They did not have the power to enforce strict control over these apostles. Those who maintained stability in Devil's Horn and set the rules were also apostles, perhaps even joint law enforcement by certain high apostle teams. However, apostles were ultimately apostles. Their attention would never focus on mundane affairs. As long as no one openly broke the rules, they probably wouldn't face suppression or restraint. In other words, acts of bullying the weak and survival of the fittest were bound to happen in private. Without solid evidence, the law-enforcing apostles would likely turn a blind eye. This was hell for the law-abiding and heaven for prisoners. Qin Lun suddenly grinned and couldn't resist glancing at Baruzes. He said meaningfully, "You're absolutely right. Devil's Horn truly is an adventure park for real men." Haha, it seems you figured it out. The flames in Baruzes' eyes jumped, and he laughed knowingly. The administrators cannot interfere in matters between apostles. However, promising, strong individuals like you deserve a heads up. Those elves really don't know how to handle people. Qin Lun smiled without replying. No wonder the demon clan sent Baruzes to receive the new apostles. This cunning demon was truly crafty and sly. While currying favor, he never missed a chance to throw his opponents under the bus. Actually, Baruzes had only hinted quite subtly earlier. If Qin Lun hadn't caught on, it might not even count as a reminder. After experiencing the great destruction of the ancient era and the race wars of the medieval period, the sapient races of the shattered starry sky would no longer change their creed regarding apostles. Value the help of apostles, but do not depend on them. Strive to attract apostles, yet do not interfere in their affairs. This was the iron rule for the survival and reproduction of sapient races within the shattered starry sky. Even the demon clan strictly adhered to this principle. By the way, did you receive any information about me? The demon's words earlier had made Qin Lun wary. Haha, the sapient races of the shattered starry sky cannot possess detailed information on apostles. However, when apostles from a floating city transfer to an apostle city, the sapient race of that floating city submits an evaluation report on the apostle to the apostle city. Baruzes said with a smile. The elven race gave you a very high evaluation. They specifically noted that you had already received an apostle soul mark, while still a probationary apostle, and completed your first otherworld mission with great rewards. The elven race provided your information? Qin Lun raised an eyebrow and asked somewhat surprised. Haha, I know what puzzles you. Although the elven race holds prejudices against our demon clan, they would not conceal anything in matters like this. Or rather, no sapient race would falsify an apostle evaluation. Misleading a rival race isn't a big deal, but if it indirectly incurs an apostle's ill will, the loss would outweigh the gain. Baruzas said lightly. So that's how it is. Qin Lun nodded silently. He felt he was beginning to understand the complex feelings the sapient races had towards apostles. Turning to look at Baruzas's demon appearance, Qin Lun suddenly felt a bit strange and couldn't help asking, Lord Baruzas, do your demon clan members not have wings? Wings. Baruzas's face stiffened, and he forced a dry laugh. Demon clan members with wings are all archdemons. They have basically retreated from the world and live in seclusion. Even within the demon clan, very few know their whereabouts. Why do you ask? Seeing Baruzas's awkward expression, Qin Lun's mind raced, and he immediately understood. Archdemons were high-level beings. To apostles, their entire bodies were treasures. Even their flesh made excellent equipment material. It was no wonder they dared not appear before apostles. Even if Baruzas knew, he wouldn't tell him. Haha, I'm sorry. Please forget what I just said. I was simply curious about your demon clan and meant no harm. Qin Lun spread his hands and apologized to the demon. Our demon clan has many types. The main body on the scorching plane is the Balan demons, along with some smaller demon races. For example, cunning demons like me and succubi, flame demons, etc. Baruzas introduced without holding back. The way to tell demons apart is simple, mainly by looking at our demon horns and skin color. Under the old cunning demons explanation, Qin Lun also learned that the demon guards currently surrounding the apostles were mostly Balan demons, characterized by brown skin and curved horns resembling those of a goat. Demons from other suspended continents included those with black skin, dark red skin, spiral horns, forked horns, and other demon races. Compared to the elven race, the demon clan had more varied and diverse types. Of course, to you humans, all demons probably look the same. Baruzas said with an embarrassed laugh. Haha, you certainly know how to talk. Qin Lun asked with a smile, Lord Baruzas, could you please tell me more about the specific conditions of Devil's Horn? Every new apostle arriving at Devil's Horn will have dedicated personnel responsible for guidance and introduction. The flames in Baruzas's eyes wavered slightly as he said calmly. However, since you asked, allow me to give you a preliminary introduction. Thank you. I will remember this favor. Qin Lun glanced at the old demon and said faintly, It is my honor to serve you. The fire in the cunning demon's eyes suddenly blazed brighter as he said meaningfully. The two exchanged a knowing look, both feeling quite satisfied. Although there would be official guides at Devil's Horn, that was just the official line. They absolutely would not explain the city's hidden rules and secret information to new apostles. By hinting that Baruzas should introduce things to him, Qin Lun naturally hoped to obtain certain hidden details and unspoken rules, allowing him to adapt quickly to the apostle city. Sapient races would not interfere in matters between apostles, but that didn't mean they wouldn't trade information. Qin Lun was now exchanging this potential favor for such information from Baruzas. For the old cunning demon, this constituted a private relationship between the two of them, unrelated to the demon clan or the apostle city, much like how Mafa had privately invested in Qin Lun before. In Baruzas's subsequent introduction, Qin Lun also gained a general impression of Devil's Horn. Devil's Horn had 5 main managing races. Since this apostle city was initially built by the demon clan, they held the greatest administrative authority. The other 4 managing races were the Wind Elemental race, Rakshasa race, Dwarf clan, and Elven race. As soon as Qin Lun heard this combination of races, he gave a bitter smile. No wonder the Moonlit Elves were marginalized in this apostle city. These races were either from the chaotic evil faction or the chaotic neutral faction. Meanwhile, the Moonlit Elves were from the lawful good faction. Combined with the fact that Devil's Horn itself followed the law of the jungle, it was no surprise the Elven race struggled to gain influence here. According to Baruzas, for new apostles to establish themselves in Devil's Horn, they only needed to follow one principle. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.